Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday. Yeah, we are back tonight after we had a show last night as well. Yeah, your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness is giving you 2 shows this week. And for this week, we are completing our Super Old Game Saturday Second Chance. And tonight we got an anniversary of actually 2 things, as I realized. It is another Sega game, although this case it's not going to be as cuddly as Castle Illusion was last night. I'll come back to another Sonic game, one we played before, one that has a notorious reputation that I was not a fan of back in the day, when it came out actually 20 years ago on this day. We were recording this on November 15th, 2025. But on November 15th, 2005, with the release of Shadow the Hedgehog for PlayStation 2, Gamecube, and Xbox. We played this game a couple years ago. We had a really interesting time playing it, and a good time, even though I did not like this game when I played it. I played it, I was like, I'm not feeling this thing. The attempts of going adult felt tawdry and disturbing as far as myself. The way it played was kind of a mess, especially compared to the Sonic Heroes that I really liked. But we played it for the show a couple years ago, had a really good time, so I said, let's do Second Chance to look at it in a different way. Maybe it's better now than it was 20 years ago. It's also worth pointing out that 24 years ago on this day, the original Xbox came out, as far as the console. So, I actually planned it 2 ways, saying we're going to be playing this game to celebrate 20 years of it, and see where is the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise now. Maybe this game's better in the rearview mirror, as you're hearing some pretty good music as far as I Am All of Me by Fresh 40 on the soundtrack. And CG cutscenes that were directed by Jeff Fowler, who went on to make all 3 of the Sonic the Hedgehog films, including Sonic the Hedgehog 3 from last year that, in a way, was seen as a bit of a redemption arc for Shadow the Hedgehog as far as a character and his main story perspective. And it kind of ties back to this. You can thank Ultra94T, perhaps a bigger Sonic fan than even I am, pointing that out. And for this show, we are going to go deeper into the game with stuff with voice actor discussion, also, what were they thinking when it came to making this? And also, we're going to look at the expert mode, because we talked about that last time we played, and I will have a link down below and edit this to all of our Second Chance programs and also to our Shadow the Hedgehog playlist, our new one. It's going to have that play we did 4 years ago about, and then now this one tonight, which we are running with enhanced tech. I do have my Xbox component cables that I actually can use without it hissing. It used to be a case where my little capture device, I plugged it directly in. It was hissing when I did audio tests. I said, I can't show you the game this way. And I didn't want to sacrifice the audio for the purpose of the graphics. But now I got the RetroTink 5X, I got that going in there. It looks and sounds great. It's taking the 480p output that this ran on the original Xbox, and we are running this through original Xbox. You can play this disc on Xbox 360 if you so desire. With not too many concessions. You can actually beat this game, unlike Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights, for example. And even some of its concessions are cases where it's not too bad. So, you might want to play it through that, but we're on the original Xbox for the purpose of this. The Shadow's driving the motorcycle right into that member of the Black Arms. Yeah, but as I said, we're going to take a look at this game again with Expert Mode, which actually is kind of a sequel to this game, in the sense that we completed the game, we went through the path system with all of you in our best chat on Twitch. We made the decision of saying, what path should we go to tell Shadow's story? Because the idea is that he's kind of an enigmatic character when he was introduced in Sonic Adventure 2. The end of Sonic Adventure 2 made a case where he was going to be one and done, but because people liked Sonic Adventure 2 so much, they liked him, they thought he was a nice yin to the yang of Sonic, and of course his cuddly friends over there. They said, let's do something else with him, let's put him in Sonic Heroes, which we have played for the show since. We did its harder mode as well about a year ago to celebrate around the time of its 20th anniversary as well. And then from that game, the way it ended, and we played through as far as the main story, we went with Team Dark, which indicated that after Sonic Adventure 2, Shadow might be a clone, perhaps. So this game said, let's get that answer, perhaps. Let's try and figure that out. But also kind of retcon certain things and kind of twisted things around. This is canonical as far as how the franchise is, just to go to that. It is by the same person who directed the last one as far as Sonic Heroes. That being, of course, Takashi Iizuka, who is planner on Golden Axe 3 for Sega Genesis, as well as Deviant P, the unreleased Sega Genesis game that's on the Sega Genesis Mini 2 now. He does the game design on Sonic the Hedgehog 3, Nights and Dreams on Sega Saturn, Sonic 3D Blast, and he directed Sonic Jam for Sega Saturn, as well as Sonic Adventure 1, Sonic Adventure 2, and Mario and Sonic the Olympic Winter Games for the Wii. And it was, I'll go into this to start, because we're going to go mostly with the expert mode, which you get A rankings on every single mission, and also every boss fight. You're able to unlock that, and have a harder version of the game that goes through all 23 of its levels. We did not go through all of its levels the last time we played this. But for tonight, we're going to do that. And it will, I think in some ways, maybe make the game better is the thought, because after the end of this game, where it was revealed that Shadow is the real deal. He is the real one. The case of, is he a clone that was raised with Sonic Heroes, but this game confirmed that no, it's him. And so after that, he said, all right, we saved the world from Black Doom and the Black Arms. So people looked back and said, maybe we were wrong about Gerald Robotnik, even though he tries to destroy the world. We'll get to that when we play Sonic Adventure 2, because we haven't played that yet for the show, and we will eventually, no question. But then the case that after that, the gun commander said to Shadow, hey, I got a project for you. Maybe you can help as far as joining us and taking your strong skills and wits and I guess quick reflexes and maybe put it to work with us along with Rouge, who already is working with them based upon this game, and also E123 Omega, who we did run through when we run through the story of this last time we played. And this is going to kind of explain it. We go through all the levels, we're going to hear some back and forth with the characters we ran into, and it's going to be interesting to kind of get a sense, and also bridge the gap for Sonic the Hedgehog from 2006. Came on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. The one Sonic game that's seen is maybe more infamous than this one, if only because of how busted the game it was when it came out only about a year after this one. And they got a point as far as saying maybe that's worse for that reason. On the grounds of taste, I would say this one's worse, but also because of how this is going to go, unlike the main game where you're usually going to be doing missions of either collecting things or defeating enemies or something like that, most of this is going to be just running to the goal ring. So in that case, it's going to play more like the traditional Sonic games you're used to, and that's going to be the idea of how we're going to go. But before we get into that, I do want to at least give a little bit of a spiel of, as I mentioned, who directed it. We'll talk stuff on music. We'll talk voice acting notes. I got tons of those, which we'll go through as we go through the expert mode, and I'll indicate that in just a sec. But I may as well talk about, I guess, where this game came from, because it was something where, up until this game, Sonic was always a case of being something family-friendly. Every game that came out in this franchise was not rated any more intensely than the default, like, E for everyone rating of the ESRB, or if you go backwards, the Kids to Adults rating, or back in the Sega, Genesis, and Game Gear days, the GA, General Audience's VRC rating. And it was a weird case also, because there's an interview, I mentioned this when we played this last time, I'll link down to it this time, that Electronic Gaming Monthly had with Takashi Iizuka. It was in reaction to Sonic Heroes' interview, and they said it was pretty good. There were some cases where people were like, yeah, we have some issues with how the game runs. And you'll see that because this is also running on the same engine as that. But one of the questions they were asking, they were looking at the fact that in 2004, when they did that interview, the gaming industry was changed pretty significantly back in 2001 and 2002 with the release of Grand Theft Auto 3 and Grand Theft Auto Vice City from Rockstar. The case of saying what those games could do was go fully open world, have decisions by the player that maybe you didn't have in earlier things, and go more adult in a way that made them kind of pop culture phenomenons where maybe perspective games being seen as things for children. The thing like, well, no, you can kind of go further with that. And I remember Shigeru Miyamoto of Nintendo, he was asked about the success of that game and saying, what is it doing for the industry? He wasn't pressed, he went on record as saying what that game is doing for an open world, being able to kind of explore, do what you wanted as far as that. But he also emphasized the fact that it is a game for adults, no question. And one of the most infamous parts of that game, of course, is that if you go around, you can find prostitutes and pay them for sex, which also increases your health past its normal capacity. But also, feasibly, you can kill them or you can kill anybody you want to. And Shigeru Miyamoto said in an interview that way on the reaction to that, saying he's impressed by what's going on as far as the game, as far as what's going on with his franchises, or specifically Mario. He was asked what perspectives you're perhaps going to take from that. Which I guess we saw when Super Mario Odyssey came out on the Switch, that they kind of went open world with Mario. And Mario kind of went open world a little bit with Super Mario 64, and kind of with Sunshine, as we showed, when it comes to having this open sandbox to kind of go around and do stuff with. But Shigeru Miyamoto said, quote, Mario will never start shooting hookers. And he hasn't. But Takashi Iizuka, he was asked in an interview from Electronic Gaming Monthly, he said, since Miyamoto said this, what do you think as far as Sonic? Do you think you're ever going to go adult as far as Sonic? To which he said, quote, I have no plans for that, and I have a good reason why. And the reason why, in particular, he was going into is the idea that Sonic the Hedgehog is a franchise that was seen for everybody, and was a case where, by the time Sonic Heroes came out, that was about a little over a decade from Sonic the Hedgehog 1. He said, well, at that point, you might have had people who were growing up playing Sega Genesis, and maybe they've grown up, they might be married with children or something like that. Now they're introducing them to Sonic, saying like, hey, if I went in an adult direction, I'd break that chain. Well, he clearly didn't pay attention to his own advice when it came to that about a year later, because him and Yuji Naka, who produced the game, Yuji Naka was kind of in the case of thinking like, no, I don't know if I want to go that direction, because we showed when we played Sonic 2, the case that he's very controlling, and of course he's in a jail cell now for insider trading, as we mentioned when he was at Square working on Balan Wonderworld. But the case of that, saying like, maybe we can do something with this, and not a horrible idea of thinking, all right, if we're gonna do this, we can't do it with Sonic, I guess, but they said, well, Shadow the Hedgehog is established with Sonic Adventure 2, and the question of what's he all about, and when Sonic Heroes came out, saying, well, there's maybe more going on here, maybe we can have a case of maybe telling a more mature story that way, the way the Mega Man games did with Mega Man X, or perhaps, I guess, this was also a little after Prince of Persia Warrior then came out from Ubisoft. That definitely went mature rated in much more of a direction than this game did. I'd say not to good effect. Though Mega Man X kind of did a perspective that, alright, in the Mega Man Zero games, no question, they definitely go dark. So, maybe not a Doom concept. They said, alright, let's focus with Shadow doing this. And let's also make the case that you can kind of tell a story by making choices in the levels. Unfortunately, as you showed before, your choices don't mean a thing when it comes to the main story, because this game is the last story that is canonical to the franchise. But I guess you can kind of roleplay that idea of saying, well, what would Shadow do? And in my case, since this is an Xbox game, I'm playing it as far as we're playing it, and where I played it always, as far as myself, generally speaking. I played Star Wars Knights of the Republic about a year or so before this one, 2 years before this one. That's a case of maybe going more adult with Star Wars, which admittingly was more of a, like, teenager, kind of maybe older kids thing that's gonna be that way anyway. Maybe elevating that way. That's also a good maybe time for something like this. But this one was like, yeah, I don't know how it went, and when it came out, I was kind of shocked by this. It didn't help that I rented Half-Life 2 on Xbox at the same time. I said, wait a second, that's going mature in a direction as far as a franchise which was mature rated anyway with Half-Life the first time, but then saying all these possibilities of what a game like this could do, and that kind of was something I looked at and I said, yeah, on the basis of that, like, yeah, it's no contest. Half-Life 2 is a way better game. Even fans of this game probably admit that to you. But even compared to Sonic Heroes, saying, why does this game have more slowdown than Sonic Heroes? Why does this game have issues with loading in some ways that maybe it didn't? Why is this game crashing a lot, which it does on every console? And the way I looked at it on the PlayStation 2, where Nocturne's been on the show, she has it. I said last time I looked at this that maybe it's not as bad given everything. I take that back. That game is a disaster on the PS2 in terms of how the frame rate is, because it's like Sonic Heroes, where the PS2 version ran half the frame rate. This runs at 60 FPS uncapped, but it's not holding it much because of the aspects of the way the engine is running with scripted events, not dissimilar to Call of Duty, as far as the levels show that a little. But it is a case where the frame rates have, it sometimes goes way below that. It does look better on the PS2 as far as Shadow the Hedgehog does graphically than Sonic Heroes did, but also has a lot of concessions going on with that. They make it definitely an inferior version, although it is the best-selling version. If you're gonna get this game, it's again on the GameCube or the Xbox in particular, but on the PS2, it did sell pretty well. It was the best-selling one, much to my surprise. It sold 1.35 million units. On the GameCube, was just under a million at 990,000. But on the original Xbox here, because this came out a week before the Xbox 360's launch in 2005, nobody was paying attention to this, so this sold 180,000. So, yeah, it was pretty dire as far as the original Xbox is concerned. But for me, I think it's the best version because, for me, I'm running the Xbox controller, and it's not dissimilar to the Dreamcast controller that I'm used to playing 3D Sonic games for, or for that matter with me with Sonic Heroes, because I played it on the Xbox as well. But it's a game that's gone up in price over the years, and it's also a game that you're never getting re-released of. I'll go into reasons why. I'm not going to dance around it like I did last time, as far as the idea of that. But they kind of were saying, let's go more adult with this, but it was not well received. It did not get very good reviews, and they kind of went away from it, but Sega also said, well, no, this is canonical, and they confirmed that with Sonic X Shadow Generations, or Sonic Generations, let's say. But they kind of redeemed themselves with Sonic X Shadow Generations last year, saying, you know, that story of Shadow, you know, maybe we can do it right. And Sonic the Hedgehog 3 definitely did it right, too. But that's the idea, and I'm looking forward to doing the expert mode on this one, because it is kind of more straightforward. The idea of emphasizing some of the things this game had that it could have, you know, really delivered on well. Maybe become this kind of interesting thing. Maybe ideas of mining this and saying, let's maybe remake this or something. But as far as what we're going on here, the one thing I'll mention before we start, we're going to have stuff going on in the voice actor discussion quite a lot, but I'm going to start talking about a little bit of background on this, in that it was Sonic Team's USA team that developed this, who made Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, Sonic Rivals 2 on the PSP, and Knight's Journey into Dreams on the Wii. And it was a case where they're focusing this on the US market. People saying, wait a second, is this kind of thing that's going to it? And even with its adult-oriented nature, it's something that Sega kind of was going back and forth saying, do we really want Sonic to be an adult franchise? Even to the point where they said, Sonic Gems Collection on GameCube and PS2 in Europe. This is, we're not going to put the Streets of Rage games of the Ninja Brothers that were on them in the Japanese release. We're not going to give you those unlockable games because we'll give this a teen rating. We don't want Sonic to be a family-unfriendly character. But you saw Sonic basically dying there. It's like, that doesn't make sense. This game got a teen rating the day after Sega said that with Sonic Gems Collection, and they edited it down, and the Japanese version is the case where it got released uncensored, where some of the cutscenes got reduced, and also some of the language in the game got cut down a little bit. And this is running an E10 rating for everyone 10 and up, although whether it's a case where I say maybe it's something for them, don't know. But that's going to be the idea. But I'm definitely curious about the expert mode, and for what it's worth, I'll say this. This is the final thing before I go into music and we start. Doing the unlocks as far as getting the A ranks on this one, even with the missions in this game, they're infamous, and we'll talk about them. We're going to look at every level, even though we're not going to do the missions in them, as far as the ones that are so infamous, like with Lost Impact. We'll talk about that, though. It kind of was easier for me to do the unlocks of everything to get A ranks on all the stuff here. I mean, unlike Sonic Heroes, where I cheated using a Xbox Magazine disc to have a complete save file, and Sonic Adventure 2, where to this day I've still not gotten all the emblems and unlocked Green Hill Zone of that one, which is not the reason why we haven't played it yet. It's still a case where I haven't done that. This one, I didn't have too much trouble. It was also a case that I just run through the level once, get a sense of what I have to do for the A rank, and then basically just run through it again, just kind of beeline it for everything I have to do. Even when it comes to stuff like the artificial chaos destruction in Lost Impact, as the example of that one. I was like, okay, I was able to unlock this pretty quick. And I said, okay, for the purpose of the comeback this game, I gotta do that. That basically is my practice. And for the purpose of the expert mode, I'm mostly going through this blind to a certain extent, but I did go through the video as far as how it goes, as far as all the plays of it, just to get a sense of ordering of people we're going to be talking to as far as famous characters going to be cheering us on. And get a little bit of an idea, but I know the levels because I played through them and did all the unlocks, so it shouldn't be too bad. Alright, but to go quickly as far as the music up, we'll go on the vocal music credit, and thankfully one of these is something that I was thinking I was going to get a content strike on, because it's from Power Man 5000, not this one. But I won't. But we'll go on those later, and we'll play them. But I do want to talk about the music as far as this game, as far as who did everything through. There's some people who were involved with Sonic for a while, and other ones who kind of were not completely. Yeah, to certain degrees. There are 4 names in particular, and I'll let the great intro play, because actually it is a great CG intro, and credit to Jeff Fowler for saying, hey, I had this perspective when I was making this game 20 years ago, and then saying, when I directed the Sonic the Hedgehog movie, saying, I can pull this for ideas and maybe be a case of delivering them better and still make them look really, really cool. A case where this game really starts out well as far as how it presents itself, saying, like, even though I'm not sure I like the concept, you know, of, I guess, the dark aspect of this, I'm saying, like, okay, this sure looks a high quality, you know? It makes a great first impression, the same way Sonic 06 is going to when we look at that eventually. But yeah, we'll talk music as far as this. There are 4 names as far as the music. First up is Yutaka Minobe, who did music for Skies of Arcadia for the Dreamcast. We're going to be doing a preview of next year at some point. So it's Panzer Dragoon Order for the Xbox, Nightshade for the PlayStation 2. A couple cases with Sonic Adventure 1 and Sonic Heroes that we played. Those musics for Space Channel 5 Part 2 for the Dreamcast and PlayStation 2. Rule of Rose with PlayStation 2. Given how dark that game is, that's, I guess, an interesting case. As well as Instant Life Futuristic Harvest Moon, which is for the PSP. Yoshi's Island DS, Little King Story, which is on Wii. Nier for the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. And Fling Smash, which is the game that was bundled, or got a bundle of itself with the Wii Motion Plus for the Wii. And also involved are some big names that have been going on with Sonic for a while. Specifically Jun Seno, who did music for Victory Goal on Sega Saturn. Sonic the Hedgehog 3, Sonic & Knuckles, Daytona USA Championship Circuit Edition for Sega Saturn, both the Sonic Adventure games, Sonic Heroes, Sonic Superstars, Sonic 06, Knight's Journey into Dreams, Sonic 4 Episodes 1 and 2, Sega Rally 2, of course he did Soul and Desert, that song I love so much out of that game from the arcade and the Dreamcast. As well as his first game, which was doing the ending theme for Dark Wizard on Sega CD, and also Formula 1 World Championship Beyond the Limit, also for Sega CD, and NASCAR Arcade, which is an arcade release from Sega. I actually never played as far as the racing game goes. And also joined 2 more names. Marco Namba, who did music for Knuckles Chaotix on 32X. Billy Hatch and Janik for the GameCube. Panzer Dragoon Saga for Sega Saturn. As well as Super Monkey Ball Steppenwolf on the Wii. Space Channel 5 for the Dreamcast. Sonic Unleashed and Sonic Colors. And finally we have Tomoya Atani, the music for Chichi Rocket on the Dreamcast and on the Game Boy Advance, as far as its version. Both Sonic Heroes, Sonic Adventure 2, Rhythm Thief and the Emperor's Treasure, which is on 3DS, Sonic Lost World, Sonic Frontiers, and Sonic Rush Adventure. And I think that's going to be a case of us getting ourselves ready to go as far as this one. So, hit start button, going to load the game data. I'll show you briefly before we start what I had to do. I'm going to select mode. As I mentioned when we played it the first time, I said I went off screen and went through all 10 of the paths to get all the endings we needed to unlock Final Story, which we did. Then when you're seeing these stars here, it means that I got A ranks on every mission here. So you have to go through the hero, normal, and dark missions on everything here. At least the missions that have dark and hero stuff, because not every mission has it. Or normal in this case. There's like no normal there. Basically, get all that stuff, get a star. The bosses don't put a star as far as how they are, but you do have to A-rank them as well. And since some of them are repeated, something that it's not too bad to do that. If you do that through all of these, and also all the boss stuff at the end, you unlock expert mode right here. As I mentioned, it's going to be going through the game with all those stages, all 23 that we saw over there. No bosses, so it's not similar to the super hard mode that Sonic Heroes had. But the idea here is that they're going to be rearranged harder versions of these stages, and also cases where it's going to have more stuff going on with story, which we'll have with the question mark bubbles, which are basically going to everything as far as voice stuff, and every time we get to one of those, we're going to have stoppage. We're talking over. And I'll go into the idea that maybe this game isn't as bad 20 years after the fact as I thought at the time, especially with this different focus that it has. And most levels, from what I understand, are getting to the goal ring, and the only couple that are not are cases where if you have to collect things or recover people as far as certain things, you do it at the end of the level and they're all in place, so you're not going to be having to scour around. So maybe that perspective saying let's go straight to the point as far as Shadow the Hedgehog as a character, and also saying rush through the same way you would with Sonic as far as like the 3D Sonic games, maybe that makes it a better case. And we'll see if it does, but either way, let's get started. Expert Mode does have a save case to itself. I did a check as far as during my practice to make sure that everything was set for this, and also I do need to turn the volume down because I had to have it a little high on the intro because the intro is a bit quieter than the game is. So I said I want to make sure that I'm All Me is being heard correctly as far as that. But I think with that, I think we're set to go. And we're going to start this new, fresh. We're going to go through every level. We'll see how it's going to go as far as going through this. And I'm going to be loving going into my experiences with this, in case where maybe my opinion's changed, what that's about, and reaction to what we see. And of course, celebrating all the voice discussions, which I have 9 pages of notes on this one. I think with that, do a mic pull, and we will get started. Alrighty, so we start the same way we started the main game. We go to Westopolis. We don't get much of the story bits going on here. We're saying about the promised time as we go down, but that being said, we still have them going, but you're also seeing where it's getting a little harder here because you have the helicopters that are here as you go along, or it's that one, as we're going to go down and see those laser blasts going on, which are going to tank the frame rate. Yeah, it is 60 FPS as far as how it is, but it can't hold it, especially with all these explosions going on. And we do have, yeah, that gun soldier, he's still getting himself killed. Like, yeah, I thought the black aliens were finished, or the black arms. But apparently not.
Can you hear me? This is going to be the ultimate test of your ability.
Yep.
Now go. Head for the goal ring.
Okay, so that is Dr. Eggman. He's saying, alright, after everything we did, this is going to be the element of your abilities, and we do have our stuff with guns. We'll go on that in a second, but I'm going to stop when we're talking about voice actor the whole way. Characters, as it is. Eggman, of course, is voiced by Mike Pollock. This is the first game he voiced him in.
I've gotta find out the truth.
We will, and we're also going to find out the truth of Mike Pollock. This is his first voice performance as Eggman after the passing of Dean Bristow in 2005. He was the voice of Eggman on Sonic X, so they said we're going to have to recast him for sure, but then they recast most of the voice cast, or all the voice cast, really. And there's something that I know, we brought this up when we played it before, saying the original team didn't necessarily know that, but it's also something that some friendships did form even despite that. But with Mike Pollock, he was the voice of Mayor Blundergas on Kirby Right Back At Ya. He was the narrator in Pokemon Advance, and also he was the voice of Drayden as far as Pokemon Advances or Arc, I should say. He was Jean-Louis Bonaparte on Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. He's Major Bastion in Brothers in Arms 3 Sons of War, which is the mobile version of the World War II shooting series from Ubisoft. He also was, let's see. He was King on the TV series Super 4. Let's see. He was, what do I have here? Okay, he was the father. He was Daddy on Kalu's New Adventures. I've never seen that. I've heard Kalu as far as the family-friendly young boy case, but people said that one's not so hot as far as how it is. And he is still Eggman to this very day, so we're pointing out he's the only person in this cast who's still involved with the Sonic games as far as team, as far as get to that as we go. Now, in this case, as far as how it plays, I guess we'll give another refresher. It is the Sonic Adventure 2 perspective. Moving around with the left analog stick. There's the gun soldier shooting me. Why? We saved the world, you bastard. And they do it with the shield. In that case, go away. I'm annoyed at you. I mean, I don't kill them. They just stand there and beg for me not to, which is kind of like, yeah, in the Sonic game, I'm not sure I'm feeling this. And question also, do you see this is a Sonic game? But yeah, you're moving around with left analog stick, using the right analog stick for the camera in this one. No L and R on this one. The reason is the right trigger is your strafe. Pick up guns, which are here. Use the X button to shoot them. The B button is the spin dash. You stand there and go in place and ready, go! And shoot off and then die.
Damn.
But that was my fault. I shouldn't have shot off there. If you do go to the checkpoint, it's right there. And if you do have multiple of these open, hit B button. Stand there, you can go between.
Now go. Head for the goal ring.
Yeah, we will head to the goal ring. And outside of that, that's kind of all she wrote as far as the way this is going. But you do have homing attack jump here and hit the A button. A button is your jump, and picking up weapons, which do give more damage as far as the enemy. You know what? Screw you guys. I'm leaving. And it's the same concept, but as I mentioned, it's just going to be pretty much just go to the goal ring, which is kind of how I like to play this game anyway. There we go. We got the Chaos Emerald, but be careful of the laser blasts. Whoa! You can also hang off on the edge if you hit it right, but no, get out of the way. And you do still have the perspective of your good and evil meter, where when you do good actions, like, not that, or you kill the black arms, you get points onto your good gauge on the right. Maybe otherwise, you get bad points on your bad gauge on the left. You build up that bar, and you build it up, you hit the Y button, you can do a special action. But also, this game's a little lopsided when it comes to the decisions as far as that, saying, wait a minute, I'm going to bust the box. The game's saying, that's evil. I have to bust that box to get items and in order to get weapons. So I don't have a choice. In case of, rethink this thing, please. We also have that goop there. If you do a roll with the spin dash on B button, or you do a slide, if you're running and you hit the B button, you do the slide, kind of like the Sonic Advance games, is roll in to hit enemies, but also get rid of that goop. Ouch. Yes, yeah, you need to die. And the guns, by the way, they will lock on as far as how the shots are, so you do have that, but also we need to use the triangle jump, which is like Sonic Heroes with this one. You do homing attack into the wall. You can kind of walk onto it for a while and then hit the A button to jump off, and hit the B button or wait, and you fall off. Okay, and this light speed dash, it is on B button. It is on a specific button here, and it does have a content-sensitive thing that comes up. And the ring trails will come back when you collect the rings, but it's also a case that you better be straight on when you do this, otherwise...
What did I make with him?
Yeah, I don't know. He's still talking the perspective of the story, like the promise time that I made. Like, what was that all about? But we'll find out later. I hope this works. Remember, the light speed dash, this is a case where oftentimes you have it not working. That was the case of Sonic Heroes. It's sort of a Sonic Adventure 2 to a certain extent. Honestly, Sonic Adventure 1, I think, worked best because you kind of had to stop in order to do it. But also, and Sonic 06 had the problem with that. But also, question about how they did that. Alright. Keep going, and ouch! Keep getting hit, but unlike some of the other Sonic games, if you take a hit, you only lose 10 rings. And it is still 100 rings to a life, so you can use that to your advantage to get more lives, and I'm going to want to do that as you do. Now to go over the top here, you could also use the triangle jump over there, but I'm saying, like, yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. So there's some sort of interesting stuff with decisions going on in the levels, but unlike even Sonic 06, I'll say, it's something where, for me personally, I do get the sense that there's a lot of level design here where there's a lot of copy and pasting going on. It's like, I've been here before, but the game is kind of just clasping the same perspective on itself as you go along. And also, there's a lot of pop-up. You're seeing that, even on this console. Like, rings and things just gonna appear from further distance, or closer distance away than even in Sonic Heroes. Okay, so I got my hero gauge filled up. When it's going fully, you have infinite ammo for whatever gun you're holding. You also hit the Y button to do a dash forward.
They don't give up.
Yeah, we'll keep going. I just want to do this. Maybe I can do it now. So, Chaos Control! You would do a dash forward, which lasts actually a lot longer than I thought it would on basically nothing. So in this case, just keep going. And if you do the fill up on the other bar, you get Chaos Blast, which you have a screen clearage for about 2Ks. And you hit the Y button, you also drop your weapon, which I think is what happened there. Usually in those gun boxes, you're going to have weapons. And you don't have to worry, by the way, in expert mode, you do not get ranks. Because ranking is always a hard thing, because remember, it will, in this game, when you're going through getting all the emblems and there's no emblems in this game. Getting all the A ranks, let's say. You have it where those points you have, depending on the mission you're doing, you'll have them add the good score, for example, or the hero score to your total, and then anything you have negative, you're going to be erased from it. So in that case, you have to be very careful with what you're doing when you go through the stage. In this case, you also have cases where this is where the end of the level was as far as the goal ring when you played this normally. I just pick up the box with the B button and pick it up and then hit X to throw it off. Or no, you don't hit X to throw it off, you hit B. If you don't have a gun, you basically do the 3-hit punch and kick thing from Super Mario 64. Fitting, because we'll play that next year, 96. Yeah, the goal ring is there, but on expert mode, no, it's not. You have to go the other way. But that's fine. Be careful of the helicopters, and you can move the left analog stick to get away from them. Okay. So far, so good. But yeah, look at that bar getting filled. So actually, I think I'm going to have to get it filled before we end this.
I can't get a lock.
Death to all who oppose me. In that case, hit the Y button and Chaos Blast! And bust everything. So in that case, I will get everything going. And also, the sound of the ring is drowning out my voice. Like, yeah, I don't want to hear your Chaos Blast, but just walk in that and you're done. Okay, so there you go. That is Westopolis all finished.
Perfect.
And he says it's perfect every time, which is what happens when you get an A rank as far as this game. We did show a couple cases happening when we played this. But now we're going to the next stage, or the next block of stages. What it's going to do is going to go from Westopolis and go down the list in each row, starting from the top. So first we're going to go to Digital Circuit.
What is this sensation?
We did show this when we played the game, as far as how it is. And as you're going into the first of the two internet stages, you have firewalls coming up. If you move the left analog stick at the junctions, you can basically turn your way and avoid getting hit by those. Otherwise, you lose rings. We did go this way when we played the game, but in this case, we're going to go a different way because I'm going to talk to this.
Shadow, how are you feeling? Your training's just getting started. It might be a little tough, but I know you can handle it.
Okay, so
Now,
Sonic knows
gotta
what's
get to
going
the
on.
goal ring. Let's move it.
Oh, okay. There you go. But there was a bit of a delay as far as that's all right. Stop again. Let's talk about the voice of Sonic and also Shadow here as well. It is Jason Griffith. This was also the first game that he voiced Sonic and Shadow, and he did voice them on Sonic X, of course. Yeah, we'll find out the truth again. He keeps saying that if you have idled animation going on. And there's actually a lot of that when it comes to the characters, but I'll go into that as it is with Jason Griffith. I'm going to also get this started because he was the voice of Usopp on the 4Kids dub of One Piece. It's worth pointing out most of this cast was in the 4Kids dub of One Piece. We talked One Piece a lot on the show. Edwack and Nikki in particular being big fans of it. And Edwack is, but I mean, Chasm22 being the case. I was going through the voice acting notes with them saying, is everybody from that dub of One Piece? And the answer is, not everybody, but most everybody. He was the voice of Sonic, as mentioned, since starting with Sonic X. He was last the voice of him in Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing. But he was Sonic in Sonic Unleashed, in this game, in Sonic 06, Shadow in Sonic 06. And on top of that, he was also Lord Darkar on Winx Club. He's Bevel in Neverwinter Nights 2. He was Hammett and Jack in, Hammett and Jack the Watchman in the 2008 version of Alone in the Dark, a game that I think is really interesting, but it's buggy as hell. More than this, and maybe even more than Sonic 06. We're going to play Alone in the Dark Inferno, by the way, on the PS3, which fixes a lot of its problems. He also was the voice of Aporia, Bruno, and Bob on Yu-Gi-Oh! 5DS, and he was Cillian on Pokemon.
Damn it.
And he was also the voice of Jim and the Warden in the movie The Bad Guys 2, which came out back in June. Oh, no, it came out back in August. I meant to say. Yeah, it feels like it was sooner as far as that, but that's the idea as far as Jason Griffith, and as Electros mentioned, we looked at this last time. Even though Jason Griffith did replace Ryan Drummond, who was the voice of Sonic in Sonic Adventure 1, 2, and Heroes, and the voice cast change was something that I initially thought, oh, wait a minute, they had to change, of course, for Mike Pollock as far as Eggman, but did they just choose to get rid of everybody, or did they not know? And the answer was, they sort of were taken by surprise, but they also sort of weren't. And it's a case where Ryan Drummond took that in stride, and him and Jason Griffith actually became pretty good friends as far as that. I guess the idea that, they're brothers in arms as far as depicting Sonic, as far as how that is, and why not? Good case of that. But alright, we're going through the digital circuit as it is, and we have to go down here. And since I'm just running to the end, and you don't have 10-minute time limit, thank God. Especially here, because I'm going to need to have that set. Basically explore at your leisure, but also be careful as far as how the camera is, because the camera in this game is not good, like most of the 3D Sonic games are. But I also got a key. I don't know if I'm going to get all of these. As we showed last time, if you get all 5 of them, there's a vault on every stage. And if you get it, you can open it up and you can get special items or vehicles or something like that. But we haven't seen any vehicles. But if you crash into the firewalls like that, you get yourself hurt. Also, if you get the fire shield this game does have, it does not protect you from those. Like, yeah, you think, oh, the name is going to protect you. Like, no, it's not. In this case, I do want to take the gun, and I guess that's the other thing that's also contentious. Not them using the gun now, because we're going through the digital circuit line, I guess, if you want to put it that way, is the idea of saying, wait a second, Sonic with a gun, or Shadow with a gun in this case? I mean, Sonic says in the dialogue, is personally I wouldn't be caught dead using one of those things, although in Super Smash Bros. Brawl Ultimate, oh yeah, here's an Ultimate, and 3DS and Wii U, it kind of changes tune quick, although that's like a razor. It's not a case where in the franchise he is. I mean, in the franchise he uses a sword, because remember, shit, yeah, be careful not to fall, but I did fall.
Not here.
But I did get into the life at least, before I fell. I mean, he uses a sword in Sonic the Black Knight. That's, of course, a takeoff on King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, so I guess it makes sense as far as that idea. But I guess with Shadow, they said, like, alright, what's that going to look like? What's it going to play like? For my case, I said, well, okay, maybe I was not liking the idea, saying, even with Shadow, it's like, I don't know. Sonic game with guns, but I was also getting a sense of saying, well, alright, let's see what they do. Maybe they can surprise me. I mean, for what it's worth, when you do a shot, you do have an auto target near an enemy, but honestly, I'll tell you, I think maybe they missed a bet here, because I think maybe the way they should have done this is go the way of, ouch, of Ratchet and Clank. That's another game that kind of is something like sort of a family-friendly case, but with a little bite. And also, they kind of established itself that way. Of course, this one, which was going more, I guess, pure, I guess, before it went to this. But saying, with that game, you do have an option for, like, a manual target. You can hold the, I guess, like, one of the buttons on that game and make it so that you have a target going on to kind of easily get stuff. In this case, you basically have to fire it. Yeah, in most cases, you're not going to be able to do, like, an aim on an enemy, especially when they're multiple around. So you kind of just fire like crazy. Also, the homing attack does not do as much damage in this game. And enemies have life bar the same way that... like they did in Sonic Heroes as well. It just wasn't like an actual bar, it was a number as far as that. And I've heard the theory of this, which maybe is not a bad thought, of saying it's not dissimilar to the power character in that game, as far as saying the other characters don't cause as much damage, although it's different how much they cause damage in that, or how they do or don't. And remember, you had the power cores in that one where you could upgrade the characters so that they cause more damage. And remember, Tails with Thunder Shoot at level 3, decimate basically everything on the screen, and get stun stuff on top of that. In this case, you do want to go and get the light fixture and swing it as far as the Doom Worm, whatever he's called. And if you run out, go back, because I don't have gun, and the homing attack will not work. And this, by the way, is the vault. When you walk by, the key will go... and it'll basically go unlock on that. And it'll unlock as far as if I have all 5, I do not. And that's not something you need to be worried about when it comes to the unlock of the expert mode. Otherwise, it would have done it already. Okay. In this case, you do still have to grab onto the light fixtures, although it's going to be annoying at the end of this, as I learned on my audio test as it is. But still doing okay, and even though it's kind of weird how it's going, and also with this case, you also have to do the homing attack on the gun robots. You get to the end, you get the spotlight. You have to go towards the spotlight in order to get your way in and get into that, get the fire shield. There it is. It's kind of a roulette on that box. So I can be saved by fire damage, but not firewall damage. I guess it's not a literal firewall as far as the actually being on fire. Yeah, there you go, it's gone. But if nothing else, getting a good atmosphere sword in the sense it almost looks like Tron. A little. I mentioned that when the game came out, and I think when we played both of these stages when we looked at it the first time, because based on how chat you wanted to see this, you said, let's go to Digital Circuit, or let's do the mission that took you to Digital Circuit, and let's also do the mission that took you to Mad Matrix. Let's do both together. I do love how they look. There's questions sometimes on how they're designed, although maybe because I'm not having to focus on saying, oh, I gotta destroy every single enemy here, or find hidden things. Not that it's always bad to do that. Some of them are actually not badly designed as far as that. Particularly when we went to, no, Lost Jungle is Sonic Heroes. It's Prison Islands, where in that case we helped Charmy B get the top secret discs. That's cases where you kind of go off the path in some ways, and actually it's kind of not too bad, dude. Okay, there we go. As far as opening the chests, I mean, I could do that, or I'd say screw it and shoot him. I think I need to do that. I think I need to bust out these crystals, but they do split out, so I gotta hit that again. Go, like, oh no, I'm you again. Yeah, because they shoot out missiles, so I gotta be careful. Okay, there we go, we got it. Okay, 5 rings. Alright, can you come over here? I'm just gonna wait till it gets up. And thankfully the light does come towards you right away. It's always the case of saying, how necessarily reliable is it going to be when it comes to some of these elements of the stages? Sometimes it's not, but other cases, the game will kind of toss you a bone at least, and I do appreciate that. And there's another key I don't need right now. And also even the homing attack thing. This game, to its credit, I think does stuff with the homing attack a little better than Sonic Heroes, to be really honest, just because you seem like it kind of hang in the air. We talked about last night when we did Cast of Illusion saying the way the floaty jump was. I think it kind of maybe fits on this one as well. But in this case, the camera though, it's changing on me, but I can change it backwards and then jump in the light. To go directly into the light and come over here, and then we have to make our way over to that.
It looks like
Yeah,
this
the
is going
teleporter.
to
No!
teleport me off someplace.
Like, no, I went too far. Yeah, and you're seeing also you just kind of slip around, because it's the same case as far as the way Sonic Heroes did when you're running around with the speed character, where it's like, yeah, you seem very slippery as far as Sonic, Shadow, and SBO, and even Amy to a certain extent. Although this game does have a case where you sometimes like, oh, whoa, I'm gonna fall, put you in that kind of stumble state. But you're not always gonna be a case of saying, uh-oh, I'm gonna die. All right, there you go, so there's an extra life. I do want that. You swap gun on B button. Ouch. I don't care too much about you. I'm gonna go in the light. Okay, thank God. But that's a bit tough because I need to make that jump, and I didn't make it. I ran into trouble with this one
not
in
here.
practice. Yeah, and he is swearing, not swearing up a storm, but just say, damn, not here. Good case of performance as far as Griffith. I'll say this, the problem as far as something like that is absolutely not the voice performances. In any case where at the time people said the voice acting in this game is bad, like, I'm gonna argue against that. I do think voice acting is good. It's just a case of what it's doing, and yeah, I gotta make the homing attack specifically, and also open up the Shadow Crate. When you do that, or pick it up and toss it, you get extra weapons. In this case, I have my choice of a couple. I will show them. You have this. It's kind of like the Hammer of Dawn from Gears of War. So in that case, when you do an aim on it, it does a target and then shoots that laser as far as it. And like Gears of War, you don't have to be outside in order to use it. You also get the Omochao gun. You shoot like the Omochao balls that bounce back and forth, but they do not give hints constantly about saying, hold LR trigger to turn the camera around. Or other ones, and did they go away? I didn't notice they got away. Also, we have the Billy Hatcher gun. That's from Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg. It's a vacuum, as far as it. So I guess we'll have the perspective of the Omochao gun. Or you can shoot them and pretend it's Sonic Adventure 2 when you accidentally or intentionally hit, ouch, Omochao, and he says like, ow, I don't know why you did that. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm leaving. Or sometimes he'll be saying like, how could you possibly do this to me? I'm not gonna help you anymore. Or perhaps like not remembering it was like, wait, where am I? Who am I? We'll get to them play Sonic Adventure 2, and I got a sense of who's going to be involved with Sonic Adventure 2, because then there's been a question of who wants to play this game for us, who wants to be in when we do it. Maybe Ultra 94T might, but I don't know necessarily if he's saying, well, he's openly said to me, like, I don't know if I could go the show lengths that you do. But like, well, if you want to, that's sure, it's all yours, and nobody's called it. I know Chris Anderson was suggesting or thinking he was interested in it, but I know for the show he said, we're going through the Shadow Hearts games first as far as them, because we finished Shadow Hearts Covenant, mostly as it is. Got an update on that a little bit. And then we're going to have Kodelka on PlayStation and then Shadow Hearts from the New World. So I don't know if he's going to do that right away or if we want to do this one next as far as it. But next stage, Glyphic Canyon. And if you're wondering why it says Stage 2, if we just went through Stage 2, it's because of the fact that it's going in, I guess, the row of this.
Test of your abilities. Good luck. Oh, by the way, if you run out of lives, you won't be able to continue. If you want to abort, go to the pause menu and select quit.
Okay, that's Tails, so he's getting a little meta, saying like, yeah, you gotta be careful as far as that. Enjoy the nice bloom effect here in Glyphic Canyon as far as the nice sunshine here. As far as Tails, he is voiced in this game by Amy Pallant. She's the voice of Dory on Ajimajo Do-Re-Mi, or Ojamajo Do-Re-Mi. Actually, a surprisingly good series as far as about these young witches, but also something that has a little bit of a cleverness and innocence to itself that's kind of nice. She's been the voice of Tails in Sonic X, and she was last Tails until Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing. She was the voice of Millie on Shaman King. She was of Kayla Chalby and Princess Princess Cupcake on Fighting Cooking Legend Bistro Recipe.
I don't remember this place.
Yeah, I remember this place to a certain extent, Shadow. We'll get to that in a sec. She also is the voice of, let's see, because I had to check. I have notes saying, like, wait a second, almost everybody in this cast is from that One Piece dub. from 4Kids. Where was she in this? She was the voice of Miss Valentine. I think that's all I got as far as Amy Talon's concerned. Okay, let's get going. So yeah, it is the case of going through the loop-de-loop, so it is more of the Sonic case saying, oh yeah, look at that. And to be fair, that's what I liked about this game when I was playing, the first time I played, saying like, okay, even put stuff aside, I like kind of running through the stages, going crazy, the same way I always do with Sonic. But also, case maybe because of the way the controls felt, in some ways, it maybe felt a little more, I don't know, like it was killing my flow a lot. And also the scripted events, which are kind of interesting as far as the idea, but not like Call of Duty, where it's something that it kind of makes you have to quickly think on your feet and then say, oh wow, like, oh wait a second, maybe it also gives a sense of this tension and dread. In this case, sometimes it'd be annoying because I'm running, it's like, oh wait, something's coming out, I get hit by it. Like, oh, it stops my speed. In this case, we can also keep going this way, and we can also get our way up, and if you are close here, he will hang on, and we'll be able to go.
Alpha team respond. Testing.
Okay, so, Gun is here. I don't know why they're here. I mean, I guess they still have the job to do. I guess, if nothing else, I'll say this. I guess the thought is we're going into the tornado, not dissimilar to the one from Sonic Adventure. I guess they're cleaning up the scraps of Black Arms. But I don't know if I thought the case that, you know, Black Doom going away would mean that was going to be the end. But, yeah, either way. But we are doing our training. I don't know, maybe they... Oh, shit, oh, crap! Okay, that was my fault, sort of. And I was gonna say, can I make that? Here. I didn't realize going through this that at the end of that I had to do a Lightspeed trail. So that was not the game screwing me over, I'll say that, because I didn't actually realize that as far as, like, the Lightspeed trail. And it felt weird because I didn't go at the start of it, but I almost got saved. In that case, ouch! Yeah, why are you here? And stop attacking me. Also, let's grab something unique. Let's grab this thing. I think it's like the... I don't know what the name of this weapon is. I guess I'll have an indication down what the name of it is. In this case, we can just go through and destroy all the enemies here. But I don't know, maybe Gun with perspective of like reanimation, saying we're gonna get the Black Arms out here as a training case for Shadow. But then they're also saying, okay, we're gonna go out in the field as well. I guess we're gonna have our soldiers, you know, try and get in your way too. Although I guess then we're not necessarily killing the soldiers. Because even when their health bar goes down to nothing, they do kind of just sit there and say, yo, please don't. But, okay, we can't do anything more, so I'm going to have to be leaving it there. As you go, we also have the pillars coming down. So, the pillars are coming down, and I just got slammed right into one. There's, oh, okay. I did do a sort of Lightspeed trail a little, as far as to get to the tornado, but we're fine. Okay, there we go. So there's another trail. Okay, I'm doing okay as far as that. Even the one that went weird, it was my fault. It wasn't the game's. And I'll say this about this game is that a lot of times when it comes to some weird stuff that happens like that, as I'm gonna grab... Let's get this sword. So I guess Sonic had a sword as far as Sonic and the Black Knight, which we still have not played. I do have that game. We should show it. I know that game's a little underrated. But also saying, okay, Shadow can do it. Why not? Alright, but this level does kind of loop around itself, as you're seeing. Yeah, because this is the first level we have shown tonight that is not something we looked at last time. But again, based on the path you take as far as playing the main game, you might see this or you might not. Because, I mean, the way we went, we didn't. And I'll show later the cutscene showing where the decision we made 4 years ago. I definitely want to go down memory lane as far as that. Like, yeah, slice. Like, it's like, yeah, I got the laser sword, but it's not a laser. Okay. I mean, you can still... Okay, okay, take that back. I said, you know, the homing attack doesn't work on the Doom Worms, but I guess it does. You just have to be right in the vicinity. You're seeing there, it took like 5 or 6 hits that you take them down. Damn. Ouch. Stop it. Alright, there's their laser sword. You know, let's take that. Why not? Because you do have to go back and forth with weapons because you're going to run out of uses for them eventually. So in this case, also pick up that. And you can also pick up ammo as far as the same gun if you pick it up again. In this case, yeah, also making those jumps, it's a little harder to do without doing the homing attack. Okay, that was lucky. I just jumped on top of him or bounced on top of him and came out. In this case, also shoot down all the stuff that's coming through the area because it does hurt you to touch it. But as I said, it's not too bad as far as a penalty of taking damage because you only lose 10 rings. I mean, this is honestly probably one of, if not the most forgiving Sonic games around when it comes to your ring loss from getting hits. In this case, you just lose 10 rings. I got over 100. So in this case, it's not a big deal at all. And there is the goal ring. So they hit that to get a life at the end, and I guess that's how I gotta get lives, because Jesus, I'm all down to only one. Okay, maybe I was wrong when I said 100 rings to life. You know, is that right? I want to look at the manual, because I do have this thing complete. I'll see also if I can find PDF of the manual to put in the link list. Let's see. Actually, no, I think it's a case where you don't get it from that, as we're going to go to Lethal Highway.
I just gotta keep moving.
Yeah, we'll keep that going. Yeah, for this stage we play in the main game, you have to go and shoot down, like the Black Arms vehicle.
Hey, Shadow, don't tell me you're getting tired already. Don't waste your lives, okay? Now, go find the goal ring. Good hunting.
Okay, so that is Knuckles. Alright, I will take your advice, Knuckles.
Just gotta keep moving.
Yeah, you're right, I have to keep moving. I also have to find out where Knuckles' voice actor is, because it's Dan Green. He was the voice of Knuckles in Sonic X again, and until Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing. That's the answer, basically, every case. He was also the voice... He was also in a couple of adult animes. You don't want to mention that when you're at a convention. Like, oh, I don't want to acknowledge that he was Toyama on, or in the anime Tales of Seduction. But then again, work is work. We mentioned that. But hey, he puts effort as far as everybody's got bills to pay, so in that case he'll do that. But he also has voices as far as I don't know where they are in the Central Park media dub of the Great Grave of the Fireflies from Isao Takahata. So in cases where he can do that. But he also was Graham on Kubrick's Robots for Everyone Showdown. Ouch. He was the voice of Dory's father on Ojumajo Do-Re-Mi, also known as Magical Do-Re-Mi for the US. He was Trico, Wombre, and Slacking on Pokemon. And he also the voice of the sales guy from NME from Kirby Right Back At Ya. Alright, and he was also Mewtwo in Pokemon the first movie, and also he was the voice of Yugi on Yugi. So, there you go. But in case, look, we're going to celebrate every case, and you know, I don't necessarily care if they've been in something like that. I'm not going to lie, unlike last night where there's a case where that's more of a kid's show as far as we're playing. This one, not really, even though it's an E10 rated game as opposed to, you know, a mature rated one. Like, hey, I've seen some of the stuff he's in. He was also in Love Lessons. I've seen that as it is. Like, I didn't know it was him, and he went under the pseudonym. Like, I don't want people to know that I did this, but, well, the idea of showing what that range is and showing that, alright, how do you go about doing something like that as it gets in the rings? Oh, and I am... Okay, I got a life, so there we go. That was good being doing that. Although it was weird how I was doing the homing attack, because I kind of just went towards it, but I didn't actually go towards the box, but it bounced on the box, and since I did, it counted. But point is, going back to the voice acting case, as far as like, well, you know what? He does what he has to do, but he's done some good stuff. I mean, if nothing else, I'm not necessarily one of the people, I know maybe why he gets annoyed by that. It's like, oh, you know, people want to use that as a gotcha. And he goes like, hey, you know what? You were in an adult anime. Or hentai. Which is a Japanese take, by the way, on Strange About, as far as how Strange Out. As I also have to pick this up, slab up, and toss it over. Or not, and oh no, it goes away. I forgot. Yeah, it does come back. But then again, the case of the reason I do it is I want to give a sense of okay, what's everything? Let's get a full look at it. And in two Streetless cases, I'm going to do that because unfortunately they're no longer with us. And unfortunately, we lost one of them this year. But we're definitely going to have our celebration. That's the idea. I want to celebrate everybody who involved with stuff like this. And sometimes a case it makes for an interesting story when I realize that this game, most everybody in this is in the dub of One Piece. And like, yeah, are they in One Piece? Like, yeah, they are. Well, Dan Green, he was... Oh, yeah, he is in One Piece. I forgot to mention that. He's the voice of Johnny in Mr. 4. I had these notes on my notebook saying, check for One Piece, were they in it? For the people I didn't initially take down for. But yeah, he was in the dub of One Piece as well. So it's almost everybody in this cast. It's more amazing who isn't, admittedly. Alright, in this case, also we go here, and... Actually, I'm going to go backwards. And I'll say this, unlike something like Sonic Heroes, it is better to go backwards because it's not something where the camera's necessarily going to snap backwards. Like Sonic Adventure 2. Sonic Adventure 2 does that maybe worse than Sonic Heroes.
Commencing attack plan A.
Where it's like, hey, you switch the camera, as soon as you start moving, it snaps back. It's like, eyes on the road, you got to keep going forward. But not necessarily in this one. So you can kind of look back and say, is there a life or something like that around?
This'll just take 3 seconds.
Yeah, for what? To open the door? Okay, I guess I gotta blast him to get through the door as well. There's bombs. So in this case, maybe being slow might be a better idea. Like, I know that's antithetical to Sonic, but alright, we're not Sonic. We're just a character who's a lot like Sonic. Oh, there we go. Behold, the ultimate power. I'm also not going to use the dash ahead just because I want to go through these levels fully. And also because it will take you past things, which for the purpose of running through this, if you're going to speedrun this part, which I usually love doing as far as Sonic, it means that you can kind of go through, and if you hit the checkpoint right, you can use an exploit that basically gives you infinite boost, and you're able to go through the entire level till you get to the end, and you're all set. And there's the vault. I only have one key. Actually, there is one level we're going to go to where I do have everything unlocked. That's going to be near the end, so if nothing else, I can really show there. Oh yeah, we unlocked that. In fact, we unlocked it on the show. We did. Alright, so now, where is the way through? Oh, it's right over there. There's that gun robot. I can only shoot him from here and jump on the side and say, uh-oh, whoa! Go back, go back, go back. In this case, we're seeing the control chaos as far as those car advertisements. I can just move left and right to grab onto the pole. Set. Uh-oh. Lightspeed dash ring in air. There we go. Got it. And every time you pass by checkpoint, you do get an item bonus. If I get to 100, I get a life as far as I pass by. All right, we got vehicles. I mentioned before as far as how vehicles work, the way they control is kind of strange because it's A button for driving. You're still doing shooting. But the physics on these things are really, really weird. I mentioned at the time, it makes Tony Hawk's Underground look like Gran Turismo. In that game, you never played Tony Hawk's Underground. They give you the ability of vehicles, and I don't know if I can get past as far as this one. So I'll go this way. Yeah, it's something where there's not really any weight to the cars. This is the same case. And in this case, as I'm playing on Xbox, the idea of using A button for accelerating on this console, I don't know, it feels weird to me. I like those left and right triggers, but I also know why we're not using them.
Take this!
Take what? I'm just driving here, man. And fitting, I guess I'm running on the highway saying, oh, let's get a... Oh, no, shit! Oh, at first I thought, oh, you know, I'm gonna die. I couldn't make that sick jump, perhaps. You know, maybe the next time I'll do it. In this case, also drive right through. So, actually not a bad idea. Just in case we're... Yeah, just needed a better execution. Oh, no, stop! Ah! Okay, good, I can still make the way. I just thought I was gonna fall off and die. I don't want that to happen, but as far as getting off... How do I get off? Oh.
Death to all who oppose.
Okay, I hit the, what is it, B button? Okay, I was standing still, hit the B button. Alright, so let's give death to all who oppose us. Also, I want to see something. Can I... oh, no, okay, I've actually never done that. Okay, so... Drive the bike over the spring. I bounce, and I turn around, so the bike turns around as well. I've never seen that happen before, but alright, we gotta keep going.
This is for my friends.
I didn't do anything to your friends. You know that I'm a good guy now, right? They know I saved the world. They're not saying, because remember, in the story, they said, you know, Shadow's the problem. I mean, he's being racially profiled, and that's the reason why this game's never getting re-released.
There he is.
But in this case, why are they still doing that? In this case, I'll just take the light pole and hit him. And I did kind of gloss over that when we played it the first time, because we're pointing out, I will say this, when we played this the first time, that was like a couple of days after the conviction of Derek Chauvin for the murder of George Floyd. And I was saying specifically at the time, that quality of this game aside, based upon the racial connotations of this game, there's no way in hell that Sega's going to take the firestorm of the purpose of that for a re-release of this game. I guarantee you that. Although then again, that also means if nothing else, maybe this is the idea. Because I don't think this game needs a re-release. Because as I said, I don't know if this is good enough for me to, even though I'm not on the bad time going through this. You just hit the B button to go on these goop trails. I think what this game needs more than anything is not a re-release, but a remake. And I think after Sonic Shadow Generations that came out, I think that's kind of maybe the best idea, because at that point, then what they could do is say, well, there's some interesting ideas about this, maybe rethink this. Maybe say, you know what, this game didn't have a good reputation before, but now that Shadow is an interesting place, and as we saw in Sonic Shadow Generations, and as we also saw it in the Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie, the case of taking the narrative of him saying, I don't remember my past, I feel like I'm all alone, which in the 2000s played to like the emo perspectives of people, which was something that was a subject of massive ridicule. But now saying, wait a minute, it's something that kind of is tragic. You understand the idea of what it is and why. Oh shit! That was lucky.
Hey, where's my bike? Has anyone seen?
Okay, I'm gonna show one thing. I'm gonna kill him, but I'm not gonna not kill him. This is an energy capsule, health capsule. We toss some catches. I keep on.
Damn it.
He's alive, and when you do that, he'll say, like, oh, you know what, I'm not gonna hurt you anymore. So that's nice to do. Ouch. Oh, but as I was saying, the case that the thought of him confiding in Maria, the idea of what did Maria Robotnik's death really mean? Which, as far as this game, he doesn't know. He just remembers the idea of her being shot, which is worth pointing out in the Japanese version. You do see her shot and then falling to the ground, whereas in this one, it cuts to white, which is part of the editing. That was in the original teen-rated version of this game that was going to come out. But for the purpose of when they did that edit, we got to take that out. But point is that now, looking at those two things, you really get a sense, as I did, of saying, you know, the tragedy of Sonic, or Shadow, and Maria, as far as how they kind of come from these different backgrounds. Remember, canonically speaking, the idea is that Shadow was the creation of Gerald Robotnik, but the idea is that other people didn't necessarily think much of him. And then Maria, the granddaughter of Gerald Robotnik, her having that purity of heart, really, and kind of going into that, as we're getting, Tails the Ultimate Hunter, greetings to you, good evening to you, welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. My name's Captain D-Trag. I'm doing streaming of game. We do this every week. We're playing Shadow the Hedgehog. Today is 20 years to the anniversary of its release. We're going through the expert mode. I've never gone through it before. Have you? And for that matter, what's your experience with Shadow the Hedgehog, the character, the game? We're playing the Xbox versions, we're pointing out. Feel free to go into anything you want to go into. We are a discussion program. It goes into retro gaming, but oftentimes a lot of different gaming as it is. And so glad to have you. So glad to see you stopping by the program. And yeah, anything you want to go into, we're an open book. Feel free to go into it as I'm going to... Oh, shit, no, I didn't mean to do that.
Damn, not here.
Yeah, well said, Shadow. But I do have some lives, so all right. We'll keep ourselves going.
Don't let him get away.
Yeah, but since it does take place after the final story, it's like, yeah, why are the gun soldiers going after me? Like, I did all right for you guys. But we are in Shadow's training. This, by the way, is going to explain why he's with G.U.N in Sonic 06, which is the next game, canonically speaking, although next game we play in this series, don't know. But we probably should look at that for its 20th anniversary, too, next year, when we get to it. But I also need to open the door. Okay, right, you gotta kill everybody as far as in the room. That's usually the case as far as how it goes, and then boom, there you go. Okay. Thankfully, I got a lot of ammo, so I can at least bust the robots down, the gun robots, and get my way through. I also need to kind of turn around so that I can shoot my way across. Or homing. Oh, homing attack? No. How did I get through that? I don't remember how I got through that. I mean, I just did it a few minutes ago, so I should get a sense. But no. Oh, I can just homing attack through and basically just go straight across. All right, let's do grinding. In this case, hit the B button once you're on the grind rail to keep going. And go faster. And in fact, based upon how this game is programmed, you can go insanely fast in ways that I don't think the game was designing you to.
Right, take this.
Yeah, I hope you're saying that to the Black Arms here, please. Not me. So let's see. All right,
Come here. Hey, where's my bike?
what bike? I don't know anything about it. All right, I gotta go through that again. All right, so just don't jump off. I can make that jump. Just be patient, and then we'll be able to make it.
Get away. Nobody gets away from G.U.N.
I'm part of you now, as far as it. So, we're compatriots. Whoa. Oh, there we go. So there's the goal ring, and we haven't gone through this level as it is, so fantastic, we made it. But I need to get lives. Hopefully the next level will help me do that.
Perfect.
Alrighty, so with that one done, let's see where we go next. It is going to go in order as far as going down the list. So next is Cryptic Castle. When we played the game, we went here. Well, we didn't come here, but you go through this castle where Eggman is, and also Cream the Rabbit is here. But as far as how the word bubble is going to go, let's see who's in the vicinity. Who's giving us instructions. They're going to punch the door down. Hi.
Well, how's it going? You look a little beat.
Uh-huh.
You probably know this already, but if the game ends during all this, you have to start all over.
Yeah.
Now be careful. Go and find that gold.
Yeah, it was me last night. I could have used that as far as when we were doing Castle of Illusion. That being said, that is Rouge the Bat. She's part of G.U.N. She is voiced in this game by Kathleen Delaney. She was the voice of Petunia on Ojimaju Dori Mi. One Piece case, she was the voice of Caterina on the 4Kids dub. It is a strange castle. She was also the voice of Jacqueline McMahon on Ultimate Muscle. And she was the voice of Rouge in this franchise with Sonic X and this game, and also was until Mario and Sonic at the Winter Olympic Games for the Wii, the 2009. And that's the other thing, just to let you know, as far as the Tails the Ultimate Hunter. Since you're new, A, welcome, we're very glad to have you, but also, for the purposes, we go deep in the guts of games, anything. So in this case, I said I want to celebrate the voice actors as far as the game, including the two who are no longer with us. We'll get to them as we go. I also need to get a sense of saying, can I get up here and... Uh-oh. He's like, oh, what's going on here? Okay, good. All right. I just had to be going over that. It just seemed like it was weird how it was going across. But we have the egg pawns from Sonic Heroes. They're here, and they do indicate the idea that in the game, Eggman's here. He's like, yeah, you know what? I got a problem. You have to light these torches for me. As far as Cream is concerned, she says, hey, Cheese, my chow, chocolate chow went missing again. Which is the case in Sonic Heroes. So in that case, you have to go and find her. Oh, no, you have to find Cheese and you have to find chocolate chow. That's right. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Whoa, you surprised me. So not dissimilar to Hang Castle and Mystic Mansion from Sonic Heroes. Fitting because we're running on the same engines. In this case, I think we do have to light the torches to get the way through. I think. Do I have anything to do that? Or just shoot him? If not, I might have to go back. What the hell, I don't want to go back. Yeah, I think I have to go back. And I am going through this, by the way, blind, because I know the levels, but I also said, well, let's do something a little unique. We're going this way, but... I mean, at least I can go back with the way the camera's going. So the camera in this game's not very good, spoiler warning. But also, at least I can kind of go this way and... Well, go around. Okay, I didn't do that. Let's see, can I get... something for a light, please? There's guns, there's the rings. That's good. That's Pumpkin Dude. I guess perspective on the Nightmare Before Christmas, but I don't have... Yeah, I don't have anything for this. So can I make it? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, no. Not that. I didn't want to die. Oh, woo. Okay, that was lucky. Yeah, the game heard me. Thank you. It's having some mercy. Thank God. Okay, so hang on. What can I do? Can I... It's not like... Okay, I can punch it. Yeah, because in the main game, you have to light the torch. I gotta get something to be able to do that. Maybe over there. Alright, so I didn't expect this to be going, or... Actually, wait. Well, there's a key. I can at least get that. Alright, so I'm gonna probably be dawdling around a little bit for some of this stuff. But, you know what? Let's not go that way. Let's go down this way. Okay, that's that. Oh no, am I in an unwinnable situation? Chat, if you know I'm in an unwinnable situation, feel free to go into that. And we can have that go. Hold on. I need that, but I don't have anything to hit it with. You know what? I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go back to... Oh, this is the first checkpoint. Crap. Oh, please don't tell me I'm in an unwinnable situation here. Or, okay, if it gets really bad, I'll tell you this. I can restart, and when you do restart, you do start back at... Oh, there we go. Which is behind that. Okay, good. Fantastic, good. I was like, yeah, I know this game is supposed to be bad, and I thought that it was when it came out, in all honesty, because it's not that bad. Thankfully not. Let's take vacuum gun. Oh, no, I guess I gotta take the light. If I'm gonna run into that still, I gotta just take every single light I have. Okay. Nothing else I'm going to show what the mission is when you're going through this. Normally, if you're going with Robotnik's way, you basically light all the torches. In this case, I'm also going to knock these off, because at least I get some charges for this, because I guess I got to use this. Though even when I played the main game, I don't remember being in a case of saying, I'm going to lose my way if I don't have this. Alright, let's take the pumpkin balloon. And if you hit the B button, you're able to drop down. I do like the music here, although I'll say, I don't know if I like... Okay, I don't like this music much as Sonic Heroes, but it does create a nice atmosphere. Also, in this case, when you hit the fire, it does make those things explode, and they will bust down the walls, or you do spin dash into the wall like that. Alright. Oh, there's a hanging pumpkin spirit. So, as I mentioned last night when we did Castle of Illusion, there's like... Yeah, it's empty. There's nothing in that box. It's a trick box. But anyway, as I mentioned last night, Halloween never ended. Hey, Cream's here? What the hell? I can burn her? What's going on? Hi, Cream. What's going on? I didn't know she's here. Did they forget to take her out? Sorry, Cream. I'm gonna Chaos Blast. Oh, shit, I hurt her. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, since she's here, should I mention her voice performer? Why not? Okay, I didn't know she was even here. Alright, you know what? Let's do it. Maybe she'll say something if I stand around. Because I found in the main game, when you have characters around you, they will say something.
Strange castle.
Yeah, because I guess the other characters are usually around, but she's still here. Alright, here is Cream the Rabbit, introduced in Sonic Advance 2 for the Game Boy Advance. In this game, she is voiced by Rebecca Honig. She has actually got a lot of credits in adult anime, it's worth pointing out. She's Ayana in Cool Devices.
The doctor has got to know something.
Yeah, we know. We already know, though. We talked to him before. She was the voice of Sachiko in Tales of Seduction. She was in this, not an anime, exactly. Not an adult anime. It's basically a Japanese film. They dubbed in, as far as live action this way, of Eriko and Mom in a movie called Big Boobs Buster. Apparently what it is, it's a live action comedy about a woman who is flat-chested, let's just say, who takes revenge on busty women who are getting her down. Like, yeah, those busty women probably got what they deserve. Like, yeah, don't talk down to that woman. She's probably really, really nice. But she also is the voice of Xander, Emily, and Volbeat on Pokemon. And she also is the voice of Nojiko and Makino on the 4Kids dub of One Piece. You're gonna get that sense as far as the 4Kids One Piece case. But alright, there's Cream. Didn't expect to see you here, but alright, stay safe out there, alright? Okay, well, we're also seeing vehicles. Wait, where are the other vehicles? Ouch. There's Black Doom guy, Black Doom creature. When you heard it enough, and we didn't come here to show this, hit B button, jump on it, but I gotta leave my other thing behind. In this case, hold A button as far as going forward faster, and then use left analog stick to do flying and gliding. I'm also saying, alright, I could have gone into that, but like, whoa, I'm gonna go the other way. Whoa, I'm going upside down. So, okay, there you go. A little bit like Panzer Dragoon, but it doesn't play as well as Panzer Dragoon, I'm sorry to say. I mean, I wish it played as well as that, but alas, it does not. Ouch! Also, don't hit B button here, because you'll drop off, but if you do want to drop off when it's safe, like here, I can hit B button and then do that, and hope the camera doesn't kill me. Okay, good. It did. Fantastic. I get close to a life, so I want to get to 100 range. Jump over. And then get to a case of saying, when we find the next checkpoint, and then I pass that. That's how you get live in this game, where we find the items farther. In this case, yeah, there are enemies down there in that pit. I'm just gonna try a little jump and walk across. I do like that, but it's also a case where you do have to kind of get a sense or a learn of how long you can go that way on the wall without falling. Alright. Uh-oh. Okay. In this game, doing precision platforming, it's not the Castle of Illusion case. Oh, it's not even the Sonic Adventure case. It's like, yeah, alright, be careful and safe. I'm not gonna try and be a hero here. Yeah, I'm gonna take it, eat nice and slow. Alright, so Shadow, how you doing? Like, I'm so sick of waiting. Like, yeah, I know, we have to get through this, we'll be fine. And in this case, I guess I gotta hit that, and I have to get to the... there we go. Hit that, and... yeah, light speed dash. Okay, so it is, not screwing around with that difficulty. Whoa! Alright, the enemies are coming out of the wall. It's like Doom or something. Ouch! Stop slashing me, guy. Yeah, let him go. I don't care. We're almost at the end, and because of the way this is, you'll have a case where there's a checkpoint, usually at the end of the stage, and now I gotta find another torch to open this. Alright, torch, where are you? Oh no, don't tell me I have to go back again. Yes, I do. Oh, yeah, I do. Oh, right, because I go up here, and here's where that torch is for the purpose of the story. Ow. I do want them gone, so if I get a checkpoint, I can also be in a case of getting a life, because I don't have many, lives. Even though I'm only losing 10 rings from each hit, it's not something I want to do. Yeah, I'm hitting him, don't worry, it didn't look like it, but there we go. Okay, so yeah, I have to go back and find Torch, so that's, Oh, alright, there's also the vault. I don't have the stuff to get into it, so I'm just gonna go and walk over here. There we go. Now for this, I'm gonna toss my, I'm gonna toss this off because I do need to go through here. It is I want to pick up the bombs and then toss them into the wall. These look where the cracks are. So it's like Zelda a little bit as far as that. But if you do run out of bombs, you don't need them to necessarily get through. You can just punch your way, but it's gonna take longer. Well, yeah, it definitely takes longer. There's Egg Pawn. He's like, yeah, get out of my way, Egg Pawn, but at least I get his sword. Yeah, he's juggling as far as what that is, but yeah, he needs to go. Alright, it's a bit of a maze. We have to go that way, and then that's going to expand outwards, and then I can just go through. Look! Oh, right, there's nothing here, thank God. But there are Black Arms aliens here, and there's one of those, so I have to go and find the torch again. Oh, actually, there's also something behind here, so let's do that. Alright, there's another key. I may as well get it because I'm here, because if you do get it, it does stay in your coffin. You do not have to get all of the keys on one life. And if you do have all 5, that vault that's outside here will open. In this case, I can say, alright, I got it this way. Oh, right, alright, because I did light it, but I also still get hurt by the fire. Easily hit it and go. Yeah, I don't care anymore, but also because I'm in a cramped area, it's harder to maneuver. And the camera's getting in the way. Oh, Chow. Right, the Chow are here. Oh shit, I'm burning the Chow. This is before we did Sonic Adventure 2. We're going to the Chow Garden. Although, I'm not trying to hurt him. Can I pick him up? Alright, so yeah, they do look happy. So the Chow are all around. So that's good. Have fun with the fire, guys. I'll be fine. I mean, they'll be fine. Don't worry. And yeah, it's flickering. Where the hell am I going? I have to remind myself where I'm going. Ow! What was that? Oh, a ghost is coming out of there. Now where we go? That's the other thing, I guess, about this area. It is something different as far as Sonic, saying we're kind of searching around. I had to figure a puzzle out, but I'm saying, wait a second, where am I supposed to go? The point where I'm here like 15 minutes almost. Actually, wait, no, I do have to go the way of where the Chow are, but... Right, to turn the fan on. Can you, Chow, help me turn the fan on? I don't have to punch them all, do I? Maybe I did have to punch them all. Okay. I didn't expect that. I don't have a way to open that door, do I? Okay, I don't need to. Good, let me just go this way. Fantastic. Okay, there you go. So I got a life. So I guess it ultimately was all worth it. Oh, right, that door goes from the vault. Right, if you get that, you basically get a shortcut through here. From what I've seen. Okay, here we go. This is where that big torch is, and ouch, in this room... This is where Cheese and Chocolate Chow are. I think it's Chocolate Chow's in this as far as the main mission. I can duck into this later as far as what it is. Okay, so the Chow moved, because they're usually all in here, but in this case now they're just enemies. Alright, so yeah, I'm angry after that, so let's go through. I have to wait. Alright, now that I've cooled off a little bit, I think I made the jump up. Yeah, it's just barely enough to get up there. Yeah, this is how it's going after, well, how this is. Like, yeah, I don't know necessarily, but I said I did make the decision saying I'm gonna sort of blind play this as far as this part of it. But I've gone through these levels. I do have to be careful here, knowing how Sonic Heroes is. Oh, right, I forgot. I have to keep going this way. Like, the Bone Dragon thing's gonna come by. And Jesus Christ, it's way faster here. But if you keep hitting B button, because the way the game's speed goes, you just keep hitting B. It doesn't have a speed cap. You'll go through this, you'll be fine. And at that point, there's another life, and there is the goal ring. You made it. Good lord, that took a while. Okay, fantastic.
Perfect.
Yeah, ultimately it was Shadow. Good job. I saw Cream. Didn't expect to see her here. Alright, next up we have Prison Island. This is actually one of my favorite levels of the main game.
I know this.
And I love the
place.
music here. I don't know if you're going to hear this
Feels like I've been
part of the
here
piano.
Hey, Shadow! You're hanging in there? I know it's tough, but training is training after all. Now, be careful and go find that goal ring.
Alright, thank you. That is Vector the Crocodile. Yeah,
I've
he is
gotta
voiced
find out
by...
the truth.
Yeah, we will find that, for sure. He is voiced by the unfortunately late James Carter Cathcart. He is the voice of James on Pokemon, and also after, as far as the modern takes of it, after, Ted Lewis, was it? Oh, no.
What happened
So
to
Eric
my
Stewart
past?
was, no, Eric Stewart was James beforehand. But he was, James in the later seasons of Pokemon, as well as Gary Oak, Professor Oak, and Meowth after the passing of someone else who's in this game, that being Maddie Blaustein. We'll get to her in a bit. He was the voice of Todd Snap in Pokemon Snap. When we played Shadow Hearts, he was the voice of Roger Bacon. And he also was the voice of Cashel and Blevis in Dr. Profile for the PlayStation. And he also, was he in one of the... No, he was not in... Oh no, he was on the One Piece dub as Bucci. And just want to see... anything else I didn't mention. Right, he was Heckle in the adult anime of Cool Devices. He unfortunately passed away this year at 71. We played Shadow Hearts a couple years ago. Crusader 64 was playing it for us. He mentioned that he had heard he was not doing well as far as being sick. He did have cancer as far as what it was, and unfortunately he did pass away this year. And I mentioned, I think, on past shows, the idea that happened, but especially with his voice as Vector, where he did voice Vector in Sonic X, of course, and then of the admittedly few Sonic games before Sonic Generations where he was in, which actually I don't know what other ones he was in aside from this. Yeah, I said I wanted to give that perspective as far as Vector, but yeah, Vector's a pretty good voice as far as how he is for this, as far as what he says. Your timing is impeccable. That's true, as far as it's. And we'll see that cutscene again because I'll be able to show how chat wanted to go. And this is one of the levels we went through. And we did decide, as far as that, it was on Electrus' perspective, saying, want to get the top secret discs that Vector wanted Charmy to find. And you get some really nice piano work on this music. Kind of light. Actually, in some ways, this is one of my favorite pieces of music in this game. And it is Prison Island, which is something from Sonic Adventure 2. And Shadow's saying, wait a second, I might have been here before. But it seems like it's kind of overgrown with like moss and things like that, and also the poisonous water, which yeah, you need to have the little saucer in order to go over. But also when you hit this thing for that, it's kind of a pressure plate. Hit A button, you can bounce and make your way across. So actually, because of that, this level might not be too bad. I do like this music, although there is ouch, a bit of a short loop. Which I will say, mainly against a lot of music in this game. But I got the fire shield, we'll see if that actually goes to anything. Oh yeah, you do hear the piano there as far as that, the way the glossindo's going. That does sound really, really nice. And maybe my thought when it came to this music, initially, was the thought that, oh yeah, it's all heavy metal guitar. But sometimes the thought of that when it comes to a lot of the Jun Seno soundtracks, although it's not just him who's involved in this. In this case, I gotta go around. Alright, so they're definitely making it tricky here. But the case that when you kind of dig deeper, you realize, wait a sec, there's more variety in the soundtrack than you might think. I got 3 of the keys. I think that's the most we've gotten out so far. But wait, how did I get hurt by the fire if I have the fire shield? Yeah, the fire shield doesn't work in this game. I was gonna say that. Not a shock, but it, okay, it is a shock. It shouldn't be a shock. I mean, you think, like, wait a sec, I got the fire shield, go back to Sonic 3, it's gonna be working, but not in this game it doesn't. Or if it does work, it works under very specific circumstances that I'm not aware of, or chat, you know. And that's also what we do as far as on the show. We'll talk as far as that, or chat saying, yeah, you're right, I played this game, I've never had the case of this working, or maybe because, like, no, I'm wrong, which is fair enough if that's the case, of saying, where does it work? Or maybe I edit in the next couple of days because we do have a YouTube site. Ah, that was lucky. We can come back to that. But I'm invincible, by the way, when you're in the charge-up state. At least we might have an answer in a couple days when I edit this for posterity. And also, you have infinite ammo for whatever gun you're holding on, but in this case, I only have one. We do have the gun robot, sort of. Okay, so I got off of that, and now I have, like, the gun work. So the gun's still going as far as in angry mode. In this case, I have infinite ammo. Just hold that X button down and never let go. The question is this. Also, as you do defeat more enemies, the bar goes up more. So in that case, you can stay in this for a bit of time. In this case, we also have those electrified gun robots where, yeah, they are completely invincible when they have that electric shield up. And they also have it up for a long time, and they don't have it down for long in order to take advantage of getting the way back to kill them. I made it. Right, do need to have this eventually as we go. Also, when you are on the saucer, you do automatically pick up any gun you pick to walk over. So if you don't want something, go back and get what you want. In this case, I have this, and I'm not going to waste it. Okay, the evil plants again. Actually, no, let's get off and say, yeah, that's a problem. Let's squash that thing. Or, okay, it does go down a little bit. I guess a preview when we get to Yoshi's Island in a couple weeks when we hit the Piranha plants and go there. Yeah, we'll start that in a couple weeks. Right, come on, Shadow, let's go. You have a double jump with this thing, but it's not much of a case where it's going to go high. It just gives you a little more of an oof. Alright, there's the gun guy. Oh, he has more of that. Right, because usually the gun robots, they do drop a lot of ammo for the machine gun. Oftentimes, those are the best weapons to use because of their large clips, and also because of the fact that they do go rapid. Especially if you get in that case of saying, hey, you know, I have one of those bars filled. You can go totally nuts. Oh, there's a life over there. I do want to go get that. May shoot the life. You know what? I'm adamant enough to go back and get that. Okay, I can shoot the life, so fantastic. But I'm out of bullets. I mean, I am out of bullets, but I can also homing attack these things. Oh, there's an enemy in that cage. But I can at least get rid of you. There we go, perfect. I am fully invincible now. Uh-oh. Also, I am invincible, so I can walk on this. It doesn't matter. Okay, what am I doing? I don't have to worry too much about that. I'll get another life getting over this. Down there, it's locked off, so... Okay, this would be normally really, really hard. Or, I guess not so much, because I'm just going to be able to use the homing attack to go across. But for this, yeah, we're alright. Yeah, I'm getting tons of lives now, because anytime you have over 100 rings, you pass over a checkpoint, there's a life for you. But I need this. I have to come back over here and grab that, but I want my machine gun. Or I think of the Metal Slug perspective of heavy machine gun. We are near the end. I do know this level well enough as far as where we're going. You're also seeing how they make this harder because there's more enemies lying around and they change the level design for certain cases where you have to kind of... You usually might go straight across something, but in other cases you might have to get a little fancier, have a light-speed dash trail or something like that. But in this case, because of how this is, I can just say, yeah, screw that, I'll just take my nice top and get over here. We're done. I got another life. Oh, there you go. Just had to hop up, and we're all set. Fantastic. Alright, so that's, yeah, sort of Prison Island set. Okay, so where are we going next? Circus Park. We didn't see this last time we played. Actually, a couple of nods to Sonic 3 in this, or there's one in particular.
Shadow, I heard you were doing some sort of training. They say you need to make it to the goal ring, right? Good luck.
Yeah, so Amy doesn't know what's going on, but she's like, I heard you're doing some training through the grapevine. Like, yeah, you gotta do that, but she does have the perspective, and she does have Shadow's back. We'll get to that sense when we get to Sonic Adventure 2, because she's kind of the one who, in a way, is a big catalyst of the plot on that. But anyway, as far as Amy's concerned, she is voiced by Lisa Ortiz. She has a patina on Oshimajo Do Re Mi. She has a Lena Inverse on Slayers. She was the voice of Tony Chopper, one of Nikki's favorite characters on One Piece, in the 4Kids dub of it. She was also the voice of Sabrina, the leader of the Saffron City gym in Pokemon. She was of Alice on the anime, or the OVA, of Battle Arena Toshinden, which, by the way, is getting a re-release of all 3 of the games from the PlayStation. It was announced a couple weeks ago that they're coming back with that. She doesn't voice her in the game, so I do want to show those. And I'm going to get that collection because I only have the first one. I'll be curious to see what 2 and 3 are like. She also was the voice of Cynthia Velasquez in Silent Hill 4: The Room. She was also the voice of Gnome Blue, Sailor Fi on Sailor Moon Cosmos.
Gotta find out the truth.
She also does the translation of Pokemon nowadays. And I mentioned this when we played the game last time. I'll mention it again. I've met her before. She oftentimes goes to a lot of conventions. She's unbelievably nice. And part of the thing was actually really nice when I met her, as it was. And in this level, you hit those gongs, you get rings, because the whole point is that when you're here with Tails, you need to get 400 rings in order to help out as far as things. Yeah, that thing's going to blow up on me. But when I was at Otakon about 2019, I think. No, 2018, 19, I think. As we're also seeing the Barrels of Doom from Sonic 3, there they are. This is the only other game in the franchise to have them. They did a case of, there was a young boy who had a rare sickness. I don't know if he was terminally ill or what, but he was a part of the Make-A-Wish Foundation, and the idea of that, which is that they'll say, hey, a child has a dream that they want to have realized, and as far as a charity case, a wonderful case as far as charity that way, of kind of having them realize their dreams. And they said, you know what, that was around the time Pokemon Go was huge, and so she was there as far as at Otakon, as far as like doing guest panels and things like that, which she often does. But as far as that, she was there as far as kind of being involved with kind of narrating the idea of real-life Pokemon Go with this young boy. And it was really lovely. But there's also a case that oftentimes with her, and I've heard this outside of me seeing her, just the case that, oh no, as I fell off the Barrel of Doom.
Damn, not here.
But I do have tons of lives, so at least we're in good shape for that. The case that, yeah, she's one of those what you see is what you get cases, and I'll also say this, because I'm saying about the 4Kids case as far as, and the question always sometimes was, what did they do as far as translating for the animes that they had? Sometimes it was different than others as far as, like, war cases where they maybe missed the point or changed in ways that at worst came off as xenophobic, and another way at best maybe came off as, I don't know, misguided. But honestly, when it came to even how she did translation and stuff with Pokemon, and she still does it. I believe she still does it to this day, if I remember correctly. She was when I saw her at Otakon, as far as that, years ago. The case that you got the sense they were kind of smart about what they were doing, and she clearly knew kind of that idea, and she did have a lot of respect, I think, for the material as it was, just in general, and oftentimes does. And I love her, by the way, as Patina on Oshimajo Do Re Mi, where she kind of is like the crusty, like, witch who gets involved because Dory, the young girl, she's saying, like, oh yeah, I go into this witch's shop, I don't have much of a good case, but she realizes, and like everybody else who comes in, she realizes that she's a witch. Like, yeah, don't say I'm a witch, please. She does, and basically what happens is that it puts a spell on, or she has a spell basically where, since she acknowledges that, yeah, you're a witch, and I actually am one, I turn into a frog or a green blob. She's like, alright, I gotta teach you to be like an apprentice witch now in order to, get me back to my form. And she's basically kind of getting annoyed about that, but also kind of gravelly. Even the case of how she kind of is going about the girls as far as how they're like running, because she meets her other friends, Rayanne and Maribel, who are also fellow witches in training as far as that. But also the case of them saying, like, you know what, like, I'm not letting you turn my shop into something with a bunch of doilies. Like, and we don't need this expensive cash register from Kanya the Witch, who I'm always getting nervous about when I hear her, doing her singing, and she's gonna try and scam us out. And then they start crying, like, please let us buy. It's like, yeah, don't bother selling me those tears, because I'm not buying those either. So she always is really good as far as, like, the energy put in, and that, I think, also goes to a lot of the Vortex performances for Sonic as well, like Sonic X and also for this game, and honestly with everything. Even cases of One Piece, because, like, well, they did weird stuff with the translation. I mentioned that with One Piece, the idea that I mentioned Edwag and Nikki in particular, love One Piece. And when it came to this, like, you gotta start watching it, there's like thousands and thousands of episodes, and you watch like 20 a week. You'll be caught up within like a year. I still have not gotten to that perspective, being able to get caught up. But that being said, it's something where when I first saw it, I said, I gotta watch it through. I was like, how should I watch it? I gotta watch it in Japanese. You know what? I'm gonna do it better. I'm gonna watch 3. I'm gonna watch the Japanese version. as far as the first episode. I'll watch the second episode with the Funimation, and then I dug out the 4Kids dub and watched that one. And honestly, I'll say this: the voice performances in the 4Kids dub, I like some of those better than the dub that Funimation did. I think maybe it's just because of the voice performers, as opposed to translation. Because instead, as far as that, with that first episode, the idea that Monkey D. Luffy, he's in a case of saying, you know, I've got my powers, you know, the Gum Gum Tree as far as my stretchy arms and things, and I'll get involved as far as being king of the pirates. But the case that Kobe's like part of the Navy, who's kind of affected a bit. The case that he punches him as far as the main perspective, saying you gotta learn to get a grip and get control of your own life, and don't let people. I mean, in a way, don't let people push you around. It's like, you know what, you're a weakling. But as far as in the 4Kids dub, they changed, like, people shouldn't be beating you up, but they cut out the perspective of Luffy beating you. But the idea is that it was kind of, in a way, for a good reason, ultimately, the idea of toughening him up. And later in the series, Kobe is a case where Kobe is, oh, thank God I didn't get hit by that thing. I guess I gotta have the gun ready as they pop up. Or it doesn't matter, maybe it's like a fake out. I'm saying he finds his way with the Navy, so in that case, maybe ultimately was a good thing. And in this case, I'm gonna wait. I can also jump through the burning ring of fire, but I don't know. If you want to do that, EEL? I guess I'll do it this way. So yeah, your Johnny Cash perspective of, I fell into a burning ring of fire. But, yeah, in this case, I'm just going to be staying on the sides. I mean, yeah, Johnny Cash with the Barrels of Doom from Sonic 3. That's something I never would have thought. Oh, no, shit!
Damn, not here.
Yeah, there you go. And I fell out of the level. So I fell out of the circus park stage. It annoyed me a lot, and it made me... I can't rhyme to it, sorry. You can only expect so much, and I will use the Lightspeed Dash, which isn't a good idea to do. Maybe I should use it, but no. Okay, how many lives do I have? 8. And 0 counts as life, unlike the game we played last night, thank God. So, because I built up so many, it might help me out. And you know, I'll also do this. When these come up, okay, they don't do anything. They're just decoys. Actually, it looks like, the way I'm going, it looks like I'm bouncing down, and I basically run into a case of saying that it looks like I'm going to fall off, but I don't. Actually, never noticed that. Let me grab the key. Why not? You also get these nice horns on this track. I do like that. You have, like, the carnival music, This is another track I quite like, as far as all the soundtrack. I mean, I didn't necessarily think much of this game when it came out, just in general, but I said, that at that point, I said, like, well, I don't care about the soundtrack, but then I played, oh no! I missed it, as far as that.
Not here.
But the more I've listened to some of the pieces of music in this game, I said, actually, you know what, there's some pretty decent tracks. Not one of my favorite soundtracks in this franchise, and I would probably take every other 3D Sonic game soundtrack over this one, including 06. One thing I can say about Sonic 06 is the soundtrack in the game is great. And I really like Sonic Heroes. I've really grown to Sonic Heroes, the soundtrack, because that's a case where I didn't necessarily... Not that I didn't think as much of that one, but there's certain tracks I really like, but then I kind of was sitting back and thinking, like, okay, another one where I initially thought, oh, it's kind of the same concept of, like, the heavy guitars, which I like that stuff. Like, where's the variety? And I realized, oh, wait a minute, there's a lot of variety in some of the tracks, too. Oh, no.
Damn, not here.
Am I gonna lose all my lives here? Well, Amy said, yeah, if you do, you're gonna have to start over. Or no, Rouge said that. Amy just wished us good luck, which is, fitting for her character. She's always a case of saying, yeah, you know, I'm gonna care about everybody else. Even if Sonic's a case of, yeah, look, maybe you're coming on too strong. But in some cases, the idea that in some ways Amy maybe isn't necessarily doing that anymore. Either she's not doing that anymore, or other cases where she's saying, well, you know what? She loves Sonic for a reason, because remember, he saved her from Metal Sonic in Sonic CD. Okay, that's what I gotta do. You know, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna jump through the ring of fire and
Damn,
side.
not here.
Alright. Alright, this is why I got all those lives, I guess. And there's the nice panda over there, but alright. Yeah, I kind of rolled the ball. I didn't actually notice that. But this is Eggman's theme park. That is the idea as far as the story context here. Oh, there we go. Alright, so just sit back and be patient. And if you are going the dark path here, as far as on this stage, what happens is that Eggman says, like, hey, you know what, my park is being, you know, or infected by people.
Damn, not
the
here.
security's off. So you had to help me out as far as this. Alright, I'm gonna do it this time. Try to. This is a case where it's tough platforming. It's not dissimilar to parts of, like the casino area, or the casino park and the Bingo Highway from, Sonic Heroes. I would say maybe this is more annoying than the barrel in Sonic 3, if only because, okay, I got time overs all the time, getting a sense of how do I get a sense of, you know, knowing to move it up and down, which the Sonic Origins version does change the idea that they actually give you an animation you hit up and down as far as the Tails and Sonic looking up and down. Oh no! I slid off.
Not here.
I'm gonna be losing all my lives here, aren't I? I mean, honestly, I guess this is nothing else. It is the modern take of that, saying, well, alright, the Barrel of Doom, if I can get through this. It's Barrel of Doom because of how specific I have to be when I'm here, and also, what is it? You know, not making the jumps, but I just have to be slow. So I think what's the best way to get through this? Okay, the best way to get through this is wait for this to come. Guess I gotta jump. You know what? I'll jump there, I'll jump there. There we go. Okay. But that's going right through the fire, so I guess I gotta make a leap through it. Yes. Wait for that to come by. Okay, good. I just walk right over. Oh, thank God I made it. Okay, that was hard. In that case, I'll just get in the turret and shoot my problems away. Okay, please tell me there's not a... Okay, there's not like a pit there. But also the thing is, you're going to the rings, you basically want to hit this and bounce into it. Or bounce high into it, or go fast enough to hit the gong at the top. And also bust the balloons because they give you rings as well. But for this, it doesn't matter. I just want to get to the end, and honestly, that was the hardest part of it. I don't know if there's anything else that could possibly be worse. At least I'm packing heat for this one. Oh, okay. I'd like to make up those lives I lost. Alright, let's go in the circus tent. Oh, and that's one of the challenges. When you have this going on, you hit that clock, and you basically shoot the balloons. If you hit enough of them over time, you get tons of rings at the end. But if you hit the Eggman balloon, it's not going to be good. Let's hit this Eggman balloon. But also, you run out of ammo, you can also homing attack the balloon. And based on how much you fill that clock there before time runs out, you get more rings off of it. Alright, in this case, alright, we're gonna have to go on the tightrope act. So yeah, we're getting our circus on, it seems like, as far as this. Whoa! Oh, that was lucky. In this case, yeah, whoa, I'm getting dizzy. That's what Tails says when you go through this stage, and there's a key. Alright, I did get that. Like, whoa, it's going crazy now. Alright, we're almost at the end. Please be at the end of that one. Yeah, the hardest part was the thing with the barrels. Jesus. Okay. Alright, but here we go. We got falling through the rings. We're flying through that. Okay, here we go. Life! Yay! And, the end. Whew, thank God. Yeah, I'll never look at the barrels from Sonic 3, bad again.
Perfect.
Because I'll be remembering this one. And it's only on, expert mode it does that. It does not do that on normal, but either way, there you go. Well played as we go into Central City. Okay, next. Alright, this stage...
Shadow, good job with your training gear. Every day brings new challenges. Remember that.
Yeah, we're to live by SEO.
Here is to destroy the City Annihilator bomb. Good luck.
Right, this is the one case where you're not just going to the goal ring, because the way this level's set up in the main game, it's like a box. It's also a case where when I played this, I actually was very kind of disturbed at this point where I honestly didn't even want to finish the level.
Shadow, good job.
I'll talk about voice acting of SBO in just a second. But basically the idea is that the good mission in this is either stop the bombs if I'm not in time limit, which you are in the main game. So that's a good thing. But the other one is you destroy all the bombs and blow up the city as the game takes it. And honestly, I'll tell you,
Good job with your training buddy.
I thought that was really tasteless. It's not least of it because when this game came out, it came out about a couple of days before a terrorist attack in Jordan at a hotel that killed about, I'm trying to remember the number of people that died there. The point is that it came out right after that. Not that I blame the game for that, but also a case of saying, well, wait a minute, you're running through the aspect of terrorism in a game like this, especially like a couple of years after 9/11. I'm saying, this game also doesn't know necessarily how to handle itself when it comes to saying, you know, we're going to go this way, but they're basically just using a spice and titillation. To the point where I kind of was nervous even to get the mission complete. Like, are they going to show me the city being, you know, destroyed and it's going to be something that's even more tasteless than what I was kind of getting in my mind? The answer is no, because the game cops out then. Because the game says, like, we're going to introduce this idea, we're also going to be, you know, copy-pasting designs from Westopals as far as some of the level areas, because it's totally one area you should go along. But also a case of saying, you know, we're not even going to show that, we're also going to say, oh, everybody got out safely. And said, like, either go that direction or don't. So in that case, I was even more upset about that, more offended, because I said, well, you know what, I'm not against Sega going this direction necessarily on its surface, but I've said this before. How many times have I said this? The Roger Ebert argument. I'm not one of those people who says, like, them doing this on its face is wrong. It's what they do with it. It's not what it's about, but how it's about it. But the how it's about it part really made my skin crawl. I said, yeah, this does not deserve that kind of treatment you're giving. It's like, yeah, it's totally needless in the case of... I felt kind of violated, not gonna lie. So in that way, I kind of think this is worse than Sonic 06, just for that very reason alone. Much more tasteless. I know you might say, well, what about the Elise stuff as far as the other one? But, well, I defend that a little more in the sense of I understand why she has the connection to Sonic, but also another case where they don't do it. Case where it goes in that perspective, saying, well, wait a second, she then becomes less strong of a character because of this. We'll get to that when we play that game as is. Also, we use this and bust them. Okay, so I did destroy that, but you do have to open the crate as far as this, but there's tons of enemies, but at least with the Chaos Blast, just do that. Me busting them does stop it, so it's a case where I don't have to be worried about anything else when it comes to this. I do have the rocket launcher, which does have the target, by the way, always on the screen, which is useful for kind of getting a sense of what's going on.
You call yourself gun soldiers?
I'm not a soldier, I just work for these, but either way. Oh, there you go. Yeah, but that was for this level, and there's also another one later, Air Fleet. We'll go into that when we get there. That's another case of, you know, being really tasteless as well. And a case, but also they don't commit. The case like, yeah, either commit to it or really think it through or don't. I mean, even Sonic Adventure 2, we haven't played Sonic Adventure 2 yet, but Sonic Adventure 2 is a case where there's really dark stuff that goes in that game, but they kind of figure a way around it where I don't think it seems off base. And there's some dark stuff in that game too, but in a case where, I don't know, it seems like maybe the thought was put into it. I mean, it seems to me, there's a difference between taking a game as far as going adult with it and saying, oh, this is cool, look what we can do, as opposed to saying, well, what can we do for the purpose of telling the story and really making it need something. So I think that's really above anything my argument
Send out the tanks.
as far as that. And even in the case of Sonic 06, where Sonic 06 is the case where I don't get the sense where they said, like, oh, let's have this, you know, perspective of, you know, the interspecies case of Sonic and Elise, perhaps. I think they were kind of maybe in a case of being so focused on the idea that they kind of didn't realize, well, wait, how is it going to be taken? And they didn't think it through as far as stuff with the time travel plot when it comes to that. As opposed to saying, like, oh yeah, we can do this and it'll get a rise out of people. I think this is a game that's getting a rise. Or trying to, maybe to a certain extent, or there's a, I don't know, not executing it right. Or not in a way where I think it kind of justifies itself. And sometimes it can be a thin line. It also might be different for you. It might not be a case where you'll look at this and say, oh yeah, that's a wrong case. Maybe they justify it for you. I don't necessarily have a problem with you thinking that, or even indicating, like, what is it they did right and maybe I'm missing. I'll say that. I was like, maybe where am I going wrong potentially on this? And even some people saying, like, wait a sec, because I've said this to people saying, like, anything can be done well. And even Shannon before he said, like, I don't know if you want to say that necessarily as far as that, but I was like, but I think he understands maybe where I'm coming from, saying that, okay, the case of Shadow, as far as this case, or even like blowing up a city, is not necessarily a Doom case. I'm not gonna say that no, they shouldn't do that. I'm also not gonna be the one of the people who says, oh, they should censor this game because of something like that, or not make it available. I mean, look, I'm saying this game is never gonna re-release, but I'm not gonna say no. I think that it is not okay for it to get one. I'm honestly at a point in my life of saying I kind of think that all this stuff should be preserved just to get a sense of maybe learning from it. I think that's the idea Sega's learned from this concept, saying with Shadow, we had ideas of what we wanted to do, but then when it came to other games, or like the car, because in that case, I can just go over this and it'll be okay.
Currently engaging the black
They
aliens in the southwest
did kind of
sector
learn
the
from this.
capital.
There was a case where it seemed like this almost emo perspective when it came out, especially because like right in the heart of that in 2005. Ouch. But then thinking, well, okay, how can we really explore the idea of what Shadow's really going through as a character? The idea was, why does Maria matter to him, but why does it matter to us? And when Sonic X Shadow Generations came out, I don't think people were looking at that, and I certainly wasn't, saying, oh no, this seems like it's ridiculous. I bought it at that point. Even the point, there's one detail, we'll not get into it until we play Sonic X Shadow Generations, that I kind of was a little choked up in a way. And it reached that naturally. I said, okay, this is kind of what I was talking about. The case that even the idea of the perspective of Shadow from this game, all it takes is a good execution. As I said, not how it's about, but how it's about. That game is great about how it's about the concept that this game is not great about, you know? In that case, I'm saying, yeah, you know, the idea of learning from something like this that way and then saying, well, there is something that can be done to maybe make it more interesting. Same also with Sonic 06 to a certain degree. You could make that game work better with some retooling. I mean, you could argue the other case, which is that, hey, with Sonic, the initial thought was it was going to be like an interspecies case from the start with the idea of Madonna. The woman character, I'll picture of Madonna when I edit this. They went around from that and said, no, we don't think that's a good idea, although that was coming off of something like Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Because, okay, let's say this. Let's take the Sonic thing as an example. I mean, if it was done well, people would not be saying, oh yeah, this feels creepy as far as the interspecies thing. I mean, look, I know people hate this when I say this about the Muppets, but it's true. Kermit and Miss Piggy are in an interspecies relationship, and they do emphasize the sexual element of that. They clearly do. It's obvious. And even Henson, before he died, openly said, yeah, of course I was. But because it's so well done, you don't think about that. Same case as far as something like Who Framed Roger Rabbit. You don't think that idea. It kind of makes you focus your attention away because you kind of get the sense that, oh, with Jessica Rabbit and Roger Rabbit, you get the sense that they're a couple who care about each other, they understand each other, they maybe are feeling you maybe more, you know, I don't know, marginalized in a way, and they kind of find that together. And when he says, like, he sees her playing patty cake, it is a sexual kind of, I guess, metaphor, but not a case where it actually is, because it looks like, I feel betrayed that way, because something she only did with me, that case of that connection. So in that case, I don't never think about that. But okay, before we go on the Doom here, which as far as the plot, you go back in time in order to go to, the Ark, where Shadow was and also Maria was, but two things I gotta talk about. I got so much on that topic, I didn't talk about the voice of Espio as far as the last stage, and we'll talk about who's on that bubble there. Espio is voiced in this game by David Willis. He's the voice of Bullhorn on G.I. Joe. He was also the voice of Soichiro Sawai on Ultraman Tiga. And he was also Ingram on the One Piece dubbed by 4Kids, I should say. As well as Captain Falcon on F-Zero GP Legend. That is the 4Kids F-Zero anime, which I was talking to AJ42 about that a couple days ago. Saying, like, I didn't even know there was an anime. I was like, yeah, I didn't either, but it's something that was very short-lived. And speaking of Sonic 06, he was the voice of the Duke of Soliana in Sonic 06 as well. We'll get to that one. He was also the voice of Chancellor Shepard and Tyranno Hasselberry on Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. He was the voice of Stan on Pat and Stan. And he was also Nicholas in the anime film Arc Crazy Love from this year. As far as who's in this bottle.
Shadow, how is your training going? I'll be cheering you on. Here you have to rescue all of the wounded researchers. Good luck.
Okay, that's Maria. She is also voiced by Rebecca Honig, who voiced Cream as well, so not much else I gotta go in. Okay, so welcome to the Doom. It's kind of an interior area. You have to kind of go all around. You're saying, oh, you gotta help the, you have to help the researchers here. You get this very spacey music. Another case where it's very underrated, but also a case that this level is very confusing, very labyrinthian. And you do have a map, but this is what the map is. It's kind of hard to get a sense of where you are. And if you're going through this on the main story, first off, these walls only get busted with a bomb. So if you don't have a bomb, you can't get through and open it. You also have to scour all around to get a sense of where are the researchers they have to give the medical packs. You basically use that, or you use the recovery gun, and you save them, or you just kill everybody. Or you get to the goal ring. Ouch. Or Gun's gonna shoot us because we're in the past. Because remember, in the idea that Gun, they raided this base, and in the raid of that for the purpose of Gerald Robotnik, which goes to stuff that Sonic Adventure 2 has, as far as how he kind of went rogue. He went up to the Ark up in space, and then he said, and then they basically said, all right, we're gonna go there, we're gonna try and capture him, and then they did. They put him in front of a firing squad for his crimes against the world, and Maria was killed as far as that. In this case, I'm just gonna suck him up into my vacuum gun. Although the vacuum gun will not suck up everything, so in that case, I gotta crush that thing. I can't use that for getting, what is it? Oh, shit. Oh, you've gotta be fucking kidding me. The game crashed. Oh, shit. No, no, no! Okay. Fuck, I didn't expect that to happen. As we're pointing out, my copy of this game is not in a bad case. It does have a couple scratches, but I've never been in a case where it's going on. Alright, so there we go. We gotta start this again. I think it's still saved. I hope the hell it's still saved. If it didn't, I don't want to have to do all that shit over again. And I'll also say this, if it does still do that, I'll do what we did with Metal Gear Solid. I'll basically have to fix the disc and go through this again. Hopefully it doesn't, hopefully it's not a case where it's unsalvageable. There's something I've been working as far as present for my friends that is kind of unsalvageable to a certain extent. Yes, but I didn't save as far as how that was, so please tell me that... Let's resume. Please tell me it starts me at... Oh, thank God, it starts me at the Doom. Good. So it auto-saves between that. Okay, showing you the fact that this game is buggy or my disc is a problem. I don't know if it's one or the other.
Shadow, how is your training going?
Not good now that the game crashed.
Here you have
Although it kind of just, yeah, it froze. And this game does have crash bugs to it, oftentimes on the load screen. So I guess I'm glad that happened just to be able to indicate this, because that's the other thing. It's not as buggy as Sonic 06, but it's getting there. And if you're wondering, well, does it only because of the Xbox version or something like that? No, every version of the game is like this. On the PS2, it has cases where it does this. On the Gamecube, I know the Super Gaming Brothers play this. The game constantly locked up on the load screens. So, hopefully it doesn't happen again, but if it does happen again, if nothing else, I do know that we'll be safe as far as, what is it? You know, it loading this. So it did save my progress.
There he is!
Alright, in this case, you have to jump back and forth between these before they explode. So you have to basically go on, bump, bump, bump. And go in there, and we'll get... Yeah, give me that. Alright, now I'm mad. But I do need to grab this and go in the door. Actually, wait a sec. I don't think I... Oh yeah, why those rings just come out of nowhere? Okay, so actually, under the normal circumstance of this game, I should say, for this level, you do have to,
Take. Stay back.
Yeah, I am staying back. I'm not going to even bother hitting that thing, because that's what the game crashed. So if it happens again in that same area... Yeah, I don't want that to happen. Yeah, for this one, you only have to go to the end, and at the end, they have all the recovery capsules and all of the research that you need. Otherwise, you're going through this entire level, and you have to scour it. And now, I just get a sense of where I gotta go. And without a map, it's something you can kind of look at outside of what you see as far as on the graphics. It's going to be a little complicated. Basically, the idea of what you want to do also here is you need to go around certain areas in order to open the doors and get the button there, but I don't know if I can.
Come here! There he is! Fire!
Yeah, don't shoot me.
3 seconds.
Okay, that opened over here. Okay, so let me go back. I guess I do need to get... I think I do need to kind of go all around in order to get things open. I'm not going to bust that because that's where the game crashed. I don't know if that's correlated, but that being said, it's only, as I said, it just keeps happening to me as far as the show. I'll say that. If nothing else, I'll say this as far as Tales of the Ultimate Hunter for you, since it's your first time here. The thing about this game is we kind of go with the flow. We don't really necessarily have a script or necessarily... I mean, we prepare for the games as far as it, and we also take your requests. Anything you want to see for the show, let us know. We'll get to it, and also the idea of having your involvement coming by, telling us your memories as far as stuff like that. But for this, we'll basically see, like, we're going to go with the flow. We'll see what happens. Sometimes the case where you can't necessarily predict these things, and also sometimes in my case, as Nikki often has said as far as the show, saying, you attract the glitches. Why is always Edwax saying, why does this always happen to you when this weird shit happens? Like, well, I don't know. I can't help it.
Get him!
I don't know, as I said, if it's the way that my disc of this looks. It doesn't look bad.
This is for my... Don't
And
let him get away!
I mean, since I've had this, it's not a case where the game... The only time I think I saw it crash, I think it crashed once or twice on the load screens. And I don't know necessarily what's causing or why it was hanging there. Ow. If you go down there, you're gonna get hurt. So basically, the point is we go with the flow. So if weird shit like that happens, I'll tell you, I take the Aladdin perspective, saying, what do you do in a case like that? I improvise. So in that case, I say, alright, we gotta do something, I didn't expect this to happen, so, do we have to do saying, okay, eject the disc, put it back in, hope the game saved, which it did, and then we just keep going. Okay, but I do need to also be careful making that jump. Unless it's the case where I can't make that jump. Well, actually, I can. Or, no, I don't even need to bother. I can just stand on this. I'll wait. And Chad, I don't know if you've ever went through the expert mode, if you've ever seen that, or maybe it's a case where there's scratches on the disc I have. I mean, like I said, I gotta be careful about how I talk about this because it's about... We're coming up to the Christmas holiday, and this is in connection with somebody I bought something for. I'm gonna come through there, I'm gonna shoot him. But I also want to stay in the air enough so they didn't knock my ass off the way. Like I said, I gotta be very careful talking about this. Because they might potentially watch this show. So in that case, ouch! I don't want to fall off. That's the thing I don't want to have happen. I don't want to fall off. But anyway, cases that I did buy something for them. And I actually have had to spend the last week trying to get this into working because I bought it off eBay. I won't say what it is or who it's for or who it's in relation with. But I bought it. It said it had some scratches but still worked. When I first put it in, it did not... It froze on the cutscenes when the game opened. Then it wouldn't even load when I started the game, so I said, I gotta buff it. Thankfully, I have the disc adapter. Actually, I bought another one because I said, I need a replacement wheel as far as that. Basically what this is, I'll have a picture of what this device is. If you are a gamer or anybody who has discs of any kind, you want to have one of these things. Maybe multiple, because there's versions that go specifically for Blu-ray consoles. So like PlayStation 3, 4, 5, Xbox Series S and X. Technically the Wii U is a Blu-ray system. As far as that, I think I might be going in circles. But other ones for CDs or DVDs, which technically this is a DVD as far as if you're playing this on the PlayStation 2 or if you're playing the Xbox version. Gamecube, I don't know if there's... I think there's specific solutions as far as the point is a device you put the disc in, you basically get their like resurfacing fluid, it's kind of a mix of water and I think sort of like a rubbing alcoholish case a little, and you buff the disc. Or you basically do a run over the disc, and then you use like the buff square in order to wipe out the stuff that's causing it not to play. I did that a couple times on this thing, and when I did, there's a case where I made some progress, but I also was in a case where the opening cutscenes are still having problems where it freezes, but I can actually skip past them. But I said, I'm also giving this as a gift to people. I said, no way I'm letting them have it. I'll tell you this right now. We're getting to the holiday season. I'll say this right now. I'm one of those people who will buy retro games for people. In a lot of cases, I mean, if I buy something new for someone, that's really no issue. At that point, you say, all right, you're going to have to go on the perspective of saying, you know, it's going to work because it's brand new with a shrink wrap. But if you're buying used games, and I've been at this a long time as far as that idea, I've learned the idea that if I'm going to give something to people, I want to make sure that... I don't like I can open this. Let's try to open this. You're yelling. I don't think I can go down there. That's a dab. Actually, wait a second. No. It isn't. It's... Wait a minute. Right, I think it's the... Unfortunately, I don't have the first person to use that. Alright, I have to hit the button in order to get it down, but I also have to bust this to, ouch, open it up. But anyway, I said, well, I could get retro games for people, and they're always going to be used now. It's not a case where you really find much new, that you're paying a real pretty penny for. But when it comes to that, it's like, well, look, I want to make sure it works. And every time, I'll say this, you damn well better make sure that any game you buy for somebody as far as the retro case works before you give it to them. So in that case, I will go through a test as far as making sure everything's going to be running properly. But then in certain cases, I said, with this one, no, I don't feel comfortable giving it to them. I could say, yeah, skip the cutscenes. No, I want you to have that full experience without this. I don't know if I would try to get my way out of here. Maybe there's a path I'm missing. But point is that I did go through hell as far as this. I even technically went out of state in order to make it so that I could get another case of this. Just to make sure that everything on this is going to be set. I mean, I might even try buffing it again. It's not like it's going to hurt the thing, like doing it multiple times. Especially if you do it right. I mean, you do have to be a little careful as far as what it is. Saying like, oh yeah, make sure you don't cause label damage, or the thing you're running doesn't have label damage on it. Otherwise, the disc is fucked. And we've emphasized that actually on the show. In fact, I sort of went into that, as I mentioned, when we played Metal Gear Solid. That was years ago we did that. But it's a case where I got to disc 2, it wouldn't load. Like, uh-oh, what am I going to do? I just stopped the show. I said, well, I'll come back in a couple weeks and buff it, and it worked. But, ouch. And I'm running out of rings. And same rules of Sonic apply, which is that if you get hit without rings, you're gonna die. So I don't want that to happen.
Status report. Black Hedgehog sighted.
Yeah, status report, I need rings, and there's a checkpoint. And you do get 10 rings off checkpoint, so that's good. Alright, here we go. I think we're making progress. I just need to go the right way. But all the areas look alike in this area, so that's the problem. Grab that. We're gonna go this way. Well, if I can find a way to get through. But my point being is that, yeah, you know what, we'll kind of go through this stuff. I mean, honestly, the 2 cases I think we've had when it comes to disc fixes I really need to do for the show. Ouch.
Testing.
Yeah, testing 1, 2, 3. Yeah, get out of my way. Stop that. That's like a dead end. I gotta go the other way. You know, I'm gonna go one of the other ways. I'm not gonna go bother as far as this.
No.
No what? Yeah, you shouldn't have shot him.
There he is. Come here.
No, we're going this way. In this case, I gotta use the triangle jump. Ooh. And you also want to jump right at the end of it. Right, I have to hit that and go all the way back. Okay, got it. So it is like a bit of a maze. Yeah, I was saying the only cases where we really had cases where disc problems, and I said, okay, I gotta fix it, were Metal Gear Solid and Lunar Silver Star Surfer Fleet. And actually, in that case, Lunar was a case where it was unsalvageable. I did everything I could as far as making that go, and it's not for that either. Where am I going? Ouch. Well, I'm going where enemies are, and the enemies don't respawn, so I don't have to worry about that. So I'm making progress. Maybe it doesn't matter I'm going that way. Maybe I'm going the right way. I just have to get to the end, really, because at that point, I'll just be able to find the researchers, and I'm finding another checkpoint, and I guess the other thing is that if I really get a sense I'm getting lost, I can go and travel between checkpoints and hit the B button on them. But in that case, with Lunar, it was completely unsalvageable, so I said, okay, I have to buy another disc 2, so as to finish that damn game. And it's also the case that, unlike the thing I was trying this with a while ago, semi-recently, as I also do a homing attack trail on the gun robots. You can't skip the cutscenes in that game, so we actually had to... The meme of that game was the case that we had the crying baby that we kept seeing, and we couldn't get past that, and you can't skip cutscenes in that version. So in that case, yeah, I have to do something. I had to get that game over the line for more reasons than just getting the game over the line, to be really honest. But having said that, we did do it, and then... You know, I'm gonna blow him up. Although in this case, there's nothing in the chest, so I don't think it matters. Actually, in this case, we do need to go on this. Alright. Oh, let's take the elevator. Also, let's take... Yeah. Oh, they shot me right through that. Okay. Okay, out of my way, gun robots. Or gun, patrols. Yeah, it's like the Fighter Troop Bigfoot, Flying Dog, and Hotshot from Sonic Adventure 2. I'm saying we'll at least figure what we're doing as far as this business, because this show, above anything else, is really kind of a journey through gaming. Retro gaming to a certain degree, but also really any kind of gaming. And sometimes the idea of what happens when it's a case where you have a game and like, I gotta try to get the things fixed. I mentioned my like grandfather, may he rest in peace, as far as that he taught me all I need to know as far as certain stuff like that. Although, I don't think he necessarily got to a case of like buffing discs. Although, in all honesty, I would think he was either A, still alive today and doing it, and B, in a case where he was doing a lot of his stuff like tech, actually a lot of stuff like TV VCR repair, as it was the case amongst other, mechanical devices or electronics. Cases where he probably would have figured. I mean, we've tried to figure out setting up 32X to play Knuckles Chaotix in 1995. We rented it. We tried everything to get that going. We said, this just doesn't work. And yeah, in this case, we have infinite recovery things, and this is the end of the stage. We just have to toss it right at him and say, hi. And just keep respawning. Or they should keep respawning. Just keep coming back in, and we're all good. So it is like getting to the goal ring, but in this case, we are going to help him. As soon as you recover him, you can recover multiple at once. So it's like, okay, yeah, you did good, Shadow. We'll be on our way. Yeah, but eventually it was a case where I said, you know, I could do this. I eventually bought 32X to play Knuckles Chaotix back when it didn't cost a fortune. Because they still haven't re-released it even this very day. Although they were trying to put it into Signed Gems collection, but they couldn't get the emulation correct. And still haven't been able to. Even though I know 32X emulation is something where it's come a long way. There are commercial releases that have it. For example, two off the top of my head are the Blizzard Arcade Collection, because they ported the 32X version of Blackthorn, the Blizzard game, and also, most recently, the Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection, which has the 32X version of Mortal Kombat 2. My point is, my grandfather, I told him, I was like, hey, you know, I got the 32X working, I bought one of these things, and I got working. Oh my god, you did! And he was like, A, really proud of me, but also in case I knew to get it eventually, because it took us 20 years. Oh no, 10 years, as it was. Because it was about 20 years since I bought the device and got that going.
Perfect.
Yeah, we'll troubleshoot anything we can, especially also for getting it going on the show, as it is when we do. There we go, we're finally out of the Doom. Alright, next up is Sky Troops. Yeah, we're kind of, it's like the Egg Fleet a little bit as far as how the look is from Sonic Heroes, but we're kind of like this kind of desert area. The sky staring from afar. Have I seen this before? Yeah, he does say that as far as the main game, and I probably should go into some of these levels to show that. Especially because, honestly, this is taking less time than I thought, and when I got that case of the game crashing or freezing or skipping, I thought, uh-oh, am I going to start this over again? I guess we're going at a good pace. And also, it does show, if nothing else, I can at least quit out, and it does continue from the last stage. I couldn't help that one because of the fact of what happened, but in this case, you also have the turrets. We can use that to shoot down Eggman's. In fact, it is the Egg Fleet. Right there, you see the Eggman logo. Use it to shoot down. And they do invert the stick controls on the turrets, by the way, and use the X button to be shooting, but it does take a lot of shots to take it down. So, yeah. You fools must have a death wish. Yeah, he does. Yeah, but it does have a look a little bit like Glyphic Canyon, but unlike Glyphic Canyon, this place is kind of sunny. That's how they're kind of differentiating the stages, although I'll say, I don't know necessarily if... As I said, this is my thought as far as remake of this game, potentially, which is that I don't know if Sega would necessarily want to do it now, but also the thought of saying, well, the idea isn't awful as far as, you know, the stages, but the level designs are in some ways lacking, but not necessarily terrible all the time. In certain cases where it seems like, oh yeah, it's not at the best it could be. In this case, you have like the ATST-like walker, but in this case, I'm right on top of you, you can do high jumping. In this case, let's wait for that to come up, and then make the jump out. This is the Eggman and the Shadow Boxes. Let's get out of here. Yeah, stop it. Yeah, stop it to the Egg Pawn. The Egg Pawn is being mean to me. What did I pick up? Oh, Omochao gun. Yeah, I guess I should also say, as far as Omochao, should you like give a hint saying, press X button to shoot your gun. Try to find all the guns. Or flip the hourglass to open the door. You have to be quick. Doors close when time is up. I mean, that's not completely it for Sonic Adventure 2, but if nothing else, it's kind of getting close. But you're seeing the Omochao gun, the orbs of him, they do bounce across the walls. So that is an interesting case. Although I'll tell you this, going back to that, because usually the joke is that Omochao is, you know, it does have, like, the wind-up key on the top. The case that he's, like, the forced tutorial, but in some ways he's not really forced, because even in games like Sonic Generations, you can A, turn him off if you want to, and B, just kind of just saying things as you're going on, and saying, like, here's some tips to help get started. I can just keep running. He's not stopping the game. Although there is the hilarious mod of Sonic the Hedgehog, the original, where they make the Omochao edition. Every time you get a ring, he puts it in perspective saying, like, congratulations, you got one ring, and each time you get more than one ring, he keeps adding another dialogue box on, so you get 2 rings, it's 2 dialogue boxes, and 3 and 4, and so on. To the point where the challenge is to not collect rings, so it is also kind of clever from a gameplay perspective, saying, well, we played a Sonic game and you didn't want to get rings in this. And because of the way Sonic the Hedgehog is designed, the idea that would you necessarily ever think to yourself, oh, I don't want to collect rings out of this game. Because the idea is that rings will protect you from dying. That's usually the reason why they're so wonderful. That was a great case as far as that being a gameplay mechanic of Sonic from the start. But in that case, they say, alright, let's turn that into something unique as far as a twist on this, but I need to go as far as getting through this unless... Oh wait, no, I have to bust him down. I don't want to blaze past this. Oh, in order to turn that on. I also love that touch when you do the rock in this one, you get the, like, the parachute coming down. It's a small thing, but it is something that's kind of nice. Yeah, so I guess to that degree, I never necessarily found Omochao that annoying, honestly, as far as how it was. But either way, it's the case that they kind of turned into something clever, and I guess then going back to the idea of, like, remaking this game, is that there are ideas they could use and then maybe kind of put that on the shelf, something like Sonic X Shadow Generation, the Shadow Generation part. Which, by the way, we'll get to that game at some point. I do want to give this information, but I don't think I said it. We get to Sonic Generations, we are going to play the original Xbox 360 version, because I have the Xbox Series X, so we'll run it that way with 60 FPS mode. I will do that because it does not change some of the cutscenes like it did in the new version. And it's kind of weird how they do it, and they didn't actually take account some of the voice changes and also the change of, you know, Amy not reaching out to Sonic anymore. Like, no, we're going to show the game the way it was originally, and then I'll run the Shadow Generations part with Sonic X Shadow Generations, which I have the PS5 version of. Alright, so we're almost out of the way, I think. I guess I could stand here and fight him, which I did. Just pick up the swords, because why not? But honestly, with this, I don't really necessarily... Okay, I do need to fight these guys, so actually, in this case, it was a good thing I did that. It's kind of selective sometimes when you actually have to fight through all the enemies, but now it's starting to rain. We have the lightning clouds going on, or lightning bolts going on, and the storm clouds. So it's a dark and stormy night out here in Sky Troops. Alright, so I got 3 keys. We'll show the one with 5 later. Like, yeah, keep going.
To all who oppose me.
Actually, this might be a good thing to use as far as going through the flight here. Because in that case, I can just throw caution out the window completely to start. And just take hits. Oh, okay. I don't get hurt, but my mount gets hurt. And if you do run out of health with that thing, you'll fall off instantly. So, don't let that happen, although, honestly, there's not a lot of opportunities in this game where you really get that happening. Just to indicate that. I'm doing a decent job of collecting those, even though it is kind of wonky flying around with this thing. I mean, it's not Pilot Wings, it's not, I'm trying to think of other cases of, like, the flight case of Sonic. I mean, it's not even the, I guess, the flight section in Sonic Superstars, a game that, honestly, I might dislike more than this one, to a certain extent. Because in that case, it's like the 2D classic Sonic games, like, yeah, they're gonna get this one, it's gonna be great. But I was like, yeah, that, then again, maybe it's another one I owe that a second chance, and also it's showing on the program. Right, we did get through Sky Troops, so, yeah, so far so good. Not too insanely hard, but maybe it's the case that all that practice I did as far as unlocking everything, that was really all I needed. As we're going to the other internet level, this is Mad Matrix. This is the case where when we played this, we went through and we destroyed all the bombs, basically blow up the internet, or as I said, I did in the Black Doom voice, delete fucking everything. Which is definitely the case of that, and we'll get to Black Doom's voice, because, he's in the way of the dialogue box here. In fact, he's right over it. Now he needs to die.
Shadow, I hear you're engaged in some training. You know you'll never be stronger than me.
Oh, you went through Omega.
So, then I challenge you to find and access all 4 of the world's databases.
Okay, so, Omega, of course, we love Omega on this show. We loved when we played Sonic Heroes. We loved when we played through this, because basically we just kind of joined him at the end of the game, based on our ending ones. But yeah, E123 Omega, he hates Eggman. He says, like, I'm the strongest robot around, and he has a deadpan perspective that's amazing. But that is him. In this game, I made a mistake when we first played this, because I was on the impression, I said, wait a sec, I didn't know at the time when I first played this 20 years ago that they changed the cast, or why they changed the cast. But also, I thought, wait a sec, is Omega's voice the only one that didn't change? But as it turned out, it did change. But it sounds a lot like in Sonic Heroes. He was voiced by John St. John, who of course voiced Duke Nukem. But as far as Omega in this game, I said, it sounds exactly the same. Like, no, it's not exactly the same. He is voiced in this game by Jeff Kramer. He was the voice of Jaguar in Space Channel 5, which we played. He's also the voice of Seaman in the Dreamcast game Seaman. You know, the guy who says, like, what, Dave? As far as, you know, when he starts talking. Yeah, we do have to show Seaman on the Dreamcast. I do have that game. It's a trip. He was also the voice of Superman in Superman the Man of Steel for Xbox. That was a, fortunately, not good at all Superman game. It was by this company, Circus Freak Studios. It's like, I think, the only game they made. And same deal as before, you have to have all the lights here, same color, and open the gate. Any color will do, just have them all the same. But in case it had some interesting things, they really want to make a cool game out of that, but unfortunately it didn't turn out great, but he was the voice of Superman in that game. He's also the voice of Gizmo in Rising Zan, the Samurai Gunman for the PlayStation. That's a game I want to show off at some point. It's not cheap, but it's one that always has been kind of interesting about what I saw of it. And he also is the voice of Francis York Morgan in the Deadly Premonition game, both Deadly Premonition 1 and 2. I did check, he's not in any of the dubs of One Piece, so there you go. But it's Jeff Kramer, who is Omega. In that case, we loved Omega as far as this case, the idea that he's like this destruction-loving robot. Of the case, he's so focused on saying, Eggman's robots must be eliminated. But also, I like the fact they kept him as a character, honestly, through a lot of the games after he was introduced in Sonic Heroes. Because he's tied to E102 Gamma from Sonic Adventure, actually the E10 line in particular, but he's a more advanced model. But Eggman locked him up and didn't give him a whole lot of case of doing anything, and so he got mad. And he said, like, I want revenge on Eggman. But in that case, especially when we play Sonic Heroes, the case that Team Dark's perspective, which is Shadow, Rouge, and Omega, the case they have this great rapport going back and forth and saying, like, we have to stay focused on the mission as far as, you know, doing bingo. He's like, I know, but it doesn't mean we can't have a little bit of fun. And then Shadow's like, I don't care, I just want to find out who I am. But it creates this great dynamic, and that's still in this game. And also, the idea of even something like Sonic Forces, because there's the episode Shadow that I do have for the purpose of going through that game. And for this one, you have to go to each of the 4 areas to turn them on. So it's sort of a goal ring case, but in this case, you have to go across the area, basically just go to each of them. And then access the database there, and you're all done. It's going to take some time. And then also, as far as other cases, actually Sonic 06, because Sonic 06, I'll tell you, when it comes to the story, the best part of the story is the stuff with Shadow. And it does go to that kind of nice rapport, as I mentioned, still like with Sonic Heroes and some of the other games that Rouge, Omega, and Shadow have. But the case that they kind of emphasize that more. And we also have Omega's voice actor or actress from that game in this game as well. Even though we'll get into that a little later. But that being said, a case that Omega always was very interesting as far as how it was. I mean, I liked Gamma as far as Sonic Adventure, but also the case that with that is that, I don't know, there's just something about the way he's so deadpan about it. I just really like it. And then also combining him with the personalities of Shadow and Rouge, it's kind of a winning combination. I'm glad that Sega sort of realized that to certain degrees as far as seeing like what they're doing, and then kind of getting him into a whole lot of adventure to the point where I'd take like a full game with all the characters, all 3 of them, just like doing stuff. And Sonic 06, honestly, when you do the Shadow story, it kind of is that. And now that they're technically all part of G.U.N, actually, Omega, I think, kind of is joining them as far as G.U.N in Sonic 6, if I'm correct. It kind of has more of that, or they're kind of trying to figure out what's this weird stuff going on. Who's this Mephiles guy? And actually, that kind of comes into factor for them way before it comes into factor for Silver or Sonic. So in some ways, there's also kind of that stuff going on in the background. They're figuring out what's going on here, as, you know, the whole idea of the Princess Soliana and all that. That's something Sonic's on a ship.
Not here.
Yeah, that was my problem, because I said, uh-oh. I knew I had to hit that, and you're oftentimes at a bit of a weird case when it comes to hitting those targets. It does auto-lock onto them, but sometimes I was too close as far as what was there, and it didn't work. I wasn't able to switch it back quickly enough. I didn't want to necessarily waste my bullets. That's something I'm looking forward to when we get to that game, and even as far as Sonic Heroes, I had a great time like looking at that, just that very reason alone. That just Omega always, in some ways, when you really think about it, maybe one of the funniest characters in the series, to a certain extent. And we definitely gave him we gave him his due as far as our play this the first time, but I'll give him more as far as that. So I say, I also love the idea he's kind of talking shit to Shadow, but he knows that he can kind of get away with it. Shadow, to a certain extent, he's not going to care. It's like, oh wait, fine. It's like, he might be, you know, talked as far as that. He's like, you know what, fine. I get Omega doing it, so I'm not going to just say, you know, oh shit. Okay, no. I was going to say he's not coming back. No, I did do it right. I was at first like, okay, I do it wrong. No, I did. I did fine. I guess Shadow's like, yeah, I'll take this in stride. At this point, I'm in training, so we went through the hard stuff when we came to this game as it was. I was like, okay, if Omega's talking shit about me, I mean, if nothing else, I guess it goes to this with Shadow, and that's an element of his character to a certain degree. People say he's like, this franchise equivalent to Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z, which is definitely the case, and we did the green one. So let's get a sense of where the next one is. Let me also grab that, just to look that there. We'll go over, let's go to the red. You can do these in any order you want. Okay, yeah, apparently I wasn't feeling that, so let's try it again. Let's go straight. And go to the left. There we go. But if nothing else, the idea of Shadow's character going back to that again, of the case that, yeah, he will sit there and, I guess, take what Omega's saying to him, but also in some ways, he also does kind of sly, as I mentioned, like the Vegeta Dragon Ball Z case of saying, like, hey, I'm so focused on my own self, but also the case that when he knows he can do something to prove somebody wrong, he'll absolutely do it. Like, I can do this. And then he kind of even makes Omega go silent, potentially, as far as something like that, you know? And I will say, when we get to Sonic Forces eventually, I do have the episode Shadow thing that came with it, because I did pre-order the game and buy it the day it came out. I do have the Xbox One version, which is the best version, I'll say that, especially running an Xbox One X, or in our case, Series X, so we're going to play it. But, okay, good. Yeah, in that case, we can definitely show that, and it'll be nice to have that going on as well. Even though, like the game itself, it's also one of those, it's over before you know it cases. But it is fun while it lasts, I'll say that. Yeah, there's another key there, but, oh yeah, those, egg pawns are taking pot shots. I do like the sounds as far as hitting those things on the ground as well. Alright. Now I just have to sit here and wait, but yeah, not too bad. How many lives? 3. Okay. Honestly, not too bad, but the fact that it did save as far as that afterwards, either if I get a game over or if the game crashes again, hopefully it won't. We can always continue on. I'm having a good time going through this, and I don't know, maybe it's also the case that I don't have to do some of the weird missions of it, or maybe, I guess, I don't know, the idea of time healing wounds, perhaps. That maybe I'm not as bent out of shape about this game as I was before. Although, as I said, if you are going to play this, I'd say get it either on the no, don't get it on the PlayStation 2, unless you have absolutely no other choice. But even then, I'd say, get it on the Gamecube, or get it on the Xbox here. And for me, I like it on the Xbox because since I was someone who grew up with Sonic Adventure games on the Dreamcast, it's something where I basically just say, okay, I did that. Because I played the Dreamcast games, this controller is very much like it. So in that case, there's not much of an adjustment for me. Not that it necessarily matters too much, although it's one of those weird cases I'll tell you. Oh, shit.
Damn, not here.
It did still count me doing that, yeah? You know what? I don't know if I want to take a chance. But nothing else, we can kind of just go more into discussion as is. I will say, I honestly played the Sonic games after the Dreamcast ended. Mostly on the Xbox, with a couple exceptions. Those being, these are cases where I had to use another system that was not on that. Specifically, well, okay, one case where I didn't was Sonic Riders, because I played it on the GameCube, but didn't play it on the Xbox. So it is on the Xbox. Sonic Colors, that was only on the 3, so I played on that. And honestly, when I had choice, I usually picked Xbox, and honestly, the game, or the Xbox family of consoles. And sometimes also because I didn't have the other systems to play it on.
Damn, not here.
Well, maybe I don't know. Oh, I should try it and go through this just because. Oh, I definitely should now because I'm out of lives. But honestly, the game that actually made me go away from that was actually Sonic Superstars, I mentioned. Because for some reason, the Xbox Series X version of that, it has an input lag problem that it doesn't have on the other systems. I didn't know that until after I bought it. I didn't pick up on it until after I bought it and played through it. And like, wait, I'm not liking this game at all. I said, well, that's another thing to toss on the pile as far as that. In fact, for that reason, that's why I bought Sonic and Shadow Generations on PS5. I said, I do not want to take a chance on Xbox again. Well, apparently it was fine as far as that. Even on the Switch, that game ran fine. Switch 1, it ran fine. And Switch 2, it runs better, although, yeah, no upgrade path. Yeah, that's not a nice case as far as that Sega. That and the GameCube card, come on. But as far as that one, you can put that on the whole card. Which is why they're doing that with Sonic Racing Crossworld, so I'll give it that much. Okay. Because I don't know if I need to do this, but since I did die, and there is, I think, a life over there, but I don't know. Okay, maybe I do need to turn it on again. Oh, whoa! Uh-oh, can I get the life? Can I get the life? Oh, got it. Invincibility. Actually, I've never shown the invincibility. It is basically I Am All me playing. Yeah, so it's not necessarily even an original invincibility song. Actually, I don't think I've ever heard the invincibility song. So I'm glad I unlocked it or turned it on, I should say. Just to hear it. Alright, now I need to get up there, but good news is that, yeah, me falling there didn't kill me. I was just afraid of that. I was saying, am I gonna die if I fall down there? Because also, I'll say this, the one thing I don't like is that your jump distance when you're not using the homing attack, it usually is not as far as it was in Sonic Heroes or in Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. So in that case, I feel like, oh yeah, I can't make certain jumps in this game that I did in those. Okay, let's go, and now this case, be careful not to land myself out of that distance. Okay, there you go. Now, where are we going? We went there. Let's go to Yellow and Blue Tower. It's over there. And this level is long, although as we showed when we played it a couple years ago, A, there are a lot of paths to go through. Is there another way to go through here? No, I gotta go back. And also, even if you do take a long time, I was here like 17 minutes when we did the dark mission here, and I still got a case of getting an A rank. I was like, wait, how the hell did I get an A rank off of that? But I did. And in some way, it kind of made it ready for me to get this set for tonight's show. But yeah, I'm running out of... I need to get more rings, but I'm honestly not seeing a whole lot here, or hitting a lot. I am on my last life. Also, there is a checkpoint around here, I thought. I'm not seeing it, so alright, we gotta go in again. No, I don't want to do that, because I get the sense of that jump and saying, I'm not gonna make my mark. So just, give it a sec. There we go. Oh, no, I meant that one off that way, but yeah, I want blue again. Yeah, I'm feeling blue right now as far as this. Well, not blue as far as, you know, being in a bad case, saying, oh, yeah, I'm not having fun with this. I mean, I am having fun with this. Even as far as a game that I'd pick any of the other 3 Sonic games that maybe 06. Although, depending on the day, I might say 06 still, for certain things, over this. But then again, it's also something that, when it comes to doing it for the show, and also kind of going through. And honestly, I'll say, I am liking the expert mode a bit more. It seems like maybe it's more what I would think a Sonic game should be. Although I guess that goes to one thing I mentioned. We know it's something Nocturne's mentioned. Because she has this game on the PS2, and a lot of people I've talked to tend to have this either on the PS2 or the GameCube. Nobody has it on this. And given the sales numbers on the Xbox version, I understand. But having said that, Nocturne did say something to me at one point, which, not an unfair concept. And that is, I like this game more if, she said this, she said, quote, I like this game more if you don't look at it as a Sonic game. In the sense that it's kind of its own thing, which is a fair point. I mean, I love Tails Adventure on Game Gear. It's my favorite game on the console, of course, as far as that. And it's not something that's a traditional Sonic game in any way, shape, or form. So, not necessarily an unfair argument she has, but in my case, I know the ideas of how this is playing like Sonic Adventure 2, and the idea that this is a sequel to that. And like in the normal way of playing this, you have a gap in between, so I have to jump in between and make sure I don't hit something wrong, or say, screw it, I'll just walk on this and jump and just get it set to be safer. The case that this plays like Sonic Adventure 2 and Heroes, and it's a direct sequel to it, or it was indicated that it is, but then again, she is right, I'll say this. And I did ask her, hey, do you want to be involved in this for tonight? She's like, unfortunately, I can't make it as far as the show. But having said that, I do want to at least give this indication. Because it was an interesting thought, and I will at least entertain the idea as far as what she's saying. Give her that perspective. Like, hey, I'll give you your voice this way, even if you're not here for the show, or however that is. And that is the thought that it is kind of a different thing. I'm saying, yes, it's a lot like Sonic Heroes for certain things. But she's saying, okay, I didn't play Sonic Heroes really pretty much at all. So in that case, and she didn't really have much of a frame of reference with the 3D Sonic games. So the idea that it is something that makes sense as far as that idea, and also for this, the idea that there is some differences as far as the idea with the guns, because yeah, as I say, I'm more pointing where it's like Sonic Heroes or certain things, being almost like a takeoff on the power formation. And we did it. Wait, did I do it on all of them? I guess you get the first one as a freebie, but alright, we're done.
Perfect.
But also, in some ways, it doesn't exactly feel like the other ones that I'm mentioning. But I'm maybe bringing my perspectives going to the Death Ruins. I'm saying, I know these 3D Sonic games, so that's why I'm saying, oh yeah, there's similarities as far as this.
Shadow.
Okay, here's the weird thing, I'll tell you that.
The ultimate, as to be expected of my bloodline. Now go, head for the gold ring.
Okay, I want to ask one thing. That is Black Doom. You're saying, how the hell is he here? Didn't we kill him? Yes, well, okay, I mean, we did. So we did. I was thinking something else. Never mind. I was gonna kill you. So yeah, it's weird that he's here. He's saying like, yo, he's giving us a pep talk. But let's talk also then about. Oh, you're back to life. No.
Take this.
Just stop it, gun people. I need to get somewhere safe. In fact, I'd like to use this. It's kind of like in this deadly forest. There's the heavy guitar beats. Alright, there we go. So we got the checkpoint. Alright, I'll stop here. Talk about voice actor. This is someone who's pretty famous as far as this, and also someone who I mentioned the one famous credit as far as what he did, but I gotta go further this time. Black Doom in this game is voiced by Sean Shamel. He, of course, is the voice of Goku on Dragon Ball Z, as well as King Kai and Gogeta. He also is the voice of Simon, one of the classmates on Ajumajo Do Re Mi. He's also the voice of Gaston and Aid on Berserk, a favorite of the Medics'. He was also Makuta in Bionicle, the game which is on the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox by Argonaut, who made Croc. He also was Pico Silver Nielsen and the commentator on FGP Legends. He is in the One Piece dub of 4Kids as Hachan and Karubi, but he also technically is in Funimation's dub because he was the voice of Dr. Indigo in their dub of One Piece Strong World. Actually, wait a sec. That's right. He was also the voice of Lucario in Super Smash Bros. For Wii U and 3DS, and also his Ultimate. And he also the voice of Charles Chippopotamus on Viva Pinata, which was technically was a 4-Kids show. It was based on the game from Rare for Xbox 360. A really good game, that one. It's actually kind of something like an Animal Crossing or a Harvest Moon, where you're basically building up a garden, and you basically do these things and pinatas come around, and you can do certain things to make them residents of your garden. But then the idea is you have to kind of build it up. You have to make sure that their habitat's set up as far as like, hey, if there's like the duck-like creatures, you have to make sure they have water. You have to make sure that like there's enough dirt around for like the worms. the idea you can breed more of them, and they have, like, breeding music going on that's done by Grant Kirkhope, going back to him as far as from last night when we looked at Castle Illusion. And also the case that, since it is like a natural ecosystem as far as how that is, the case, you know, like you have the bird pinatas that they'll go and eat the worms. The idea, like, how do you manage population control, and also how do you make it so that the pinatas you've grown and gotten over there are not going to be killed by, you know, daily activities. And also cases where if your population's too high, it's like, I don't have enough room for all this, so I might get a sense of, oh, you know, the pinata I have, he has to go, so I have to take the shovel out and beat him to death. But then the idea is that since the pinata, they don't die, number one. They just come back as candy, and you have the children going like, yay! When you have the case of them being beaten with pinata, or the candy coming out. So it's really charming. In this case, I've mentioned this to other people. I said, hey, you know, you'd think with a game like this, would this be something maybe for kids or something like that, but it actually is really involved. It's something where even a lot of people who play the most hardcore, like, I guess, Xbox 360 like games like Gears of War and Halo, they were saying they were loving this game. I knew some people who were saying this game is awesome. I couldn't stop playing it. You're right, this game is really awesome. I played it and it is really good. I do have it. We definitely show it for the program. That and also its sequel that is Trouble in Paradise. But there's also kind of like a Mario Party like that's called Viva Pinata Party Animals, which is on the 360 as well. And also got a DS version that is Viva Pinata Pocket Paradise that Rare did make as well. So in that case, Sean Schimmel, as I said, the voice of Goku, doing all those things. But also the fact that he's actually also the only case where he's technically in both dubs of One Piece, as far as the Funimation one and also sort of kind of, and then also the Kids one. In that case, also do the slide down, but also you gotta be careful because usually the bottom of some of these, it's a pit. I'm trying to remember if this one's not there. But there is a better gun, so take that. Actually, how am I doing on lives? Better, because I got an extra one, and next time I get a checkpoint. And the gun's in the air, but you don't have to worry about that, because even if it is, you basically touch it, and you're gonna get it. Next time I get a checkpoint, I'll get another one. Ouch! As long as I keep my ring count at 100. Oh no, don't knock me off! That happens so much when I play this game. And that's the one thing I find annoying as anything. It's one of those cases, like, I'll tell you what it is, like Ninja Gaiden, or Castlevania, where you have knockback, as far as the case of it. Although in this case, it's something where, I don't know, it feels maybe cheaper than those. Also, let me see something here. I was gonna say, I'm flipping through that, although I guess it's like a more brushy area. Get that out. But you also get these intense guitar cases, like going to It's actually pretty interesting. I said, sometimes it'd be interesting to kind of sit down and listen to this music, I'll tell you that, for sure. I definitely did do that before we did tonight's show, because we want to get a sense of, okay, what do I really think about this music? Because I maybe glossed over it a little when we played it the first time. But also, as you're seeing here, this is not that long a stage. I also skipped a lot of checkpoints. I can go back for more, but I could have light speed dash into that thing. I'm not going to be fancy. I'm just going to say, okay, we'll be fine. Because there's the goal ring. We're set. Alright, so there you go. The Deadly Force we got through. No problem.
Perfect.
What do we got? The Ark. Okay, we're going back to, yeah, there are 3 levels based around the Ark, going back in time. Oh, no, wait a second. No, this is different. No, well, okay, there's the Ark on with inside, as far as the space colony. This time we're outside it. So very much like Final Rush or Final Chase from Sonic 2. You mean earlier today, right? Yeah, we found you in one of the levels, Cream, but you weren't talking. Oh, you were sort of talking there. We did talk about her already, so in this case, all right, let's keep going. So it also goes to that of Cream, which I'll tell you, I get a sense where she has not been utilized enough in this franchise. Okay, now it's more Panzer Dragoon, so in that case, I have a lock-on, but there is a little more of a delay when you have it. Alright, so yeah, this is more like it as far as. But I like Panzer Dragoon, I can't look in multiple directions. Yeah, going back as far as Cream was concerned, she was introduced in Sonic Advance 2, which basically is like Tails, but you can totally bust the game with her if you want to. In this case, you do have to bust those down, or if I can't break them down, I guess go underneath. Why not? As you also are getting a remix of Final Chase, which Shadow's level in that one, where it goes do-do-do-do-do-do, and it goes the thing as far as on Sonic Adventure 2. But yeah, going back to Cream as far as that. She's been interesting as far as those platforming games with Sonic Advance games, 2 and 3 in particular. But then the idea is that then she was in Sonic Heroes, but outside of that, not too much kind of going on with her. But also, I like her personality as far as character. Nice, interesting case, because she is by far the most responsible and the most kind-hearted character in the series, because she's always someone who's saying, like, oh, I'm really polite, saying, thank you so much for rescuing me. She was like, thank you for saving me the other day, the idea when we were at Cryptic Castle. But also the case for saying that, you know what, she'll always be polite as far as that, the way her mother taught, because her mother is in the Sonic Advance games. I don't remember the name of her mother. Name down below as far as what her mother's called. Also, I need to... So this, I don't think I'm going to be in good shape. Or maybe I'll be okay. Okay, alright, I will. Oh, but look at this. Jesus Christ, that frame rate when I go through there. Even on this console. I mean, imagine on the PS2, it's even worse. I mean, I could stop and grab... You know what, I'm going to stop and get that. Now... How are we getting home? Oh, I have to go back to the beginning? I don't have to go back to the beginning, do I? You know, maybe I do have to go back to the beginning, and you know what? I will, because I think it's probably safer. But the interesting thing about Cream just going is the idea that she'll kind of be polite, but she'll also say, yeah, you know what? She'll try to be the diplomatic one when it comes to saying, like, please, Dr. Eggman, please stop this. I don't want to have to do something to you. But then, like, okay, she has to do it, she'll do it. Because basically she'll fight for what's important, which is her friends and also for her family. Alright, so in this case, I'm not going to even get off as far as this, unless I get myself hurt. In this case, I should get off. And yeah, have a nice change of pace as far as the way the gameplay is. So maybe the idea that maybe they'll do something different, although I guess that's going to be the interesting question about what they do with Sonic next, like the mainline games. Because we have Sonic Racing Cross Worlds that came out, and it's out on Switch 2 next month. But I guess then what are they going to do as far as the next platforming game? They did Frontiers, that did well. They did Sonic and Shadow Generations, that was also really good. I was nervous how it was going to turn out after Sonic Superstars. They did that one right. So I don't know, maybe they want to expand out on character, but then also be a case of doing like Sonic Advances 1 and 2 and 3, where saying different characters to give a different experience, but also still feeling like Sonic as far as how that plays. So you have that option for speed if you want to, but also emphasizing the abilities. Ouch, I'm getting myself shot massively, and this thing is not having a good time, so I gotta be careful. In this case, I'm only gonna try and shoot the gun robot down. Okay, I just need to shoot it a lot, so you can shoot those windows. I guess on expert mode, they just go on, but you have to hit them a lot. I didn't know you had to hit them that many times. I guess, oh no! Am I stuck? Okay, no, I'm not stuck. Oh shit! I'm stuck now.
To all who oppose me.
Crap, do I have to go back? Hold on, how many lives do I have? This many. I don't want to lose my lives, but also I'm running out of cases as far as that, and I just don't want to take any risk. I guess I must love coming back here and saying hi to, I'm not saying hi, but hint probably would come. Cream again. But I guess another thing else, it kind of shows the idea of the gamut of how the Sonic characters go, and sometimes I've been questioning, saying, hey, you know, are there too many cute and cuddly characters? In fact, I'll go into that. It's always been the Medix's argument. He's always one who loved the Sonic games on the Genesis, but also the case that when it went 3D, he's like, yeah, I played Sonic Adventure on the Dreamcast, was not my jam. And it seems like now, kind of weird that they come up with these weird characters, these annoying characters, as far as they kind of just want to be Sonic. Then in cases where sometimes that hasn't worked out necessarily. But then I showed him Sonic Mania, and I think he sometimes does it a little bit to kind of get a rise out of me a little. But still a case of, I mean, if nothing else, it keeps my feet on the ground when it comes to certain cases. Although I've also been in cases where finding my perspective and saying, okay, I can't completely defend some of this stuff as is. Ouch. I mean, and hey, I didn't defend this game when it was out. I mean, I didn't buy this until like 2020, so in that case, and I only really bought it because, you know, maybe I can show it on the show, or maybe I'm ready to kind of confront myself, or confront my feelings on this, or put it in different lights. In the case where I showed him Sonic Mania, like, yo, yeah, you'd love this game. I think he kind of like, yeah, sure, but like, this is the way you liked it. It's like you wanted Sonic as far as like the Genesis days, the way the platformers go. It's like, it's that. You go. In the case where I would love a return to that, I know the thought was that maybe they decided against it, although I know that Christian Whitehead and Simon Tomley, they said it was mutual. They said we didn't want to necessarily just rehash that concept again. We did want to kind of do something differently to where they went to Penny's Big Breakaway. And then with Sonic, they said, okay, we'll go our own direction as far as the next thing. And if you do get the water drop, by the way, that is helpful or whatever it is for that. All right. In this case, I'm just going to go past and just avoid all the trash. Yeah, but I don't know what they're going to do next as far as... I guess they'll do another 3D case, maybe a better 2D one than Superstars, because I was not big on Superstars whatsoever. So maybe something... I'd like a case like a Mania, honestly, again, you know? I think that'd be a good thing for it. I adore that game. And even something like Frontiers kind of gave a sense of how to handle the stuff for 3D Sonic. They also asked Amedix this oftentimes, saying that, you know what, why did you fix 3D Sonic? I mean, and you don't have an option saying, no, end it. I said, you have to fix it. You have to do something. You're brought in a consultant. What do you do?
Perfect.
In some ways, I think stuff like Frontiers and Sonic X Shadow Generation, particularly the Shadow Generation's half of the equation, kind of is a good point towards, you know, getting that going and saying, okay, we're going to get the controls and the camera down, which always is a hard thing in this franchise, as we're at the egg freeze.
Shadow, it's me. Word has reached the top brass that you're doing well with your training.
Mr. President, you're late for your tea time with the Chief Cabinet Secretary of Japan.
Ah, yes. I almost forgot. Shadow, I'll talk to you later.
Alright, those are actually two cases, because that is the President, and also his secretary. Let's talk about the President. The President's voiced by the late Matty Blaustein. Yeah, you're thinking, wait a sec, it's a male character, an adult male character, but female voice? Yeah. Matty Blaustein oftentimes liked doing male performances and did a good job with a couple, including some we've shown on the show. Not just this one. Of course, she was most famous, I think, as the voice of Meowth on Pokemon. She also was Arngrim and Lizard in Valkyrie Profile for the PlayStation. When we played Shadowheart, she was the voice of Ju-Gen and Ben Hyuga. And she also was Soji, who we saw in the opening cutscene of that game. She also was Dr. Kureha on the Fortress of One Piece. Yeah, get used to hearing that, by the way, if you haven't already. She was the voice of Chef Kawasaki and Waddle Doo on Kirby Right Back At Ya. And she was the voice of E123 Omega in Sonic 06. We'll hear her when we get to that. Unfortunately, she died really young. She was only 48. She died in 2008 of the acute stomach virus that she had. And that was definitely a tragic case when I was hearing that. In fact, I didn't even know at the time, I think, because actually it was at that point where, I remember, I think I went to a restaurant at one point. It was like in 2008. That was actually around the time Sonic Riding Zero Gravity came out. Which at the time I played on the PS2 because we didn't have the Wii for it. But I remember it was on the TV as far as Pokemon, and I heard the voice as far as like, that doesn't sound like the way Meowth used to sound. But then I learned later, oh wait a second, she passed away in a very tragic case. And now, unfortunately, we're playing this game which has both voices of Meowth, who are unfortunately no longer with us. But as I mentioned, that's also the other reason why I want to go into some of the stuff when it comes to the case of, saying they're no longer with us as far as it. I do want to tell that story because I do want to also get a sense of all the great memories and all the great effort that they put in as far as stuff. And the idea that, yeah, look, we're not made of stone on this program. And I do really kind of respond to that idea. Like, the idea, we all know the idea of Meowth like the New York accent as far as that, saying about, they're eating all the donuts and eclairs, they're drinking all the lemonade. This is cruel and unusual. So in that case, we all know the idea of that. So in that case, we're going to give them this. That's always the idea. But also, I mentioned we played Shadowheart in case that's something. Wait, she's voicing Ju-Gen? As far as that, like, I said that to Chris Anderson before. He didn't know either. He didn't go on the voice actor notes like I did. But he was just like, I'm watching like a hawk with his voice actor notes because he's going to spoil something for the game. But I thankfully did. I know how to handle cases like that. But that being said, she was in that performance, so even he was kind of surprised. Either way, there we go. Yeah, I'll explain the Egg Fleet. We're talking about tasteless elements in Central City. I'll talk about here. We do hear the president here. Actually, I'll also have to mention the voice of the secretary. I'll mention that in a sec. But in this stage, the evil mission is you have to go down different paths. The president's ship, or Air Force One, is flying through this thing, and you have to divert it. Okay, you either help him escape, or you divert it and shoot it down. And it's also another one of those cases where, yeah, this game is basically giving you a mission where you can assassinate the president. Except, again, the game does not have the balls to go the whole way. It cops out. So yeah, it's tasteless on the perspective of what it does, and considering this is a week before the anniversary of the assassination of John Kennedy. Yeah, something to say about that. But that being said, that it's also something where, I mean, they don't even go that degree. So it's the case that they say, you know what, we're going to try and do this. And that's where I get the sense that it's doing some shock value, really. Which is they say, like, oh, we're going to have this idea that, Sonic game where we assassinate the president. But then it's like, we're not going to actually show it. Because you show in the next scene, oh, he's fine. The ship does not get destroyed. He lives. So it's like, wait a sec. Now you're just basically trying to take the piss out of us. So, like, yeah, fuck you. So in that case, that way I really have a problem as far as the game. But I will also mention also the other thing, which is the voice of Secretary. She is voiced by Erica Schroeder, but she also went under the name of Bella Hudson. She is the voice of Luffy on the 4Kids Dub One Piece. So remember, I'm Luffy. I'm gonna be king of the pirates. Yeah, that was her. She also was the voice of Dory's mom on Ojamajo Doremi. She was also the voice of Bridget Verdant on Tokyo Mew Mew, as well as Devos in World of Warcraft. She was the voice of Blaze the Cat in Sonic Rush, Sonic 06. And she was also the voice of Wave the Swallow in Sonic Riders. And she's the voice of Eevee on Pokemon. So, in that case, yeah, we have Luffy's voice as far as that, but it's also, I'll say this as far as a lot of the 4Kids performances. And for this level, also right here, you gotta be careful with the fan, because it's gonna blow you away. But if you do get a case of that, just hold on to the pole there. And at that case, yeah, as soon as it stops, just get yourself moving. The case that oftentimes, I'll say this with some of the 4Kids performances, sometimes you get some similarities about how they sound for certain things, but in other cases you realize, wait a second, no, they actually, I wouldn't have known that, oh yeah, we heard as far as the secretary, that, oh yeah, that's Luffy. So the case that when it comes to these performances, they do create these unique auras about themselves. And even as far as Luffy, I like the voice of Luffy, maybe as far as that dub, just because, okay, I like, oh wait a minute, I gotta run along the wall there, and, well, dang, oh crap, I missed.
Damn. Not here.
Even though, as far as that, I like her performance, which is a different thing, though, the way they translate it, yes. Okay, so I have to do that and make sure I run across and have enough of a distance to get through. But the case that, yeah, I do like that idea of the performance, is the case that you often, if nothing else, in the 4Kids voice performances, you always got the sense that they always are giving 110% as far as that. They were never half-assing performance. Even ones where it's like, yeah, you know what, I might like other performances better when it comes to certain things that they've done. Or cases like with, say, One Piece, where they have other voices. Although, as I said, I might, for certain voices, I don't know if I necessarily say I liked her voice as Luffy from the 4Kids one more than Funimation's. But I'll say the voice of Kobe, I kind of like that voice better than the Funimation one, honestly. But that was more of a case of the voice performance as opposed to the translation. The translation front, yeah, the Funimation one was more in line with the way it goes. In that case, that's also a blocked area. And you're seeing, yeah, those, I guess those things there. Basically what you do is you have to hit switches to either help the president get out and get to a safe area, or get him to the point where you can shoot him down, but not shoot him. Alright, but you also have the Walker Shell show this. This has a gun in it, and it's infinite ammo. So you go near, you have that, and you can also do the jumping. Although, unlike the one from Sky Troops, you do not have as much of a height as far as the jump. Actually, in some ways, it's kind of like a slower method of the mech gameplay of Sonic Adventure 2, where you have Tails and Robotnik in the mech there, as far as going through the area. Well, even then, they kind of sometimes jump a bit higher, and then you also got the glide or the upper thing that made it easier. Even though some of the same sound effects, they just, you hear that a lot. In this one, you heard it in that game too. The only thing missing is when Shadow gets in a case of that, as far as getting himself hurt. Look, he doesn't have a health bar, as far as that, like in Sonic Adventure 2. But the case of saying something like how Eggman did with, you, I'll make you pay for this. Oh no, my power's going down. Is this it? Yeah, we do it all the time when we get to Sonic Adventure 2 at some point. Those are tales of him going, my power's failing! Or, machines reached its limit. And then him dying and just kind of doing a low Sonic. Like, yeah, he keeps thinking of Sonic's perspective, even though it's a case of, I'm doing it myself and I can do it myself, as is a Sonic Adventure indicated. We showed he did save Station Square all by himself, as far as that. Oh, right, I forgot. This one, yeah, it is a, I think I either have to go into the path or I have to hit the button because that is electrified. I do not want to touch that. Maybe I don't need to even go that way. It needs electrified for the purpose of... Okay, no, it is... Okay, right. It is electrified for the purpose of not being able to go over that, but I think you can find a button that lets you avoid that. And also roll under here. And yeah, weird camera angle change. That's where it's weird. Like, hey, I'm kind of going forward towards the camera now. And I will say this, even as far as how the camera is not that good in this game, I don't get the sense of the killing. Like, all my deaths, I don't get the sense that the camera's moving at falls. And even this Lightspeed Dash thing has not necessarily been a problem. Let's try here. Okay, good, it's not. Honestly, the thing that's killing me the most above anything else is, yeah, the thing with the homing attack. Me overshooting that. Okay, the one thing to indicate here is that the ring trail, it is a permanent ring trail. So you get over here, you hit the button, you get the rings, but then it just leaves it permanently. So then if you miss the jump like I did, you can then go back and say, okay, I can do the Lightspeed Dash here. I do like that. See, that's the one thing I'll say. I'll notice as we get to Sonic 06 as well. The case that when it came to certain game mechanics of the 3D Sonic games, starting with Sonic Adventure 2, it had certain things like doing rail grinding, and then the Lightspeed Dash from button press while you're moving, or as opposed to having to do a charge up. Each game afterwards, they did enhance for certain things, but by the time they did, it oftentimes seemed like a case of too little too late, and it was exacerbated with something else. For example, with the thing with the Lightspeed Dash, they give you the case of, in Sonic Heroes, sometimes it would go off and you get the sense like, oh yeah, it doesn't follow correctly. This game still has that, but also I've been doing pretty good as far as making sure I'm straight on, but also it gives you that trail so that if I go on it, I don't run into a case of saying, well, I'm screwed, I can't do it again. So, okay, we'll fix that problem. We're getting the rail grinding. Switching rails in Sonic Heroes is a pain in the ass. And it wasn't really a factor at all in, Sonic Adventure 2. And then Sonic 06 said, oh, you can do a homing attack on the rails. Like, okay, I love that. That's awesome. But then it's a case of, oh, here's the other things. I feel like I'm locking onto a bunch of things when I don't need to. So in some ways, it also can be a little bit of a mixed blessing. Alright, there we go. We're at the end. Okay, so not too bad as far as Air Fleet.
Perfect.
I guess in some ways, maybe a little bit of a Wing Fortress vibe, a little bit as far as looking up there, as far as the sky down there. And next up is Iron Jungle. We should be, in some ways, almost done. Actually, this is, yeah, we're at the, oh, all right, okay, I know where we are. We're at the...
Very well. You're about halfway through your training. Keep at
more than halfway,
and head
isn't it?
to the next goal ring.
Okay, that's Robotnik again, or Eggman, as far as how it is. Yeah, we did do this level when we played the game. This is going on the neutral path, but yeah, we are on, like, the 5th line, and there's, like, a 6th one. So in that case, we're... I think we're more than halfway. I think. But either way, we'll keep going. And this is the mission, by the way, when we did this in the story, where we did meet Omega. It was the case where Shadow was thinking he's an android, because it does go to one thing, which is in Sonic Heroes. He doesn't remember who he is. We're questioning how he lives from something that happens in Sonic Adventure 2. And then Rouge, at the end of the game, she realized, and we showed this, so I'll indicate it. She said, well, she saw these, well, she was surprised to see him. She's like, wait a second, how's he alive? And he doesn't remember anything as far as what went on. I gotta see if there's anything I gotta do. Alright, shoot them in the ass, and yeah, they fall down. Okay, I get ready to go grab this. She saw that there were like a bunch of like test tubes, or I guess stasis tubes with a bunch of clones of Shadow in there, and she said like, that gave me the sense Shadow didn't see that. Oh no, alright, I forgot, you do have the hover, so it is just like Sonic Adventure 2, except I do not get much distance when I'm doing that hover like in Sonic Adventure 2, so yeah, screw you, I'm out of here. I only really needed to get up here anyway. But she doesn't tell Shadow that, oh, by the way, I saw this. You might be potentially a clone of this, but even Omega's saying, well, wait a minute, you know, he might be the original, or it might be a case that, okay, if these are all clones, if he's a clone, the original copy must be some. But the idea that she doesn't tell him that, and so that's sometimes been something that's been brought up, saying that did she cause the problems going on with this because she's just like, oh, I don't want to tell him. But maybe it's a case of, maybe this could be something that they do as far as like a remake, saying that, okay, she doesn't want to tell him. Oh no, actually no, she doesn't want to tell him. In fact, here are the clones of Shadow here. You're right, because
behold the ultimate power.
Actually, in the story of Sonic Heroes, that's crap.
Not
so,
here.
Element Lights. Okay, 2. I need to get more soon. She does actually have some reservations, now that I'm remembering that. Actually, I'll argue against, I guess, the thought of saying, like, oh yeah, Rouge is the problem here, because she does have reservations, because after you beat, Bullet Station and Rail Canyon,
Damn it.
They see the fact that, you know, there's, like, the Shadow clone that's there. He sees it, he doesn't know what to say, and she's like, Shadow? Like, she wants to say something, but I mean, almost that case of thinking, like, she doesn't want to hurt him, maybe. And that could also be, I guess, a thought is a potential idea to remake this thing, if they wouldn't want to do that, which is saying, let's, flesh that out, get a sense of maybe the reason Rouge isn't saying anything is that she's feeling conflicted, saying that, okay, do I necessarily want to be the one to tell him this and maybe hurt him in the process? And saying, like, okay, is it a case where the ignorance is bliss idea, which she doesn't want him to tell him? Oh, you know, that might be a better idea in the long run. Well, like we previewed Catherine a couple months ago, when I did that for one of our Switch 2 Chronicles shows. There's that one question they asked as far as when we showed it, which was saying, hey, if you're going to be seeing someone who's cheating on their significant other and you know it, would you tell them or not? In that case, that game is putting you in the driver's seat of saying, are you going to tell them, or are you going to let them stew? And also, if you say nothing, how's it going to go down the road? So maybe the case of saying there is this perspective of Rouge that way. And I guess as far as Rouge's character is on this,
Behold the ultimate
and that
power.
is, she kind of is someone who's shown she loves the thrill of the hunt when it comes to being a treasure hunter. But then in this game, she finds her calling working with G.U.N. And she basically gave up on the Master Emerald as did Knuckles himself. But of the thought of what is her moral center, really? The idea that she uses her wiles as far as, you know, stealing things. But in the case of, she does, I get the sense, care about Shadow to a certain degree, although more admittingly the way that she was depicted in Sonic Heroes, particularly because of Lane Minella's performance. Not that Kathleen Delaney's performance in this one is bad, which is a case that is a different one. You always get that when it comes to and we've talked about it on the show. In fact, we talked about, it was Electrus mentioned in Kingdom Hearts, because in the case of Kingdom Hearts, we played that. We went to Agrabah for Aladdin stuff, and as far as Genie, they didn't get back the late Robin Williams. I mean, he was alive at the time the game was around, as far as Kingdom Hearts 1, but they had Dan Castellaneta, who was the voice of him on the TV show, and also in Return of Jafar. And Electrus brought up an interesting point that I hadn't really thought about, as we're kind of in the same sort of area as before, but in this case, I'm going to also suck up the Shadow clones in the vacuum cleaners. Like, yeah, we got to empty the bag, but the thought that he said, you know, in some ways I kind of like Castellaneta's performance more, maybe because, you know, you're thinking, well, oh, Robin Williams is so iconic in that role, which is true, he absolutely was. But also the thought of thinking, well, in this game in particular, I got the sense he's almost more like a fatherly case. And to be fair, you didn't necessarily get that much out of Aladdin, the movie, or out of Aladdin the King of Thieves, which Robin Williams reprised his role in. But the case that was something I found really interesting. In the case of different order of voice performance, like what can they say? What can the voice performer say about a character that maybe is not explicitly stated? In some ways, I guess I could toss Rouge as far as that perspective as well. Like what Melanie Manel's performance, particularly in Sonic Heroes, which I think that's her best performance. I like her in Sonic Adventure 2 as we're going to Space Gadget. Also, take off on something from Sonic Adventure 2, so fame this is coming up. But a case where that performance, the way she's modulating it in Sonic Heroes, I guess also because it was the game she did after Sonic Adventure 2, which is her first depiction of Rouge. The case of saying she has different notes to hit as far as that, and different things, so she's kind of in a way keeping. Actually, I want to go on this. Okay, I'll play this again in a second. I'll finish this thought as far as Rouge. The case that she maybe is a little more introspective, and saying like, I want to keep. I'm the glue that's keeping this team together.
I know that training is tough, but try and do your best.
All right, I'm gonna play this again. This is actually something very specific, and I want to run that again.
Shadow, do you read me? First, I want to apologize for the other day. Actually, I just became a grandfather last week, and I was thinking of maybe having you over. I know that training is tough, but try and do your best.
Okay, I want to let that one play specifically without saying anything, because that is the Gun General. I'll talk about his voice performance, but that is an interesting one as far as story lore and shows the idea of the sequel of this, because remember, it is the Gun General as far as the play of this game. He hates Shadow because he was a friend of Maria, and he blames Shadow for the fact that
why do I know this
even though it was on his order, he sent Gun to kill or to get Gerald Robotnik, and he killed Maria, but I guess because he wants to deflect away from his guilt, he says Shadow's the reason is, and then when the Black Arms come around, he said, like, kill Shadow on sight if you see him, and he's like, wait a second, is he allowed? Like, no, I don't care, I'm so blinded by my hatred for him. I want to get it, but you heard there in that dialogue, it's like, you know what, I'm sorry for what I did. The idea that he even is kind of a little apprehensive, it's like, you know what, maybe you learned something important because my children, they had a child recently, and I just became a grandfather. Would you want to come over for dinner? As far as it's something that normally he would never be saying, but I guess also that thought of now that Shadow's working under him, saying like, okay, you know what, he is someone I was willing to take under my wing this way, but also the case that now I'm starting to believe him. The idea of that change, but even within just that little bit of dialogue, the case that something that maybe wasn't that convincing how they said it as far as Sonic or Shadow the Hedgehog for the main story, with how he kind of was in that way. Maybe it kind of comes full circle and maybe makes that better in retrospect for just that one line. And the delivery of the person who voiced the Gun General, that is Mark Thompson. He was the voice of Casey Jones on the TMNT show that 4Kids did as far as Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I've got to find out the truth.
He was also the voice of Anthony DiMarzio on Daria, the MTV series, which is sort of a spin-off of sorts of Beavis and Butthead. I did not expect to talk about that coming into it. He's also the voice of Kid Muscle on Ultimate Muscle. He's Duke Devlin and Dox on Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters. He was also Jack Levine, Biorex, and Samurai Goro on F-Zero GP Legends. And he was in the One Piece dub of 4Kids as Dr. Krieg. And he was Frank Goldfinger and Mao and Al Capone in Shadow Hearts from the New World for the PlayStation 2. So we are going to hear him when we play Shadow Hearts from the New World. And also he is Zhang Zhao in Wolong Fallen Destiny. But I did want to at least emphasize that as far as the idea of how that dialogue goes, and something where the thought of him taking that perspective of the Gun General, who's a kind of important part of the plot, as far as how it was, where, again, I think a retooling would maybe explain or emphasize maybe better what I don't know if I necessarily did a better job of kind of going into that, saying that, okay, he's blinded by hatred of Shadow because of the fact that he blames him for the death of Maria, even though he kind of was ultimately responsible, even though it was not something he intended. Because his thought was saying, I'm just going to go get, you know, Gerald Robotnik, but it ended up killing Maria, and that incensed Gerald Robotnik even more. And in this case, I had this connection with Maria, but it's so hard for me to admit the fact that became toxic that way, in the sense that I said I let my strength as far as what I was focused on get someone I cared about killed, because it was easier for me to then, you know, blame somebody else, which usually is the idea, that idea of transference of a blame or something like that. In the case that I don't know if I'd say that comes off of the game very well as far as the way the story goes, but that line, the way they set that up, and more rings, and next time we get a checkpoint, if there are other ones here, I just want to check where there are. Oh yeah, there definitely are. That can kind of change it. Said the thought of, as I said, I'm not necessarily advocating for them to make a remake of this, but I'm also saying the ideas are there. I'm not saying, I mean, something I definitely was not thinking 20 years ago when I played this game. I was not nearly as thoughtful, I guess, about gaming or really anything, I guess, as it was before. I was 19 at the time. So, of course, I wasn't. I was still, you know, young, growing, and learning. But the case of saying, you know, giving it more thought and saying that I can kind of see what they're trying to do with this game. So, nothing else, it shows maybe my perspective about how this game has evolved over the years, but also the idea that nothing else, I like to kind of go deep in this and say, okay, what were they really trying to do on story? Well, as I said, even the stuff they said is tawdry. I say, like, it feels like, oh, they're, you know, saying, oh, it would be cool to have a level where you can assassinate the president or in case you blow up the city. And they didn't think about the connotations of that. I mean, I could say easily that, oh yeah, they're totally venal that way, but then thinking, like, well, okay, then thinking, you know, maybe they had an idea of saying, okay, we can go darker this way. It seems like it's a stretch, meaning that it's a tough act to pull off. They could pull that off. It could be something where you say, you know, that could be having a weight, perhaps, but as far as that, it's not. All right.
Behold the ultimate power.
Yeah, we are beholding the ultimate power, but as you've noticed, probably, I'm not using this one for the purpose of rushing the levels, but I do want to go through the hallway. And that's kind of was, as I mentioned, as far as the discussion, as far as this, and kind of getting more and more introspective this way about this game, and also my feelings about it, especially now, 20 years after the fact. Kind of goes to the idea of what I kind of like doing as far as myself, but also to show what the real focus is, which is gaming discussion. Let's go and let's talk about some stuff about any game that, you know, like, is it really necessarily worth going into a deep discussion on a game like this for that? And I think the answer is, yeah, maybe to a certain extent, and maybe understanding the idea of, and now that it's been so long, thinking, I guess, of an alternate idea that they could have had, maybe they didn't have at the time, maybe it's something they're trying to do that they didn't do well, they did do well for certain things, maybe they did well for you, depending on how you look at this game. I mean, for all I know, a lot of people out there might say, oh, I really like this game for certain perspectives. Maybe thought that they got that off the story in ways that maybe I didn't, or maybe other people didn't, maybe other people did, who knows. But nothing else as I'm doing, oh shit, okay, I can make this. We're gonna do this in Sonic Adventure 2, okay. It's basically going on the rails. I'm basically screwing the rails entirely. I didn't intend to do that. Alright, there you go. That's a shortcut to the goal. There we go, made it. Okay, I didn't intend to do it that way, but there you go. So there's a massive rail case. I'd either just do that or free fall down that way. And we made it. Like I said, I kind of just want to maybe give perspectives about games that were in Lost Impact. We'll talk about this level. That maybe you haven't heard, maybe I haven't heard myself, or maybe cases where I might not have thought of. I mean, sometimes me just playing a game is kind of observing what I'm looking at. Even if I'm the one sitting here playing it, and sometimes when I'm not, like a case where other people play, a case where I sometimes maybe think of something that maybe hasn't been discussed, maybe something that can kind of add to the discussion, perhaps, or other cases of kind of really going into this the way that you would with, I don't know, movies or literature. In some ways, you could make a case something like this being that case, maybe being worth looking at. And there's artificial chaos. Let's talk about that in a second.
Shadow, it is I. I hear that my research experiments have escaped and are running loose.
Yep.
The positive and negative electrode connectors must have been reversed. Yes, I must be getting old. At any rate, would you drop by my room? I'll be waiting for you.
Okay, that's Jared Robotnik, of course, who created Shadow. And we're Lost Impact, where this level does have beautiful music, as far as the light piano case. And honestly, I'll say this. Maybe I'll turn this music up a little more. It almost sounds like something out of the Sega Saturn version of Sonic 3D Blast a little bit. But this mission is infamous for a lot of reasons, particularly because the artificial chaos. You remember them from Sonic Adventure 2? For the purpose of sure, no, because we haven't played that game yet. But the idea is that they have a long life bar, and they also can reach their hands out at you. In this game, they just have an insanely long life bar, and the idea in this level, when you're playing this for the hero mission, they take a lot of punishment, and you have to go around this level and kill every single one of them, and it can take a long time. We're talking like maybe a half an hour as far as this. And a case where you have to make sure you don't miss one, otherwise you have to go back, and you're not going to be able to track it. That's going to be kind of the question, and they take a lot of punishment even when you have a weapon.
The experiments are
But for the purpose of this one, we don't have to worry about that because we just have to get to where Gerald Robotnik is. So that technically is just a case of, oh, we're just going to roll it. But as far as us getting well, the way we get there is we have to go across these light fields, although I don't know if on this level for expert, if that's who that will. I'm not seeing the turret. You really have to go and hit that. Because in this mission, the other thing is that you have Maria by your side. She's saying, hey, you know, destroy them because they're going to take the place down, but she also is kind of, in a way, going beating up both sides of her mouth, sort of, in the sense of saying, okay, not really. She's kind of maybe more the innocent child of thinking maybe, you know, I hate the fact that they get hurt, you know, maybe they'll have something going on. Oh, boy, I have to walk out, huh? Oh, okay. Alright, this is interesting. So I gotta take the rocket to get my way out. Okay, so you have, like, the gun turret things when you're doing this level normally. This way, I have to take a homing attack chain. Jesus, okay. Interesting. I'll say that for sure. I didn't expect that. As I said, I've seen some of these missions as far as some of them. You know, I can just go the whole way. I've seen the levels. I know what the levels are like, but then where the twist they put them. That's kind of interesting. Now, for this one, I think okay, I do need to grab this. Alright, this time, we do need to use this. I didn't mention this because we didn't play this mission last time. You have the turret, that's on X button. You shoot that. See the frame rate go down. But you use that to destroy the, artificial chaoses, and sometimes they could be, hidden in corners. That's what makes this level really annoying. That's why I do want to maybe turn the sound back down to what I had it. There we go. Because, yeah, the sound of the guns are getting loud. Basically, you have infinite ammo, so keep holding on. But you hit the A button, you also go faster. You can shoot, you can blast your way through, but if you're going for the artificial chaos because you have to kill every single one of them, you don't want to do that because you don't want to miss one. It's also one of those cases where at that point, if you might miss one, it's like, oh, I gotta go back to check one. Where did I miss that one? Where is it? You have to keep going and looking around, and it can be a real bear to get through it. Once you get a sense of mapping the level out and saying, okay, they're here, 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 and here. And there are 35 of them. So yeah, there's a reason why it's the most infamous level of the game. We're going to give it our due as far as that, but running it on expert mode is better because you don't have to miss. I mean, it's not because you have to kill them. In this case, they're just to get weapons, so I'm just going to go down this way in the center. You'll see the interesting attention to seeing, you know, the dash panel there. See, it's like a little conveyor belt. I never kind of stopped to take notice of that, but that being said, it's sometimes the benefit of kind of playing a game like this.
Don't give up.
Yeah, we're not gonna, but also there's the artificial chaos there. He needs to die. I mean, okay, I don't have to kill him, but he's there, so he as well. And if you're wondering how is Gerald Robotnik alive, it's because, or he was killed. They kidnapped him and they killed him. Because this takes place in the past. Because the idea is that we did see him on the video as far as in Sonic Adventure 2, as far as that before that happened. We'll get to that when we play that game. I mean, I don't know if that's going to be the next Sonic game we play. The next really big one is going to be the next one we play, probably. I think. Unless we do Sonic 06 beforehand. I don't know. I'm going to talk around and say, what do we want to see? Chat, what do you want to see? Maybe we could second chance another one if it's a case where you're saying, oh, we played one of these and we got to give it another look. I mean, I want to do that with Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. When I played it, I didn't have my tech set right, honestly, when it came to the mic. It was the first show I did using it. So the sound balancing was kind of off. And same case also with Sonic Fighters, which I showed as far as that as well. And the other time I showed it, I had audio problems as far as stuff going on. And since we're going along this, I'll do another mic pull that I did at the beginning of this level, but just in case. I mean, it hasn't done it in a while because I do this. I just do it because I want to make sure everything's set. And also my PC's holding up because sometimes it just turns off on its own. Thankfully it doesn't do it when I record. I don't know why it doesn't do it when I record. Oh, Christ. Okay, let's just keep going. But also, because I have that boost thing, I can just use this to get through. Although, here you might not want to because I'm mad now. Okay, no, maybe I do because now I'm invincible. You know what? That was not a wrong idea. Basically, you have to shoot down the asteroid. So so if nothing else, what I'm showing here on this level does apply when you actually play this as far as the main story. Except I don't care about the artificial chaos is here.
Men status report.
Yeah, status report. You're getting blown up. Yeah, I need your weapon. Thank you. Alright, getting close to, okay, next case I'll get another life. How many lives I got? 4. Okay. Also, not running into too much trouble as far as game over here. I mean, if the game didn't crash, we probably would have been fine. I don't know why the camera wasn't following me there right away. Okay, let's go down. Oh, right, I was on the... Oh, thank God I didn't fall into that, because you can also fall underneath that as far as then that is death. There you go, there's another life. Wait a second. Actually, for this, they probably do want you to go all the way through. But this level's kind of non-linear in the sense of where the end of it is not, like, right away where the bowling is... Or not where the final artificial chaoses are. Alright. Yeah, but the turret gun does shoot really fast. Faster than any of the turret guns in this game. And it does get rid of the artificial chaos pretty nicely, as long as you basically focus on the head. As long as you focus on that, you'll be good as far as getting rid of them, but the problem is also making sure you don't miss them. That's where it's annoying. And I guess if nothing else, it goes to something that I probably should mention for this. That came into existence after we did the game for the show 4 years ago, and that is... There was, I can't remember the name of this project. I think it was Shadow the Hedgehog recompiled, I think it was. It's basically a...
They don't give up!
It's basically a patch for the emulated version of the GameCube release of this. I think there's the end. I'm hearing the goal ring. I think. Alright, that's where Gerald is. He's right in the ring. So there we go. Just go find him. Basically what it does is it does readjust some aspects of the game. Basically what they did is they took code and they injected it into the ROM of this game from GameCube when you emulate it. And it changed some of the requirements for some of the missions, as we're going to go with the Gun Fortress. Like for that mission, for example, you don't have to kill all 35 of them. They do reduce it, so it's not a case where you have to do that. And they did make some other bug fixes here and there. I mean, it's not a complete rebuild of it the way that like the Sonic Unleashed uncompiled thing was. But that was kind of an interesting case as far as they did it, or how Sonic the Hedgehog Project 06, which was the full remake of Sonic 06's levels, which is amazing. To the point where we gotta do that part of it for the show along with Sonic 06 production. It's a miracle. You cannot believe that that's a fan project. They did Sega themselves. And it's one of those cases I'd almost have thought, oh, I gotta go back and see who that was. I don't know who I even ran into on the text box. You would think like the Sega would look at them, it's like, yeah, hire these people. They clearly have something going on here, or more accurately, I guess, if nothing else, gave tacit support to it, but saying, well, under normal circumstances, companies would want to cease and desist a project like that because it may be giving people a reason to not buy the game as opposed to pirate it. But I think with Sonic 6, they know, like, look, we fucked up on this. We know that. I think for this, it's like, oh my god, what you people did was so amazing when it came to your rebuild of this and your complete changes. Even digging out voice clips that I think were in the code for Sonic 06 that went unused. And adding new animations, like for Tails, he has like a tail swipe. There's like, how did they build that?
Gun manufactures their weapons here.
It's unbelievable. So I said, I want to make sure we look at that.
Hey, Shadow, you've only got 6 stages left in your training. Have you got enough lives left to do it? Remember, once the game
it's Sonic, okay.
It's all the way back to the start. Be extra careful.
I mean, is it? The game crashed on me, Sonic, and I was able to continue back where I was. I mean, unless maybe it's a case where on game over you do have to do that, but okay, maybe because I didn't get game over. See, I thought that was the case with Sonic Heroes as well. The super hard mode of that. In some ways, that was harder. I think maybe because of the way the levels were designed, they're more designed around something like, I guess, a Right, that's closing. They're more designed around the kind of gameplay that I'm doing, whereas in this one, the levels are designed more kind of around exploration. Because again, this kind of like guitar sound on the guns for some I never really stopped and took notice of.
Don't let him. They keep breaking through the gates. Don't let him get away.
Me? Why? Oh, I guess because I'm going through here. I mean, I guess it's like in, we'll see this in Sonic Adventure 2, the idea of, you know, when Robotnik's trying to find Shadow, as far as going through, it says, level 1 security door breach. Level 1 security door breach. And they keep saying, I'm trying to remember what they say. They say, the intruder is in the city. Get him. I don't have gun. I gotta get rid of... Oh, right. I forgot. I have to open the cage. So everything needs to die here. I guess the question is, I'm hearing beeping. Okay, I don't think I can reach him, because I don't think the Chaos Blast goes all the way. In fact, I'll try that. Because it does clear the screen, but because it's in a big room here, you're not going to be a case where you're going to be able to completely reach over there to kill that gun robot. Alright, so I got him. Alright, there we go. So we open the box, and we're going in. I mean, it's unique, the idea that for this, going back to music again, that it's just kind of light acoustic sound. But also here we're getting, yeah, you get a Resident Evil-like camera angle with the frame rate going weird with the animations. Because I think it's supposed to reflect the idea that you're on, like, the surveillance cameras. Interesting idea, except the frame rate's not always keeping up, even on this console, it's not. And also, it makes it kind of hard to play.
Here, take this.
It's really interesting, I guess, to see, like, the Fighter True Bigfoot as far as that in this game.
Death to all who oppose me.
Okay, that's the best weapon as far as the Gatling gun. You get tons of bullets off of that from a clip. I believe you get 40, yes you do. And when you have your form going on here, you're just shooting like crazy, and you're never going to run out of trouble. In this case, yeah, just keep hitting that X button and also feel the rumble. The rumble actually is really good as far as how it is. It's really strong and has a nice feel to itself. And since I'm killing everything as far as how it is, I'm also building up more stuff. Although, actually, do you think you have an ammo limit? But I have like 200 bullets in the clip here, so that's going to be good. Yeah, this music is really chill. I really like it, actually. So, I mean, if nothing else, I'll say this. The return to this is that also maybe that case of kind of sitting back and saying, well, okay, I know all the things I've said or even said on the show or also myself as far as this game, but then now I'm sitting down and kind of experiencing it in this new way and then thinking, all right, and then kind of, I don't have to focus on ideas like, oh yeah, I didn't like this game as far as what it was, or aspects of the camera and the controls, things like that. Although, honestly, I guess it doesn't really show. Maybe because I'm so used to the 3D Sonic games, this is kind of nothing. As I said, just maybe letting me kind of, I guess, let my hair down a bit, kind of being so in. As I said, seeing also the potential of what could have been. Especially the way with 06, I'll say that when we get to Sonic 06. That game had so much potential to itself, it could have been great. And honestly, when it makes the start, people make fun of that intro saying, oh, it's like something out of Final Fantasy 12, which also came out about the same time. But I looked at that and I said, you know, no, it initially doesn't seem like, it doesn't seem like it's out of Sonic, but then when Sonic comes out, oh wow, this looks great. And that cutscene, oh my god, it's awesome. I will definitely stand up to it when we get to playing that game. So that makes me want to play it. Talk about making a great first impression. And also the disappointment when you play it, it's like, well, it's not as good as that. It doesn't even look as good as that. In some ways, maybe for the console, I don't even know if it looks as good as this does. And the frame rate might not be as good as this either, even with the frame rate problems this has, which to me was bewildering on this one, because I said, wait a sec, Sonic Heroes was 60 FPS on this console and on the GameCube. But this one's slowing down more, although I see now exactly why it's slowing down more. Not that I'm okay with it, but also the idea is they use that same engine, but also that engine was not designed around as many enemies on the screen as this has. We saw that we did the super hard mode of Sonic Heroes as well, but you have many more enemies on the screen, the frame rate goes down significantly when you see that happening. But then also looking at it, with this game, you have those scripted events where things are exploding with Stopless, for example. It's also a case of saying, yeah, that engine was not set for it. And when they made this, the engine makes sense, we had it before, but then say, well, for what we want to do, it kind of cripples the game as far as the stability of itself, and also the bugs it has for the crash community hit on me, although I don't know if that's the disc. I still don't know if it's the disc as far as this game for me. There we go, got it. I didn't want to get the life. And there's another one as well. Another one was getting tons of dark points because of all the gun robots.
This is our last stand. Hold the gate.
I guess in this case, this makes sense, I guess, for training, saying, okay, you have to infiltrate our base, and we're gonna try and take you out. Oh shit, shoot you, you motherfucker. Now I'm dead.
Damn, not here.
Alright, so yeah, now I'm mad as far as how this is. But I did get those lives for a reason, but I do need a gun. Okay, because yeah, you can tilt left and right, it looks weird. But they're saying, yeah, they're doing a training exercise, and yeah, they actually succeeded as far as getting that set. And I guess, I don't know, it is a case that maybe we don't die as far as this. Either I or the gun.
Still move. Grab a weapon and take your positions.
Oh, there we go. Oh no. Oh, there we go. So we got the electric. Actually, I don't think I got this as far as the play of this. What it is can I get through that? Oh, right. I can because I have electric and protection from electric damage. Okay, good. I didn't want. I made sure it wasn't a case of it not doing that like the fire thing. Also, that's the other thing. Rail switching is actually also a lot easier in this one because on Sonic Heroes' case, when you're going really fast, you do this rail switch move left and right with the A button. Case where something just fly off, so it won't register that correctly. This game does register correctly because it basically lets you kind of jump off the side. It does let you see, oh yeah, you are going to be... It basically locks you to it when you do that left and or right and the A button, which you didn't do in Sonic Heroes. In some ways, they actually kind of took the system that Psychonauts had, as that camera stuff. No,
stop! No, no!
Because Psychonauts is a game that is like rail grinding. First, like, why does this game have it? But then I played it and I said, oh yeah, it'd be amazing if Sonic Heroes had this. And then this game came out. Like, yeah, it does have this. That was awfully nice. Alright, there you go.
Death to all who oppose.
Yeah, it's F6. I don't know if it's Fire Troop Bigfoot from, or how that is from Sonic 2, but yeah, Fire Troop Bigfoot. Bigfoot to Hedgehog. Over. The Hedgehog is proving to be too much. Stop that. I guess in that case, well, I'll quote that because technically that piece of music is in this game as far as the Fire Troop theme. There's one boss, and this is named after something for F-Zero. Actually, it's worth pointing out, and fitting because Sega made F-Zero GX and AX as far as that around the same time. But it does have the actual piece of music for that boss battle. So in that case, I'll listen to the quote from Sonic Adventure 2. Well, actually, the one for Sonic. Actually, there's one for Shadow, I don't remember. There's the one for Rouge that I kind of remember, which is, I can't believe I came all this way. It's just insane.
They're after the mother computer.
Yeah, like, I don't know anything about a computer. Man, actually, that's the one thing we didn't do, because there's one mission, I'm trying to remember which one it was. Oh, right, it was actually one of the not Final Rush and Final Chase levels where we had to find the computer room. Right, here we are. Actually, can I find 4 rings? No, I can't. Alright, there you go. I want to see if I had 100, could I get another case to get another life? But alright, I guess not. Alright, we're getting close to the end, I think, on this one.
Perfect.
This might not be as long a show as I thought it was gonna be. Alright, let's see what's next. Okay, next up is the Black Comet. This is, I believe, the... Okay, this is the last stage. You're going the true dark time. Basically, you're being evil.
The reconstruction.
Mr. President, it's time for your karaoke party with the Minister of Finance.
Okay.
I almost forgot. Shadow, I'll talk to you later.
Okay, so as the president, it goes to the idea that, alright, he has a busy schedule, as far as a lot of things. Although, I guess, if nothing else, it shows this, which is that he is taking a break as far as how the main story went, because in the main story of this Case is saying, you know, he's focusing on the perspective of the Black Arms being here and saying, because it was around 9/11 Case as far as that saying, like, he takes the perspective of shot down.
Not here.
But also, why are they attacking me when I'm going evil?
Shadow, it's me.
That's a weird case as far as the way
Sorry
the story
about
goes,
last
as
time.
far as what happens anyway. Another case of maybe retool that. Say I change my allegiances and then they shoot me. But another case like, no, I don't. They don't if I'm actually doing what they want. And even cases where I touch them and they won't hurt me in that case. But anyway, there was a case of that is the perspective like, you know, we do not negotiate with terrorists. Ouch. And to be fair, the president did have a lot going through as far as Sonic Adventure 2, because remember the idea of, you know, what's gonna happen. See, it's funny, we talked about Sonic Adventure 2 so like tonight. Ouch!
Damn, not here.
And just general,
Shadow,
before we've even
it's me
played
again.
it.
Sorry about last time.
And that is
Been busy planning the
that
reconstruction.
he had to deal with what goes on in that game as well. So in this case, the thought is that, yeah, peace has been brought back to the area because we ended Black Cube, but apparently not, because it's still sort of kind of on that wave.
Talk to you later.
Okay, let me get rid of that. Let me actually get the rocket launcher as far as this. Because the target will come up, but it's weird. Okay, so I wish I could put that on. Again, the Ratchet and Clank perspective. That would absolutely been the way to go on this one. And I don't know if I can hit him. But I also want to get myself blasted. We're going to let myself get blasted on that. Have a ring. Let that go. Boom. There you go. Okay. There they are again. You get this, again, kind of nice music of the do-do-do-do-do-do. It's kind of light, but it also has kind of a bit of a rocking vibe to it as well. So yeah, I'll say this, going back to the music. Maybe the music's a little better than I gave it credit for. There are some interesting tracks in this, I'll definitely say that, but as I said, I would not take to listen to music compared to some of the other 3D Sonic games. But yeah, as I said, maybe the idea that it's kind of underrated. There are definitely some underrated tracks in this that I definitely stick up for. And we'll also, by the way, for the purpose of this, we'll also talk about the vocal tracks, so I can play them all and we'll not get a content strike on the one I thought I would get a content strike on. I'm, of course, talking about the Almost Dead by Power Man 5000. We'll get to that. I thought that, oh yeah, because it's that band, am I going to get a content strike or something? But, alas, no. I did check before we did the show. I didn't check the other ones, but I knew that one. If there's anything I would get knocked on, it would be that, but I did not. I think the idea here is that the light bass, going back to the music case of that, the light bass and the light percussion going as far as the cymbal hits. Is there going through here as well? Yeah, we haven't been here either. Although that is the Black Arms vacuum gun thing he's using. Actually, no, it's not. It's actually not similar to. Don't put that up to show. Ouch! I'm gonna pick that up and kill him. It's kind of like the Omochao gun, going back to that, because it does bounce all over the walls. A little. Not as much as the Omochao gun, but it does have a case where it will kind of bounce around a few times. This stage we have to go over the series, because yeah, the series is going to hurt me otherwise. And if you like the color purple, it's definitely really nice. There's a lot of it, although that's kind of the colors of the Black Arms as far as their comic. Ow. And in this area, you do need to be careful because of the fact that, yeah, your ride can take damage, but you do also need to use it, and you also need to make sure you kill the enemies in the area. And they teleport, right? That's the other thing. Okay, we sort of showed this, going back to that, when we did The Last Way. Oh shit, no!
Damn, not here.
We do have to do that for the purpose of the final story. And I need something to hit. Hey, now let's get the Omochao gun. Where is it? They showed everything else. They showed the Hammer Dawn. I'm calling it that. That's okay. This we didn't show. That is the recovery gun. So instead of using those recovery capsules, you can use that if you want to. In that case, also I can shoot the balloon out of the sky with. Yeah, shoot the balloons to get rings, and then in that case, I shoot Omochao out. So awesome! Thank you, my friend. Yeah, but I was saying, we did see as far as the enemies, because when we did The Last Way is kind of a redo of this level, and also the one on the hero side, which is the last one we're going to go to. That's Final Haunt. We'll say that in a little bit. These are going down the list because it is the true evil level as far as it. The other one's going to be the true hero level. Yeah, so I might get the 5 hours in the show after all. Not that it really matters as far as length, but I just want to get a sense of, okay, am I going to finish this sooner than I thought? Maybe a little. I'll say this, I don't think, even though this is expert mode, I don't think this is nearly as hard as Sonic Heroes for that. I need their gun, or a gun of theirs, that'll work. They keep going behind. Oh shit!
Damn.
They shot my thing, I'm dead. I'm running out of lives. Alright, Omochao gun, yeah, I do really like this. I'm realizing, I think, with this, why it's so cool. Give me more rings. There, I do want that. So, yeah, sorry, Omochao, this has more ammo. So, when it comes to this, I'll say this. Basically, you want to manage your ammo. And also manage your ammo when you have multiple clips of something so you can go around and hit something quick. But, alright, I want to get off this. That room we're going to, where I keep dying in, is something where you do need to defeat all the enemies. Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, yeah, he's gonna die, right? Okay, so let's go across this again, and then we'll take out the enemies over here. I'll make sure I'm a little more careful. I was like, get more rings, so when I get a checkpoint, I'll be closer to getting in the life, because I need lives. Uh-oh. I don't need that one that badly. So I pick my battle. My battle right here is with you guys. Especially because you transport around. So... Okay, so yeah, shoot him. Wait, there we go. Did I get him? I didn't get him. Let me get out of the way. We'll kill him.
Damn it.
Ow. I just want to punch you. Yeah, let me kick you and punch you. Alright, so I knock him, but I need his gun, and I don't want to be over there, because if I get knocked back, I'm gonna die. I homing attack him. Maybe that's my case as far as I just like homing attacking the enemies, but for this, I don't have a whole lot of recompense to do it, or because of doing less damage, something where it's not something I find is effective. Alright, I am getting close to... I'm getting close to a, what is it? My bar being full, but now I'm out of juice for that. I need something to... Oh, no! Do I need to do this? Knowing expert mode, probably, so let me, hold on to this. I mean, okay, I sorted it. Okay, so I sorted it the hard way. But I need gun. You're seeing here that, without a weapon, I'm totally, defenseless. But then, I'm just getting to the end. It doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, come on, top, let's go. Oh, that was close. Alright, their ships are here, so we get some rings, get that set, and hit that. There we go. Right, there they are. Let me just... There we go. One of the cases where I'm so glad destroying a box is evil actions. There we go. Get ready to die, guys. No, these are not machine guns. Okay, now they are. Let's go. Except this Gatling gun doesn't shoot off as fast, so I can destroy that. Alright, that is their ship. Okay, I do want to destroy them. I don't want that, but... Okay, I have more ammo for this, so you know what? I'm not going to take it. Alright, now for this one, I have to go around. See, it's funny. I feel like I've shown this for the show, even though I know we didn't go here. Maybe because of the way that final way is set, it's basically kind of copy-paste. That's another thing I'll say against this game, saying, wait, some of these levels look and play very similar to each other. The question of where's their identity? Then again, I almost wonder how much of a rush this really was as far as making it, because I would think maybe they had like another year for this. That would be a case of it. But then again, Sonic 06 is also coming out. But that case, I know that game was rushed. That game was rushed. That game was also not finished as it was. It was finished, and then they still let it out despite it being completely not ready to go. And somehow Microsoft and Sony certified it. I don't understand that either. You know what? I need gun of some sort. I don't have one. Or, it doesn't matter. You know what? Get off and go. I'm invincible.
Death to all who oppose.
I'll take the invincibility. So yeah, it is weird in that case because we saw the invincibility item. But yeah, it's kind of superfluous. As long as you build that bar up either hero or dark, you're going to be in good shape and you don't need to worry about taking damage. Although, yeah, that does. So yeah, just keep going down the way. Oh no. I can use that to get my way out. Okay, awesome. I do need to get off the top to go. Oh, there you go. So we got extra life. Thank God. Okay. Yeah, as long as you can get extra lives. I mean, that's the other thing I guess I'll say about this one when it comes to the harder mode in this, unlike Sonic Heroes. Because Sonic Heroes does run on the rings, where you get rings, 100 rings, you get a life. This one, you don't, but if you have 100 rings, you pass over a checkpoint, you get another life anyway. So you can basically be in a case of getting those lives changed. And since you only lose 10 rings from the hit, it means that as long as you keep that number above 100, you're going to get a lot of lives.
Damn it.
Oh no. Yeah, so even there, it's yeah, in Sonic Heroes, that one was a disaster because all my rings were gone. But in this game, not so much. What's that have as a weapon? Okay, I want that instead. I know it doesn't have a whole lot of ammo. It's, oh, no, it's 40 bullets. That's fine. It's also me getting closer towards... Actually, turn around. Oh, that's the Black Arms ship. Yeah, I don't care. Just keep going. Just keep going. I don't want to stop. Fitting for Sonic as far as our Shadow. There we go. Let's have at it.
To all who oppose me.
I'll say it also is nice kind of not having to worry about the case of saying, okay, I gotta really worry about my allegiances for the purpose of points or rank. I guess because I already did that for it, so the game is saying, alright, you don't have to worry about it. Just go nuts. Whoa, look at that frame rate. Right, yeah, this part. So I need to get on the top again. Yeah, because this is a bit of a puzzle room. I have to, again, destroy enemies in order to get the berries to drop as I pull the camera out. Because, yeah, it's too close. I know there's a problem with Sonic Heroes, but in this one also is a little bit of a problem. And unlike Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, I don't have that first-person thing. Actually, no, that's for first-person camera, I should say. And actually, Heroes did have that. No, I do want my Gatling gun, please. So in this case, also, I'll tell you this. If you're going for the missions in this one, it's like, wait, how am I going to get enough points if I'm saying, hey, you know, of what I got to defeat? Although in this case, it doesn't matter here. Although I guess for this level, you can just say, oh yeah, just kill the gun robots or kill all of the Black Arms, as they say. Also, you can cook your my bar, so as soon as I jump off of that, it does not turn on until I get off.
Behold the
Oh, no.
ultimate
Okay,
power.
thank God he did that. There's another life. There we go. Keep going. Boom, boom, boom. We're getting somewhere, and there's more ammo. In this case, I'm on top here, so it should be set. But That must be Flying Dog, I guess, if he's flying in the air. One more. There we go.
Death to all who oppose me.
In that case, yeah, I'm holding that X button and not letting go. Oh, wait a sec. Okay, no, this is not what I'm thinking, where I have to use the vacuum gun to pull out the wall. Actually, there's another one I can do that with. Going. Oh, right, go over here. Yeah, we're almost at the end, but yeah, this level is really long. I mean, that's the other thing. These levels are really long. Which is not necessarily a negative, but when it comes to the way the level design is going, if it's not the best, as far as how it is here, I know we are at the end. This case, sometimes you feel like, yeah, maybe it's a bit of a slog, but I think you're right. I have to kind of just go around. Well, this is key. Actually, I think this is the last of this level. Yeah, it is. Okay, so I got all 5, but I don't know where the vault is. So if we come back here, we can get the vault ready. All right, let me go. Made it. Or, whew, just made it.
Perfect.
You know, a mix of Sonic games, but yeah, it kind of comes with the territory. Okay, next up is the lava shelter. We did see this when we played the first time, because that was where our path ended. We came in here again with...
So, Shadow, how you holding up?
Okay.
You're doing great. Only 4 stages.
This is Eggman's secret base. I will defeat him and prove that I am the strongest.
Omega, cut it out. Don't you have anything better to do?
Okay, I do like that. Again, go back to the report of Rouge and Shadow and Omega. She's like, yeah, stop talking. I'm giving him instructions. He's like, yo, I want to be the one to destroy Eggman. I mean, he's there. You could probably do something, you know? But I love that. Because at first I said, wait, did I interrupt his discussion? No, that was part of the dialogue. Yeah, but we came here because, as we're going to say, the idea that we had Omega on our side as far as it, so he's saying, yeah, we're just going all the way with Omega. He's like, yeah, he's part of our team. And it was this level, by the way, we got the full unlock. In fact, I will show that. There you go, it opens the door, it lets you go this way. Actually, I think there's a couple. But when you go this way, we'll show this way. Well, maybe I should show the other way, because I don't know if we show it that way. You take this alternate path with the top. Normally it's not in this stage, as far as other areas of it. And you can use this on the lava, so in that case, you can go over here. There are dash panels, and there's a lot of items here. I think there might be others. I don't know if there's lives around here. Maybe there are. And the idea of what you have to do is you have to either, you destroy those machines. Actually, no, for this one, I might have to use this. Or, okay, either I have to use this or it's an alternate way to go. Yeah, normally I have to be worried about that, that lava, but for now, it's like, yeah, I don't have to worry about that. Usually you make specific jumps between the sides of the platforms, because if you touch that, you're gonna die. But now, like, yeah, I don't care. I can just keep going on with this. And I can go over this way, too. Right, because if you get that, you were able to say, okay, you usually have to go up, there's a life, there's a health for that, there's another life. 3 lives, Jesus. Okay, now we're not going to have any problems going ahead. So yeah, the benefit of opening up the cages with all, or opening up the vaults, I should say, not cages. Those saying, yeah, you know, we could take another path like dope. Like, yeah, no, I have the benefit of going this way. So yeah, this level's going to be really easy. I get tons of lives in the process, so there you go. So I guess you can also make this, the expert mode even easier if you unlock all the vaults, but also, as I showed, I don't know where they all are, so sometimes you have to remember where they are. I think we're basically going to do the entire level of this thing. I mean, immediately it is slow as we go, and I can't hit B button to make this thing go faster because otherwise I fall off, and if I do here, I'm going to die. Just keep enjoying the ride. I guess I could almost imagine also going back to Omega's case as far as this saying, you know, maybe he could enjoy this saying like, this is fun, but I still need to defeat Eggman. And then Drew's just like, yep, cut it out, shit. Cut it out, Omega's like, yeah, can't you lighten up a little bit? Okay, on this case, I have to destroy this machine. I can't, right? I mean, do I? Oh, wait a sec. Unless I can't take it with me. Is this the end for the top? I don't know. I mean, well... I thought it rises up. I thought I could get it to rise up, but I said, oh, let's try again. Let's get the weapon from the egg pawn if I can get a shield off. Let's see if that does it. Maybe I already got it, so alright. Yeah, it was fun, but I think we gotta leave you behind. Or, do we? I mean, okay. Now we do. Okay, bye-bye, Top. It was a fun time with you. And you made a lot of this level breeze, and you helped me get tons of lives. And for that, I'll always love you. And there we go, I got another one. Perfect. Alright, so now we have to go the actual way. Oh, crap.
Damn, not here.
Yeah, I suppose I deserved that. It is a bit harder here with the lasers, but alright, there we go. Got it. There's a light speed. Oh, okay. I'm glad it failed there. If anywhere's gonna fail, is we're seeing the shadow androids again. Oh, I see. Okay, since I have to do it for the mission, but for this, since I'm just going through the training, it doesn't really matter what happens. But alright, I'm nervous they're gonna try and shoot me. Oh no, they're focused on the machine. I do need to be set for that. Let's wait. The lava isn't rising, is it? Okay, good. Okay, it's not rising now. Let's see. Remember this? Oh no! No! I remember doing this when we played. In case we were able to get up there with just the jump. The answer is yes, you can. In this case, wait, and I'm not gonna make that jump until these come out. At least a little bit. No, I'm waiting the whole way. There we go. Oh, there we go. Just keep moving. And we got it. And hope this works this time. Face it straight. There we go. Just grab one of those little... Looks like there are lasers. Not lasers. Otherwise I can't get up there. There we go. Yeah, a little tense, but yeah, there you go. Another case of platforming. Like, you love my platformers, that's true. And even one like this where, yeah, the mechanics of this are not as great as some of the other Sonic games like this. Okay, at least I'm doing something right. There we go. Made it. Alright, so yeah, that was pretty fun.
Perfect.
Yeah, and a great action shot of this place burning up. Alright, so let's see what's next. And the rest are going to be original stages. Starting with Cosmic Fall. Wait, he said all that? I do like the music for Cosmic Fall. They did use this, by the way, when we played... Actually, we did hear this when we played Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transforms. This is actually our first time hearing it in the game it actually came out of. But yeah, that's all he said as far as Cheese saying that, uh-oh, I'm in trouble.
Damn, not here.
And of course I'm burning up in the Earth's atmosphere the same way that we did with, Oh, wait a sec. Hold on. Oh, it's really loud the way they pitched that. Oh, I see, that's what happened. When I launched in here, I had that set. Oh, wait, it's an emergency. Okay.
6, good luck, Shadow. 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 6, good lu
Yeah, I was gonna say, as far as that, I was thinking of the movie Lost in Translation when Bob Harris, like, he's doing the commercial as far as it, but of course, because of the difference between English and Japanese, he's saying, he's getting the instructions on what to do, but then when the director is speaking in Japanese and then the translator tells him, particularly, like, he wants to have it going with more intensity. Are you sure that's all he said? It seemed like he said a lot more than that, and I feel like I'm gonna miss something. I didn't do that right.
Damn, not here.
Yeah, this might be the fall, so I guess it's a good thing I got that. I'm not gonna play that again, but as far as her voices, I don't think there's any credits for her voices. Jesus. I don't think there is. I didn't find what I was doing on my doing it in my notes in this game. Yeah, I'm not gonna make that, so alright. I'm going to stay here. I'm going to wait until it comes down, because you do have to kind of sit here and wait at the platform you're falling. And then I guess I'll run my way over there. Or do that. When it goes down, there we go. Now I can make it, and then use the homing attack to make the distance. Yeah, because the whole level's coming down along with it, but that does mean that... Okay, here we go. Checkpoint. Yeah, I do like this music, too, as it also, maybe because we heard it in Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transform as well. And in case of, yeah, it's like Sonic Adventure 2 again. So where are we jumping to next? Probably here. Uh-oh. I was saying, whoa, that was way more risky than I should have taken. Alright, there we go. Yeah, this level's kind of weird to navigate for that very reason. It's a case where you're basically falling and then you gotta be a sense of where you're going next. Like, oh no! I'll go down. There we go. The camera does keep positioned as you go down, at least, so that does help. It's also something that I sometimes get nervous saying, where am I supposed to go, and am I actually make this? That thought that you feel like you have to keep moving, and you have to basically make sure that, you know, if you don't, or thinking if you don't, shit! Yeah, you're gonna die. In that case, I'm definitely gonna die, because that was a Lightspeed dash trail.
Not here.
A Lightspeed dash trail, I should say. I had to be set for that, but I didn't actually know. How many levels did I got? Okay, 4. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not completely blasting through these. So, I mean, if nothing else, it's a good thing I got all the lives I got on Lava Shelter. Oh no, I don't want to do that! It's also a weird one, I guess, to go through this level fast, because in that case, you kind of have to wait. And now I gotta be careful making this jump, so what I'm gonna do is, instead of going that one on the left there, I'll go this one, which is at least closer. And go there. And then crush you again. I have to be very careful as far as that, so that I can get my way through. This one I'll just shoot as far as I go down, so at least I get the rings. I don't have to necessarily worry about. Yeah, although I can go. Okay, so let's go and make sure. Remember to do the Lightspeed dash ring. There we go, got it. Fantastic. I just want to get to the next checkpoint because I don't want to do that again. Alright, there we go. As you shall see, got it. Alright, so we're inside. So yeah, this does also look a lot like some of the other ones we saw. Oh, you guys again, the Artificial Chaos. Yeah, they are here. In this case, as long as you pay attention where the doors are, you should be good. But then we have to go back out here again. Okay, that's that. There, to get 20 rings off that. Oh, no, no, don't do that, don't do that. Yeah, I have to wait till these things stop spinning or basically make them so that they're going straight and then get my way over. Alright, so now I just gotta go that way. Oh no. So like a case where I see explosions on it, I think it's gonna collapse. Oh, wait, who said that? Wait, who said jump? Oh, shit, I'm dead. Think. I'm not dead. Yeah, I don't. I also want to look back. I'll say, who said jump? Right, there goes that key. Where am I going? And why can't I push the camera back? I'm stuck. Oh, there we go. Oh. I mean, okay, I guess I'm okay going down this way. Right, there's a balloon. There's another one. Okay, so I guess I'm safe. I'm not dead. I thought I was going to be dead, but now I got a life. There we go. Oh, whoa! I almost lost it. No, don't do that. Wait. Yeah, because these are going to go a full rotation around. Oh, no. No. Oh, I did get the checkpoint, so I'm not going to complain too much.
Damn,
I'm going out in a blaze of glory. You can also run on either way, so I think I'm just going to do that. Say, screw this. Just keep going. In case it goes up high enough. There we go. Got it. Now, I'm going. This level's a bit oblique as far as that, because, like, wait, where can I jump? Where do I want to jump? That's what makes it hard. Okay, I gotta wait till it comes down a little. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Can I make that? No! No! That's close. It was almost there, but...
Damn,
alright.
not here.
Get a couple rings, and we're ready to go. Okay. We're almost there. Alright, you just wait. I think I'm... Alright, because I think I have to go there, and over there, but I also don't know... I don't know if it doesn't matter. Because it was over there as far as we saw when it fell last time. Yeah, that's too high. I can't make that jump. Or I could make it there. Okay, I guess I gotta make that. So when it rotates over, I'll go. And I think I gotta go over there.
I've gotta find out the truth.
Yeah, I know. Gotta wait for that to get set. All right. Yeah! Shit. Okay, I have to make it all the way there, and there. Okay. Okay,
Damn,
so now I'm seeing what I gotta
here.
do, but I just was nervous making that jump. I'm running low on lives, so I gotta be careful. What's the best way to get across this? I gotta go that one. Oh no, go back! Shit, that was not able to go back. Yeah, I might get a game over here.
Damn, not here.
Well, I guess if I get a game over here, I think I can continue the stage. I mean, I don't think it obliterates my save completely. At least I don't think it does. I mean, the game crashed on me and it still held that, so I think they'll show some mercy. You know, I'm gonna wait, I think, until it goes upright the other way. Yeah, that's too far a jump to make. I can't make it over there. There we go. Oh, no. No! Alright, game over. Let's see how this goes.
Damn, not here.
Alright, that's game over. Oh shit, it obliterates the whole fucking thing. Okay. Alright, they weren't lying there. Okay, so then again, alright, I couldn't do it. Alright, I guess what I'll do is I'm gonna compromise on this one. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I am basically gonna stop the show, sort of, kind of, as far as this. Not completely. I've got other stuff I'll show. I will do the rest of this off screen, I think, and basically get back to this, and then do it, because I didn't know it totally obliterated the save. Okay, it didn't obliterate it when I, went across for the game crashing. I mean, I guess I could have quit out, and then maybe it would have worked fine. Alright, I did run that risk. That was my problem. I just to get a sense of how far were we. Oh, okay, we only had 2 levels left. Okay, so we only had that one, and we had Final Haunt. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. As a compromise, I will off-screen run this as far as, well, the last 2, as far as experts. I'll tell you what I'll do. I will run Cosmic Fall and this one now. Let's all run in the normal way. I have nothing else, at least give a sense of what it is for it, so I'll have to get this set. Right, on this one, you're on time limit. I'll show that, because as far as mission... Okay, this is the one we have to find the computer room, so we're gonna find the computer room somehow.
Find the Chaos Emerald.
So either find the Chaos Emerald,
Find the computer
or
room.
find the computer room. I guess we'll do that one. I mean, it doesn't matter which one we do. We have time limit on, I think, both of these, but they'll tell us.
Is this whole place collapsing?
Yes. Also, nothing else, you'll at least see what the difference was between when we did this on Expert as opposed to this one. Alright, so what it's doing in particular, it's saying, okay, you can use a homing attack trail to get across the Black Arms bats. Okay.
Look, Shadow.
Aye.
Once our army attacks, the Ark will fall. You must hurry on ahead and get the Chaos Emerald.
Okay, so yeah, that's what makes this a lot harder as far as Expert. You basically have to wait around, and you don't have those enemies to homing attack off of. I'm trying to remember if it was that hard as far as that jump in this stage, but we'll find out.
Our giants, heralded for their pure strength, form the core of our army.
Okay, but nothing else you're hearing more Sean Chamel as far as Black Doom. Also, I can't switch him because I'm hitting that, I mean, you can use the D-pad as far as changing mission, but it was doing that beep beep when I hit right. Oh, shit! Okay, that was my fault.
Damn, not here.
Okay, I have 5 lives. You do start 5 lives as far as how this is.
Look, Shadow. Once our army attacks, the Ark will fall. You must hurry on ahead and get the Chaos Emerald.
Oh, no, I don't want to do that. Stop. Okay, so I'll show this off, and I said what I'll do is I'll probably... Off-screen, I'll go through this again, and I will edit in what it looks like as far as on Expert. Whoa! Actually, I'm surprised it took us this long to actually show that element of the homing attack when time goes in circle.
Giants, heralded for their pure strength, form the core of our army.
And he's gonna get mad that I'm killing them, but I said I don't have much of a choice. They're in the way, and they'll attack me still.
Look down.
And then I think what we'll do is I said I'll show this, I'll show Final Haunt, I'll edit the other thing in later, but I will... what is it? I'll also show off the vocal songs, and last thing we'll do is walk down the lane. We'll take a look at the choices that all of you made when we played this game the first time. Oh, that's still there. It's that there are no platforms to go across.
Well, if it isn't Shadow!
Hi, Vector.
We got to make it to the computer room before this place collapses. Think you can give me a hand?
Sure, yeah, let's go with you. We'll find it. Yeah, because that's the one thing we didn't do last time. We didn't find the computer room. That's kind of become a meme of this game, honestly.
You can't let this happen to them.
I mean, I don't know. Oh, actually, that's the other thing. What's Vector's skin in the game when it comes to gun? Because he wasn't involved as far as that. And fine, Sonic Heroes, we didn't have anything going on with that. He's like, yeah, he's just a detective that way. I mean, he just does. Fine, he always will do work that pays. I mean, they don't indicate as far as this, like, what are they doing when he said, hey, you know, we're going to be hacking into the computer system as far as that. But nonetheless, we do have, you know, a friend here. Also, one thing worth pointing out. I'll show this.
Everything's falling apart! We've got to hurry before it's too late!
Oh, not when we do that. Yeah, because you can use the other controller to control the character that's here, and basically every character only has one moveset. That's basically the Sonic thing of the homing attack. Alright, there are way more platforms here as far as on this. But basically that means the Vector can use the homing attack. But I have another controller plugged into the console, it's not doing anything. Okay, so that I'm not, oh. Yeah, I guess I will have edited in by this point. Who said it? It was Vector. So they kept that line in even though he's not there. So when we were on Expert, they kept it even though, like, yep, Vector's not here, and there goes that key. Alright, so this part, let's take a look at that again. Okay, same deal here. There's the checkpoint. We got that. Did that.
If we stay on this and jump!
No, not yet. I can't jump. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, right. There's platforms right below. So actually, there are way more platforms to deal with. Oh, and there's this. So I can basically use this to take the rails over. So basically, there's no rail case. It's basically just a bunch of tiny platforms that you have to use in order to make the jump over here. Yeah, I'm not screwing around when it came to that. I mean, nothing else, you're also getting a sense of what's really going on as far as the plot here.
Wow, what an impressive door! Looks like it's going to take 5 keys to open it.
Yeah, and I guess also, as I mentioned, give our respect or our salute to James Carter Cathcart. Fair enough, he's with us.
We've got to hurry, now!
Yeah, I'm sorry, ouch. Sorry, Black Doom, Vector and I, we're tight this way. We're gonna go our own way as far as this.
Like something you probably don't want to touch.
Yeah, I just need to get my ass out of here, though. We need to. It is weird seeing Vector this way, I guess, but it is literally the same model he had in Sonic Heroes. Oh, it's right there. I forgot. It's that really slow-moving platform. Also, in this case, yeah, I'm fusing inside of him. It's like, yeah, there you go. I'm clipping through. Oh, but he got hit by that. Sorry. You know what? I'm going to stand here and hang around. Well, actually, no, I'm not gonna because I want to get on this thing, but let's pull him out higher.
Now!
Yeah, we will, but we're gonna let you stand there and talk, because if you do leave him, he will say something. Or, where's my... way up? Oh, there it is.
We've got to hurry, now!
You know what, I want to have him say something before we go, because I had something pretty funny happen on my test, where...
Faster! This place isn't going to hold up much longer!
We'll be fine.
Hey, let's get out of here!
Yeah, give me a minute, okay? We'll, I want to hear something from the peanut gallery out of you, because, like Sonic Heroes, when you have idle cases, Shadow will say stuff, but also when you have other characters like this, they'll say things too. I had a pretty funny thing happen with Charmy. I'll edit it in here. Okay, that's good for the test. I just also want to hear, like, the piano music here, because I do love the Prison Island music. Alright, let's stop, take a, get a sense of what we're sounding like, and I think we should be good for the show.
I want to go home and watch TV.
What? Yeah, you're watching this show, Charmy. He's like, no, 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 we're fine. Like, this is more entertaining than any television program.
Bits and pieces of my memory keep coming and going. What does it all mean?
Yeah, fitting, Shadow, because actually I forgot when we recorded this last night to mention the voice actor of Charmy B, or actress in this case. I was going through at the end of the show, I said, wait, did I miss a voice actor performance? And the answer is I did, but I'm here at Prison Island once again with Charmy B.
What happened to my past?
It's fine, Shadow, don't worry. Charmy in this game is voiced by Amy Birnbaum, who's the voice of Max on Pokemon Advance, as well as Dustox. She also was the voice of Charmy on Sonic X, as well as Cosmo and Helen. She was Tia Gardner on Yu-Gi-Oh! She's the voice of Melody in Pokemon the Movie 2000. She's the voice of Molly, the young girl in Pokemon the Movie 3. Yeah, we have one. We gotta get 4 more as far as this. And also, she was not on the 4K stuff of One Piece. One of the few people in this cast list who was not. But she also was the voice of Kirby in a couple episodes of Kirby Right Back At You. I mean, Kirby didn't really talk that much as far as the show or really much of the games.
And pieces of my
but
memory keep coming.
You did have those cases of him going like, and like 3 of the earlier episodes, Amy Birnbaum was the voice of Kirby as far as that. So yeah, there you go. I just wanted to give that sense of it, and also because I'm putting this in after Charmy was saying something as far as my idol element, which I do like the idea that this game has it. Because that's like Sonic Heroes in the sense that there are tons of voice dialogue clips that I've never heard, and maybe a lot of people haven't as far as it, of all the cases with probably Sonic Retro's archiving the way they did with Sonic Heroes. But that being said, in that case, unless Charmy, you have something else you want to say.
Hurry up! Come on!
Yeah, he wants us to get back to the show. Alright, so we're going back to the show. Hope you enjoy the rest of it, buddy. I guess we'll see with Vector. Does he say anything else?
The scale of destruction, it's massive. More than I imagined.
Okay, but sometimes Shadow will say that. Oh, there. Well, that's the Chaos Emerald. We don't want to do that. Oh, maybe we do. So basically, we have 2 goal rings. And I'm going to assume that for the purpose of the expert mode, this is not the one. So we're going to have to find the computer room. We'll do that. Because we may as well. I mean, we did the thing with the Artificial Chaoses, and no discussion of this game is complete without this. Except I guess when we looked at this first time, because I totally forgot to mention that. In fact, even chat didn't bring up saying, find the computer room, which has become kind of the joke with this game. Everybody's saying that. I mean, there's even a YouTube channel, I think, YouTube channel, a website, maybe both, that's kind of indicated to this line. I guess we're going to leave Vector here, but as I mentioned, I just hit D-pad down and right, and he comes back.
Have you tried going up?
Not yet, but you also can... Okay, no, you can't. I was saying you can go up all on one of those mechs. I'm thinking Sonic Adventure 2. Oh, no.
Wow, you're pretty tough.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, because he didn't really get much of a sense of Shadow with Sonic Heroes either, because he was mostly off on his own. He's focusing on the aspect of Eggman and what his plot was. We just saw Shadow be... Oh, no! Shit. There we go. Another case where we don't necessarily see Vector that much, and he wasn't playable again after Sonic Heroes and anything except for some of the Mario and Sonic the Olympic games. He did have challenging things in Sonic Generations, but outside of that, yeah, not too much as far as him. Alright, so yeah, the computer room also, by the way, I believe is just out in the middle of nowhere. I think. Or, no, is it? There's a key, that isn't.
Grab onto that rocket and use it to get over there.
Okay, never mind, the computer room is, somewhere. Where the hell is it? Alright, we just have to take the rockets. I'm gonna assume that on expert you take this path.
Have to find the computer room. There's no time to wait.
We're gonna find it and sort of flashlight warning here.
The computer room.
Alright, here we go. Look at it. It's like the Matrix or something like that. So let's, for old time's sake, let's grab that. So here it is. We found it. Yeah, look at that. Good job.
For what reason do I exist? The answers are just up ahead.
Yeah. Alright, let's see what the rank is. Yeah, it's been weird not playing through this game and not having rank. D. Yeah, for damn, I wish I beat the expert mode. I was so close. But if nothing else, at least give that idea. And then lastly, let's look at Final Haunt. Yeah, if you're going the hero path fully, you go here. Of course, remember, as far as the unlock of everything, you do need to go play this level twice, go through the game twice, the same path as your Sonic. Fitting, I guess, to have him here. You have to go through, and then you have to make a choice at the end of saying, let's take a look at our 2 missions here, which are you find Black Doom, or you activate all of Black Comet's shields. So at the end, I'm being good the whole game. I can say, you know what, fuck you, Sonic. I'm gonna help Black Doom just because I want to. In this case, alright, let's play with Sonic.
There are aliens up on the bridge. Looks like this cage has been locked by those black creatures.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, fitting, I guess we have Sonic here. He didn't really get shown. It was all Shadow.
Damn it.
I mean, I will say this.
Look what the cat dragged in. Looks like this cage has been locked by those black creatures.
Yeah, kill him. That's what we're gonna do.
Shadow, try going up.
I do need a gun or something. I don't want to have the axe. Oh no, the sword, not the axe.
Yahoo! Shadow, look! The aliens have decided to send in the best of the best.
I don't know if I'd say that it's necessarily the case, Sonic, but either way, I'm just kind of just going crazy. I mean, he is helping. I'll tell you this: if you do two-player for this, it is wonky the way that this like co-op case of all the 3D Sonic games are. But you can have the other player help you to. How do I turn this on? Because I have the other controller connected. I know the controller has connected this. It's worth pointing out for the purpose of the multiplayer, which will show up because it's a total tack on. I mean, it makes the multiplayer Mega Man 7 look like Street Fighter 5. And it's worth, or Street Fighter 6. Take your pick as far as that. And that game was made in 3 months. It was made in almost a year. So, not much of an excuse on this.
Hey, not bad.
So it's not going to take long for us to show it. Right, I need to get the vacuum. There's, oh yeah, if it goes away, there.
Yeah, smash him up.
Yeah, I need the vacuum. Okay. You can also use the Billy Hatcher gun if you find it, but if not, use this. You need to pull those blocks off the wall. This is the level I was thinking of that has you do that.
It looks like something has been pulled out of this floor.
Yeah, that. So we're all set. In this case, I'm going to still play it the same way I would have played it as far as extra.
Shadow, the humans have somehow detected our comet's presence.
Yeah, and I don't have the perspective of the story to tell you how that happens.
The comet's safe from attacks.
Fuck no, I'm going my own way. Sonic and I were tight again.
That red slime by pressing the B button. Spin on. Black Doom, the alien leader, is in that ball. Finding him was a lot easier than I figured it would be.
He said, yeah, but you didn't do anything, Sonic. I've been the one who's doing all the hard work. Like, yeah, even heroes need a day off. Yeah, fair enough.
You can probably jump dash between these walls and perform the triangle jump.
But it's like playing Sonic as far as how, you know, Shadow runs, so fitting. Uh-oh, he's got a hammer. Which I don't think you can use as far as...
Time to have a little fun. Looks like
behold the ultimate power.
Yeah, and those cages, by the way, they will give you the vacuum case because you do need to use it here. Alright, come on, Sonic, help me. Okay, fine, I lied when I said you don't get the hammer. There it is, look at that. We need the vacuum because we do need to get this out. We need to use the slime trails or the black aliens, the black arms, I should say, trails. How do you get that nomenclature right? Okay, you know what? I'm going back on what I said. I said, hey, you know, I'm gonna edit in me doing that. I mean, probably should, but maybe I'll just put a YouTube link with indicating what the last 2 levels. I mean, I'm showing you the last 2 levels now, so maybe I should do it that way. So where they get harder.
You know what they say? The bigger they are, the harder.
Not because I don't want to, but I'm saying, well, I got other things I gotta do, and you know, I feel bad saying that, but I'm saying, well, alright, maybe it's a bit redundant. And I also maybe don't want to run that risk of doing it again, and if I can't do it by the time I have to do edit on this, I have to edit 2 shows. Anyway, ouch! No! Okay, just made it. Oh, I can only imagine what this is like as far as that. But as I said, because of that, I think I might say, alright, I'm not going to show it as far as on Xbox, but at least show the level. Well, this one and Cosmic Fall. We were close.
That switch. That'll seal off the path we need to follow.
Yeah, because what happens is if you do go the Black Doom method, basically hit that, it basically gets rid of that path and lets you go that way. It gets a bit wavy. Basically, you go around with that creature again.
Looks like this cage has been rocked by those black creatures. Nice job, Shadow.
Unfortunately, also, I can't put Sonic in this and then say, oh, I want to shoot up everybody else. You know what? I do want to absolutely have to. Ouch. Yeah, let's go through this in style. We're not feeling the perspective of the Black Doom and or Black Doom race, or Black Arms. Yeah, there's a bit of a gauntlet as far as getting that, because we got to get what's in that chest. Oh, actually, do we? There's another vacuum gun. It's fine, just kill him. I don't know. Take my aggression out.
Shadow, use that.
Use what? No, I'm using my gun.
I think we might be able to pull something out of this different colored wall.
Right, I have to do that, and then I have to also bounce on it. There we go. In this case, also use that in order to block the laser.
Is there any way we can shut down the lasers that are defending the exit?
Yep, like this. Also, there's a key. I could go get it. How many keys do I have in this level? One. Alright, I don't care enough.
Shadow, try going up.
Yeah, I got you, Sonic. Yeah, so this is like Sonic Heroes also in the sense that they'll keep saying things either way. I guess it's nice to have a little bit of company after having not, you know, I've been doing it my own for the past couple hours. Yeah, okay, so they do emphasize the idea that you want to use the homing attack on things with shields, but honestly, I don't know. I get the sense that it doesn't make that much of a difference, I guess. Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, sorry, Sonic. He's back.
It's now or never.
Yeah, I know. Let's get going. We're almost there.
This one is a different color than the others. That's kind of weird.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. Actually, this looks like the Black Comet a little bit. As I said, reused level design. That's my one of the criticisms on the game. I'll go on that when we go to final thoughts on this. I mean, I'll say this. My opinion of this game maybe is a bit improved. We'll get to the expert mode, even though I didn't beat it completely.
Yeah, smash him up.
If only because maybe it emphasizes what this game could have done better.
Behold the ultimate power.
Now, where are we going?
Shadow, try going up.
Oh, up here, right? No, wait. Oh, wait. But there you go. You also get some levity because I do have the Billy Hatcher case of that. We do have to do that game at some point. Edwack has it, and I don't know if he said he'd want to do it. Or probably be more of a case of him saying, hey, you do it, because it's more than one part. And oops. Okay, no, wait, are we good? Oh, yeah, right, there's the vault. And also, that's where I need to go. I was going to say, there's certain things he has to do for multi-part, but as far as multi-part games, but not the next game he's doing. I'll mention that at the end of the show and before the schedule. Ouch. I don't know, maybe.
Nice job, Shadow. Zoom along that red alien slime.
Okay, so it actually looks like I have more. Actually, there's multiple vaults. Okay, so Sonic's having a good time taking him out. Yeah, have the ball, Sonic. Right, you made that. Oh, no. Actually, no, I can go that way, I think. Yeah, I can. Let's go.
Shadow, get in.
Get in or get on? No, he said get in. Oh, so it's just like Sonic Heroes. It does have, because like the dialogue. Oh, no, the dialogue did match in Sonic Heroes. It just was weirdly indicated, like with, look at all those Eggman's robots. Also, I will show the one boss battle, by the way, that's also like, that's the take up something in Sonic 52, those the reference to F-Zero. We'll do that, and then we'll go multiplayer and listen to the music.
That might just be a decoy to trap us, but it's our only clue we have right now. Guess we'll just have to follow him.
Yeah, just keep going. We're almost there, Sonic. But yeah, this is taking a long, long time. Angela just kind of making the move and just saying, let's go.
Great, like we needed another problem. Can you still fight, Shadow?
Do I have to? No, I don't. I just keep going. Yeah, sorry, Sonic. We have a tight schedule to keep. All right, we need to...
What is it, Shadow? Is there a shield in the way?
No, apparently not.
Linked to a switch somewhere back along the way we came.
All right, there's Black Doom. In fact, you know what? Let's have a case of this. Sonic, can you look over here, please?
It's now or never.
You know, I'm gonna also back in that way. Cause that might be the thumbnail, or part of the thumbnail, anyway. You know, let's get Sonic closer.
It's now or never.
That's probably the best thing to do. But all right, we're done. Okay, so that's Final Haunt. That's all the levels. So at least we did show them all off.
So we meet at last, Black Doom. You're the one responsible for all this villainy.
Not tonight, he's not. It's D. Okay. Now I'm going for rank because I already got A on this one. And you do it very specific because, again, you have to kill the Black Arms people. Alright, so where's the boss? I'm looking for... Not the Egg Breaker, because you also have to do the individual ones that are the same boss. There's Black Bull, which you see twice. Yeah, Fire Troop Heavy Dog, that's the one, I think. But also, there's another one. Yeah, Fire Troop Blue Falcon, we'll show this one.
This is Arc Defense Unit Blue Falcon. I'm engaging the Hedgehog.
Yeah, there's a nod to, what is it? It's a nod to F-Zero. So, this game tag is born. I'm out of here. Finally show up, huh? Alright, bring it on.
Use the pillars in the center to run him down.
Blue Falcon, I am under attack from the Hedgehog. Moving into attack position.
And yes, this is a remix, by the way, of the music from Sonic Adventure 2, and the actual one is in the multiplayer. That's one thing I'll say on the multiplayer. They reused the Sonic Adventure 2 tracks, a couple of them straight, which is kind of neat. It even has the same sounding. Alright, but I don't have much juice on this one. You do want to be out of his way. You do need to be careful when he does the energy charge and just homing attack him. Oh no!
The particle beam weapon is capable of a 360-degree firing radius. Be on guard to avoid it.
Okay. I do like this remix of this track. Let's say that.
Energy charge complete.
And when he does do that, he'll do that. Particle beam cannon. If he does that, just get out of the way.
Charging particle beam cannon.
And he has to charge it again, so then just keep going on and doing the same thing. And if you do hit him, sometimes the gun will get knocked off and you can defeat it faster. And you do need to do that if you're going A rank for this. And A rank, by the way, for the bosses, it's always time. Same way that Sonic Adventure 2 is. Same way that Sonic Heroes is actually too.
Particle beam cannon. Fire. Charging particle beam cannon.
Yeah, but I'll get him eventually. You're also seeing here, as far as the way the homing attack works, where I can actually hit him from pretty far.
Energy charge complete. Particle beam cannon. Fire.
Ow! I thought I could get myself up there without getting myself hurt. And yeah, you are hearing him say the same things over and over. Well, we heard that when we played it last time, when we had Eggman going, what was it? You know what they say, the more the merrier. We heard that like 50 times.
This is Blue Falcon. Situation critical. Requesting assistance. He's too strong. Charging particle beam cannon.
Ow. I'm doing this without a gun. I guess then I'm playing the actual Sonic way, but you're seeing it's taking so long. You'll never get the A rank doing this. Ouch.
Energy particle beam cannon. Fire. Charging particle beam cannon.
geez, that's quite a distance on the homing attack. Whoa. But also weird, because we saw that with the egg dealer. The egg dealer is a case where oftentimes you can't hit him from really close, but you can lock on from a far distance like I am with Blue Falcon.
Particle beam cannon.
You look at that, I'm like, yeah, how am I locking onto him? I'm not gonna complain. But it seems kind of
Energy charge complete. Particle beam cannon. Fire.
He's waited a couple seconds after that and go up.
Charging particle beam cannon.
Yeah, we'll get him. You have to be patient unless you get gun. That's what you need to do. If you're going quick, yeah, you get a gun. Whoa!
Damn, not here.
Yeah, I know. I almost had him.
Unit Blue Falcon. I'm engaging the Hedgehog.
Shadow, let your
Alright, let's do this quick. I'll tell you how we do this quick.
Do not let him escape. Use the pillars in the center to run him down.
This is Blue Falcon. I am under attack from the
You
Hedgehog.
said use the pillar in the center. You're talking about this? I remember also how I fought this thing.
Energy charge complete.
Strip him of his weapon.
Right, that's what you're supposed to do. Take the weapon off and then run it yourself.
Charging particle beam cannon.
Where it is. Yeah, right. That's what you have to do. You have to pick up the weapon, knock it off him, and then shoot him. You almost attack it or shoot it off, and then you
Energy charge complete.
basically build it up enough, you can get yourself to the state of, you know, being fully enraged, and you do that, you have instant damage.
Weapon is capable of a 360-degree firing radius. Be on guard to avoid it.
Oh, there you go. Oh, that's the only one I got. Oh, there we go. There's another one. But sometimes it comes to the bosses, you don't necessarily want to be too trigger happy. I want to beat him. I almost did the homing attack method, but I fell off, and that was my problem.
Fire! This is Blue Falcon. Situation critical. Requesting assistance. He's too strong.
Also, have more ammo of that down here? Yes, I do.
Energy charge complete.
Yeah, because the weapons will go away eventually if you leave them. Ow.
Particle beam cannon. Fire! Charging particle beam cannon.
I don't know if I'm gonna get in my rage state in time. I almost have him. Yeah, I want him dead.
Energy charge complete.
Oh, there you go. Now I can attack him.
HQ, do you read? HQ! Ah!
And with that, we just ended the F-Zero franchise. No, I'm kidding, but it's either way.
The planet-piercing eclipse cannon. There's no escape for you now.
Yeah, that's the idea. Alright, that's a B. You do need to get under 2 minutes, I believe, for an A. As far as what I got, just to go into that quick. My score on that one was... okay, 147.47. That was my fastest time running there. Okay, so there you go. So let's take a look at this two-player mode. This is not going to take long. Because you have an option of Shadow and a couple of the other Shadow androids.
Let me show
We'll go
you
the normal
what
one.
Power is. Very well.
I'll use that
Let's
metallic
do
one,
this.
kind of like Metal Sonic from Sonic Adventure 2, and I'll do a 3-game match to show each level.
You might look like me, but I know you're just a fake.
Also has to
Let's see
load
which one
the,
of us is the fake
voices as far as each of the characters, as far as, yeah, you're a faker, but yeah, no, that one is definitely the fake one. So it's just like Sonic Adventure, or Sonic 06, where it's like, yeah, it's the load after a dialogue. Yeah, this game is doing it too. Now for the multiplayer, you're on a time limit of 10 minutes, as far as how it is. You basically go around, and you have to go and kill the other player. In fact, the other player's right there. and can shoot me like that, if I can shoot myself. We're pointing out on the PS2, this runs like utter garbage.
Are you ready to admit your own foolishness?
Oh yeah, and they cut it off as far as what that is. And you were hearing like Radical Highway from Sonic Adventure 2 there.
You can never defeat me. Playtime is over. Time to step it up.
Alright, we'll do that. Yeah, it's just Radical Highway from Sonic Adventure 2 as far as the sound here, but it's really good. But, yeah, on the PS2, this runs like utter garbage. It runs worse than the main game. The main game at least is going for 30 FPS. It's like 15 FPS. Or, let's put it this way. Nocturne usually could not give less of a shit when it comes to frame rate. She doesn't openly say it, but she hates when I mention that. But it's also something like that with this one. Even she was saying, this is horrible. It's like, I never went into this, and like, I wish I never went into it as far as this. At least on this, it's 60 FPS. Whereas on the PS2, it runs at like 15. It's really, really bad. So I'll give it that much as far as it being kind of semi-smooth. Or it's an uncapped 60 here. But the control method is still the same, but there's really not much going on. There's not handicap options. It's Sonic Adventure 2 Battle had. There's not many other modes, just 3 stages. They are levels that are basically in the game that are kind of cordoned off.
This can't be.
Yeah, and he's getting shot. Sorry.
It's like I said. I am the ultimate life form.
And then we'll look at the last area. And that's going to be it. This is really all I could show. Like, I don't even know why they bothered with this, honestly, if they weren't going to flesh it out more. I mean, to be fair, I'll say this. Maybe Sonic the Hedgehog multiplayers aren't that great. To certain degrees, as far as the competitive side. Because of the fact that, hey, they sometimes don't have enough options or levels or things like that. But then again, Sonic 2 and 3 were pretty good as far as the kind of things they were. Sonic Adventure 2, especially Battle. Battle added more. That's the one that really added a lot when it came to its multiplayer experience. And even Sonic Heroes, with Sonic Heroes' case, a lot of those were locked away, so you might not end up seeing them multiplayer. Unless you get all the emblems like we did. I didn't get them all. I used the demo discs. And then, yeah, that was really it. But then the co-op method, the 2-player, or the 2D games, that was good. That's really good. We love that.
Get out of my sight,
adored stuff like that. I don't know how they could really do it on this one, but yeah, we're not going to continue. There's no point, really. But that's the idea of that, and then the last thing we need to do is, you know what, I'll give you a little bit of a break to myself. I will show off, yeah, because I can justify this. No, not that. I don't want to do that again. What we'll do is we'll look over the music as far as what it is before we do that, and I'll end on the music. We'll go through all the vocal music because we didn't hear it all last time. I'm going to take us down a little bit of memory lane on this one. We played this game last time. I'm going to show aspects of the CG cutscenes. No, I don't want to do a select mode. I want to go to story mode, because what happens is that you unlock last story from going through the game 10 times, getting all 10 of those bubbles at the end. When you do that, you have your perspective of library, and based on the path you take in the game, you're going to unlock tons of these to see directions upon which the story's going to go. So I'm going to indicate how we played this game last time, according to all of you in our best chat on Twitch, as particularly Lectors, who was the one who was also indicating that, or basically our leader that way. These are what I did when it came to going off screen, doing Prologue to World Conquest, which is going the evil path and then being good at the last minute, just because. Nightmare's installation, you can go any way you want, so I didn't necessarily have to go the whole way, but as long as I get to that end and get to that bubble and one at the top and clear it, get the check mark, that's all you need to do. That was Nightmare's installation. The Loner's Choice, which is basically me going evil the first mission, then going straight, neutral the whole way, and then evil at the end. Subjugation's Black, same deal, but I ended up being good at the end. That's the one we did when it came to the show, and I'll play through that. Android's Rebellion is going straight across and then being bad at the end. New Empire's Beginning is going straight across and being good at the end. And the Dream Continues is going... I went this way, because if you don't want to play a certain level, you don't have to, for the purpose of that. So let me just do this, and then get to the end and go fully good. Dark Part of the Galaxy is going there. Funeral Procession Space, that's going evil that way. And then Spun the Threads of Fate. And Pretense in the Mirror. think that did cover everything. It didn't look completely like it did. But anyway, I'm going to briefly show you what this is. It was Monarch style. I'm going to mute this. I'll be back in a second. I'm not going to let this... I'm not going to completely go muted the whole way through this because it's going to be about 10 or so minutes. But at least get a sense of this. And I'll bump the volume a bit. Enjoy it. I'll be right back.
Shadow the Hedgehog. Why does that name haunt me? It's the only thing I can remember. And that gruesome image.
Maria!
Who am I? And why can't I remember anything? And who is this Maria? Look how pathetic they are. I don't have time for these humans.
As you can see, the day of reckoning will soon be here.
Yeah, so we are seeing how this is going. I'd seen the great CG aspect of this, and it's interesting looking at this, knowing that the director of the Sonic the Hedgehog films, all three of them, directed these.
What are you talking about?
We're also seeing how expressive and well lining up with the dialogue that you're really getting out of this sequence here.
Just what was that all about? If he says he knows the truth about who I am, then like it or not, I have to believe him.
And also how expressive Shadow is there, is like kind of looking down, saying, I don't want to necessarily believe him as far as what the influence of my past is, but like, oh my god, to do it. As he's rushing towards it. So if nothing else, also giving a sense of like what we did. So I said, okay, that's how it always starts when you go through the story. But then, based on what you decide to do, it goes to the other endings that unfortunately are not canonical. I wish they could, like, hey, you know, let me stick an ending as far as either being really bad, really good, or somewhere in the middle, which is where we went.
The black aliens have hit 6 major cities around the world.
Although most of the cutscenes we're pointing out are going to be of the in-game variety as far as the in-engine as opposed to the CG one
Westopolis has received the heaviest casualties due to its weakened
okay, so what happened, by the way, is just to give a bit of background to this. On the choice of all of you, we decided for Westopolis, we decided to destroy the gun soldiers, so we went the evil path. And then by doing that, we have the gun general right here. We told him, like, hey, this is what happened. We had casualties going on in the city. And he's saying, no, kill Shadow and the Black Arms if you see them. Because he's the enemy. He's like, yeah, I gave you an order, soldier, so good do it. Because he's saying, no, he's a hero because of what happened in Sonic Adventure 2. He's like, no, I don't believe that. And honestly, what really changes as far as that decision is actually right here.
Broadcast to all mobile units. Headquarters to all mobile units. All points bulletin. Be on the lookout for Shadow, the Black Hedgehog. Wanted in connection with the
I'm black and red, my friend. So he's like, yeah, I have dual color as far as that. He's like, yeah. Hey, they're looking at me. He's like, yeah, they have the gun on me. Are they gonna shoot? He's like,
out of my way.
Yeah, I was like, out of my way. I can handle this. But he also knows that, yeah, they're nervous. So he's like, yeah, they're not gonna do this.
Stupid humans.
So yeah, just knock them off. I was like, get used to that when we get to Sonic 06 because it's something that does as well as that. And then there's Black Doom. We did do what he wanted without really knowing.
You don't remember anything.
He says like, yeah, you have amnesia, which is true. That was how Sonic Heroes was.
But you will in time.
He's saying like, yeah, don't worry, you'll know everything that's going on.
No time to waste here.
So now that we went through the city,
access the United Federation
we're going to the internet. And that's how we get to Digital Circuit.
Got it.
Like, alright, fine, I'll do it. Let's go. And then after we went to Digital Circuit, well, the president was here as far as what's going on and keeping an eye on what's going on with Black Arms and also how Shadow's involved. But we decided to help Rouge as far as what it was to get through with the mainframe, so we didn't end up helping Black Doom in the end.
We've also managed to suppress enemy forces in 5 other cities. There's also reports that the CIA's mainframe has been compromised.
But they did see that we went into the internet and we did try and get involved with the CIA, and it's like, yeah, that's going to be a problem. The question of, okay, we did that, but also the Black Arms were involved as far as that. It's like, yeah, this is a cyber terrorist case. He's looking at that and saying that's going to be the problem, but he's also remembering, going back to Sonic Adventure 2, the planet was saved from tyranny and annihilation by both of you. Question on the sense that makes based on how Sonic Adventure 2 is. I feel like I've said Sonic Adventure 2 a lot tonight. And we gotta do that. I gotta get a sense of how I'm gonna handle that. And can I show Green Hill Zone? I gotta figure that somehow. Even if it means using an action replay for the GameCube version if it comes to that. Actually, Nocturne might be able to help out that way, because she also has Adventure 2 Battle on GameCube. Because I have the original on the Dreamcast, and I also would be showing Sonic Adventure 2 The Trial, which is the demo of the game that came with Phantasy Star Online. Because I get the sense that's not really covered much. Okay, so we did go to Prison Islands. And then in his mind, he's remembering a couple things by flashback. Because he didn't remember that Maria was shot. He's like, who's this Maria person?
That's right.
But now he's piecing together the other thing, which is that I escaped, but I was captured by the humans.
From where?
But where was that?
And why?
Was it here? Well, after we then helped Charmy to find the zip discs, or the top secret discs, where they look like zip discs, as far they are.
Aren't you done?
Well, yeah, the Chaotix team says we're gonna get into hacking now. So yeah, hack in here into their mainframe, please. But SB is saying, I'm a ninja, I'm not a hacker. But we do have the case that Charmy's saying, can I do it, please? But Vector's saying, no, you're a kid, only adults can do this.
An assassin?
Yeah, they don't know as far as that, but Charmy does. Like, oh yeah, I was hanging around him a little while.
Your timing is impeccable.
I do have that line of the impeccable timing.
Fella pretty well, don't you?
He doesn't remember him, though.
We need your help to hack into his computer. Don't ask why.
I said, that sounds shady as hell, or as if someone played this last time, said any free hacker ever, saying, don't ask why you want to do this. He's like, okay, you can't hack in, so I'll tell you what's going on. I want to know what's going up to, so I don't know, but if I karate chop the damn thing, I can go in. So we ended up going on the internet both ways on the internet stream of this game, which was kind of a brilliant touch. You gotta thank Electros for that one, saying, yeah, let's go both ways as far as that. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, Charm's saying, that's pretty cool, but alright, you had your fun as far as Prison Island, so SBO, you gotta go and take care of this. Don't worry, in 4 years, I'll be around and we'll go find the computer room, which we did. Hello to True Gamer Supera. Hi, so good to see you tonight. We're playing Shadow the Hedgehog. Welcome to Super Old Games Saturday. We're a retro show. We usually do a show every week. We're taking a look at this game again to celebrate.
I see you sneaky rats are back again.
Okay, no, on the clock as it is now. We just ended 20 years to the day since the release of Shadow the Hedgehog. We're playing the Xbox version. Fitting, because also this is 24 years since the release of the original Xbox. We played through the game on expert mode. I didn't complete the game. I got all the way to the second to last stage, but I didn't beat it, so I said, alright, we're going to show the other ones. So basically I'm also showing some choices we made when we played this a couple years ago, because we did play this a while ago. I said we can come back to it now. I missed this game. Okay, feel free to go into that. We can have that discussion, because I guess we're sort of getting towards the end of the show, but yeah, I got some other stuff to show. And if you have any suggestions of levels you want to take a look at, go ahead. But we went on the internet a couple years ago as far as Mad Matrix, and we ran to Robotnik, who said, hey, you know, stuff's going on. And also, where'd you play this game? For me, it was Xbox that I played it, and for the purpose of the show, I said, we're running that one, which is, I think, the best version. Although the one that sold the worst compared to the one on the PS2 and the GameCube. It's also a game when it came out 20 years ago. I didn't think much of this. I didn't like it at all. But maybe I like it more. Maybe because it's also been a while, and I think in some ways I can kind of see some of the things they're trying with this. And we're seeing also with the story that went the way we played it, as far as the choices we made. It was a case of saying, okay, are we androids? It goes to Sonic Heroes as far as that a little bit with Sonic Adventure 2. I played this game by the Dolphin emulator. Oh, so the GameCube version. And I don't know if you played the What's the name of that enhancement of it that they released a couple of years ago? The one that enhanced some things about it. It was what? Shadow the Hedgehog.
Detected. Approaching this direction.
Compiled, was it? There was something they did, and it is via method of emulating that they did it. That was Shadow the Hedgehog Rule 1. Thank you. Appreciate that. I just wasn't sure what it was as far as that. As we went through, we did shoot down the egg balloon, or we tried to. Actually, no, we didn't. We just went to the goal ring.
Doctor,
please. E1, 2, 3, Omega, and Shadow, we're tight. We're going after Eggman. We're like, hey, those androids we saw, is that me?
Am I?
Yes.
It's like, yeah.
What?
What are you talking about?
You and Omega are my creation.
I mean, Eggman is lying to him there because remember, he is not. Shadow is not the creation of Eggman. Omega is, but Shadow is not. He's like, all right, I don't care. I'm going to destroy you guys. And of course, because Omega, we love him as far as the idea of just him wanting to just destroy Eggman at all costs. Saying like, yeah, I'm going to destroy Eggman. So let's go. So I gotta see if I didn't. Did I talk all the voice performance notes? That's the other thing. We kind of went deep as far as this game. Okay, there is one voice performance I didn't talk about. I'll mention that in a little bit. Okay, looking at the end of Sonic Heroes and the end of Sonic Adventure 2. We played Sonic Adventure... Actually, no, we haven't played Sonic Adventure 2 yet. By the way, we also have an archive of our shows on our YouTube site. There's a link to it in the area. We played Sonic Heroes as far as how it is, and now it's kind of completing our element of Shadow the Hedgehog. Most part. Would you say this game is darker than something like The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask? Good question. Yeah, I think in some ways I'd say it is. For certain things. Given some of the directions it goes, actually, there's a very good analog to a certain degree. Particularly taking a franchise and saying, well, it's going to be maybe a little darker for certain aspects of itself. I think Majora's Mask maybe does it better than this does.
Nice to see
As also, we're going to run to the egg dealer, just went to the lava shelter. We got our way through, but we were helping Omega as far as how that's. To answer your question on that quickly, the egg dealer, there he is. I would say it's darker because some of the elements it goes into, because of its themes of terrorism, its themes of, I guess, potentially assassinating the president, which the game does not follow up on anyway. It's like, oh, let's do this, but then they say, oh,
you're going straight to hell.
And also, language, which Majora's Mask doesn't have. In fact, this had to be edited down from a teen rating on the Majora's Mask. And also, we're going to see as far as how we did this. Because after we went through this a couple years ago on Chat's discussion, or Chat's decision, it was something that we defeated the egg dealer, and we got to one of the 10 non-canonical endings, and not as far as who we are for the show. We beat Eggman down. We got all the Chaos Emeralds. And there is, Shadow here, and he has this spiel about what's going on.
I've got
and
all
what
the
does
Chaos
he
Emeralds.
Who does he believe he is?
I made you.
You didn't make him, but
is
he's,
how
I guess, still in that perspective. Your grandfather did.
am Shadow.
Yeah, he believes it's Shadow Android the way we
ultimate
went. The ultimate battleform created by Eggman.
by
Okay, he
Eggman.
believes that Eggman did it.
He
doesn't know he's wrong that way, but either way. But I'm gonna have the androids and myself, and I'm gonna lead the Empire, and this is who I am. And of course, Omega's saying, like, alright, you ready to die, Eggman?
What?
Goodbye, Doctor.
Yeah, he's not lying, because, yeah, he did murder him. That is the case of the way the ending went. We did murder Dr. Robotnik. That is the concept there. He does die. That's the thought, but of course, it does not count, because last story is the element. How many cutscenes are there? Okay, as far as what I've unlocked, let me get a sense of this. Because for the purpose of this game, this is actually, in a way, this show's been like 4 years in the making, technically, because we did look at this years ago, in the early days of the program. Off-screen, I did go through everything that we had, as far as saying, I gotta get through all of these in order to get to the last story, to open that up. Then what we did was, 4 years ago, and I have that show on our YouTube site, I'll have the link when I edit this in a couple days, because all the shows we do, they get edited after we do the live show for extra stuff and also for clarity of certain things or to fix tech problems we have them. I send, okay, let's play it this way. I'll say, chat, what do you want to do? So I basically said to all of you, including yourself as far as an idea of that, like, hey, we play this game, we go through a level, you have choices of what you want to do, what do you want to do? And so at that case, well, you have your choice, so this is where we went. And actually, in that case, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go to the select mode. I don't know if stage you want to take a look at, because I did get A ranks on every single thing. I tried to run the expert mode. I got to the second to last level, but it wipes your save if you get a game over. So at that case, I got all the way through all these levels except Cosmic Fall. I got there, I got game over. and it completely wiped that. And to point out, the game crashed on me earlier when I was doing, what's the level I was doing? It's one of the Ark levels. It was the Doom. It crashed on me there. I actually had to reset the console as far as doing it. But when we did that, it kept my save. So I guess the thought is that when you run that, I guess if you do a quit out, it saves your progress, but if you get a game over, it completely gets rid of it. So, unfortunately, I was not able to get in case of that. As far as how many cutscenes the game has, is the question. Well, it does have a cutscene after every level. And I think either before and or after most of the bosses, including all of the 10 over here. So if it's 23 levels as far as how this is, I'd say maybe, and also counting the last story, I guess, that'd be like, I don't know, 60, 70 maybe. I'm gonna get that. And also don't forget the 5 keys and you solve it. Yeah, of which, when it came to this, the only ones I got all of them on were actually, the lava shelter. The lava shelter is the only place I went where I got all the keys. I don't know if you've gotten all the keys on all the levels. Actually, there is one I'm missing in. Let's go to Westopolis. I want to see where that last key is. Also, let me turn the audio down because they did have to adjust this a little bit for the cutscene we're looking at. Yeah, I have to have this game really high as far as the tech setup because I want to make sure everything's being heard. I want to make sure everything's being seen properly as far as that. The audio balance, as far as how that's going. Let's see if I can find the other key. Why not? I mean, there are interesting things this game's doing, just to go to that. Because at first, I didn't like this game at all when I played it 20 years ago. But now that I've played it tonight, and kind of going through, I guess, the fact that the expert mode, as hard as it gets, it just made me more straightforward. And unlike Shadow the Hedgehog Reloaded, as you mentioned, you have the missions. Like, oh yeah, your mission is you have to go and defeat all of the Black Arms enemies around, or all of the gun soldiers, or just get to the end. So in that case, you do have to, it doesn't leave much wiggle room. But one thing I know they do with that Reloaded case is you mentioned, thank you for indicating what the name of it was, because I did not remember off the top of my head what it was called. You have to, I think it makes it so you don't have to defeat all 45 of these guys, as an example. And the other thing I don't know what it does, I thought it said it did other bug fixes, but I'm not sure what they were, because I know it is pretty much, it's injecting additional code into the ROM of, I don't think it's only for the game, is it only for the GameCube version? I thought maybe it is. Because that tends to be seen as, if not the definitive version, the best version that was the best selling. Because on the PS2, this sold like 1.35 million copies. But despite its frame rate problems, as far as it, the GameCube was just a tad under a million, and this was 180,000 on Xbox. It did not sell that well because, yeah, it came out the week before the Xbox 360's launch, so I don't think people were really paying attention to it compared to something like that. Or even compared to other stuff that was on the original Xbox at that time, which the only really big thing at their era, because it was almost done, was the release of Half-Life 2, which I mentioned earlier before we jumped on, is something that I played. I rented that game with this, which I guess was a mistake, because yeah, that game is so much better. Well, then again, that game's probably better than a lot of things. Yeah, you say that. I'm looking for a key. Maybe I can find it. If not, I'll go back to Lava Shelter and show off what that is. Yeah, stop getting in the way, please.
Use the right thumbstick to get a grasp on your surroundings.
Now.
What are you doing? Make sure to steer clear of the shockwaves.
Yeah, you say that, but you know what? I want Sonic out here. Hi, Sonic.
Shadow, what are you doing?
I'm doing what I want, although, as I said, if you're good at... Actually, when I streamed this before, I asked Chaz, what do you want to do? Which mission you want to take? But I said, I'm basically going to be everything to everybody, saying that I'm going to be killing all the Black Armses, and I'm also going to be killing all the gun soldiers, which, for the purpose of score, for going into these missions, is a horrible idea, because the fact that if you're going for rank on that, you can't do that, because it's going to subtract the score from the opposite mission you're doing. So if I'm doing the gun soldier method, I'm going to lose all those points as far as the heroes coming in. Yeah, so you said, I got to look where the... Okay, Sonic, let's do it, but... Let's see where that is. I have no idea where the key is, because I have all the other ones on this level, not that one.
halfway past.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to find another base that. Let's see. Take a look up. Let's try going up. No, there's nothing up here. And I know down here, I don't think I got that. Oh, I did get it. Okay.
Death to all who oppose me.
That's fine. I'm just looking for keys. That's the or a key. One.
They've grafted these red fruits all over the place.
I guess so. You know what? I'm gonna go back up there because I do want to see. Let's see. I do want to take a look at if that box there. I don't think it's in there. Yeah, it isn't. Just weapon.
Nice job, Shadow.
This is something unique, and
Watch out for
the other thing I'll
lasers
also do
coming
just
from
for
above.
purposes when I edit is I'll also include a list of what all of the rewards are in the vaults. There's also one I know in here, but I think I already got it. There's an item there, but it's not going to be in there. But what is in the balloon? Let's see. I don't remember it. Oh, it's a shield. Okay, we didn't show the shield tonight. Nothing else. I haven't shown all the items. I even showed the invincibility item. Like, wait, there's invincibility in this game? Actually, is there even speed shoes in this game? I mean, I got the manual. Let me take a look at that. No. Actually, okay, yeah, this doesn't have speed shoes. At least the manual says it doesn't say it does. But alright, so yeah, I did get all the items. I'd never gotten the invincibility in this, which basically plays a little bit of I am all of me. Which we'll play in a bit. This is fun.
Shadow, what are you doing?
Sonic, we've talked about this. We know what we're doing. Past the goal ring. Oh, yeah, it probably is. You're right. I might have missed it. All right, we'll take a look because I think I might have gone around. Thank you so much for indicating that, so we can show. Yeah, no. Back to go. Oh, okay. Okay, that was funny. I switched to Sonic, but it was just as Black Doom was talking. Of course, voiced by Sean Schmel, the voice of Goku from Dragon Ball Z. And most of this cast, by the way, is out of the 4 Kids dub of One Piece. Like, almost every person in this cast, with a couple exceptions. But that does remind me, there is one other voice actor I did not mention as far as this. And that's, people were the gun officers. Actually, we heard him when we were fighting Blue Falcon a little earlier.
I don't know who or what these black creatures are.
He was voiced by, in this game, he's voiced by Andrew Rannells, who is the voice of Streak, Shrimp, Louie, and Patso on Street Sharks, if you remember that series from the 90s. He was also in the One Piece dub the 4 Kids did as young Roronoa Zolo. I'm not the One Piece expert of our guest in this program. That's Ed Wack from Ninja's Jurisdiction that hasn't been used as well. Those were the voice of Lenny and Shaman King. He was Biff Taylor in Bully for the PlayStation 2 that came from Rockstar that came out in 2006. As well as Cameron in a movie called The Intern from 2015. It's from Nancy Myers, the director of What Women Want and Something's Gotta Give. It's a wonderful movie with Robert De Niro and Anne Hathaway about an older guy who starts a new job as an intern. It's really funny, but it's also really sweet. And he also was the voice of Sky and Morse in Sophia the First from the Disney Channel, and also he was Veneer in the movie Trolls Band Together. And he's William Clockwell in the TV series Invincible. Okay, you said it's after the goal ring. Thanks for indicating that.
Hey, Shadow, there are still some black creatures left to take out.
There's also still a key to find, Sonic. We've been over this. So, yeah, if you go that way, you take the neutral path, saying when you get the Chaos Emerald. Let's go get that key. And then we'll come back here and we'll open the vault. Why not? Although, I guess the other thing is that if I don't find it here...
I guess have decided to pay us another visit. Let's show them a good side.
Yeah, let's just destroy everything here. Why not? So I have invincibility and I have infinite ammo. Just keep going. Plus, maybe I got it here already. Where is this? And I said... Okay, because I don't remember which ones I got. That's my problem. Alright, let's see. So that's one. Yeah, they're in the air.
Just a few more. Give it your best shot.
Okay. Wait, that's not it, is it? Hang on. Okay, no, it's not. I guess I can use the thing to go back. Actually, it says it's after the goal ring. Maybe it's like right. Oh, wait, maybe it's right by it. Alright, but I do need to get myself going a little. I just gotta remember where the hell it is. Or I might say, you know what, screw it, I'll look it up and see where it is. You know what, let's do that, why not? You know what, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. While we're doing that, I'll let some of the discussions go on as far as that with Shadow and Sonic, because we'll say stuff when I'm sitting here.
These guys just came out of nowhere. What in the world are they after?
Yeah, we'll indicate that in just a second. Okay. Alright, where are those keys?
What's wrong? Are you tired?
No, not necessarily. I know I've been doing this for a couple of hours, but not really. You know what? Okay, put this over here. There's a key when you're falling, but you already got it. Okay, so, alright, I have that up. I just want to make sure that I have that window up and that. Okay, so... okay, so I'm going down the list. I'm looking as far as, Sonic Wiki. I'll have a link to this when I edit, just to indicate what I'm looking at. Ow. That's the other thing as far as how this goes, which is, because this is a totally improvisational show, we're just going to say, like, let's just do this. And chat says, oh, how about this idea? Like, well, let's take a look at it. Why not? Okay, so I didn't hit the checkpoint that's here. So he said, it's saying here, so ignore that, get a life. So it said here, hidden area to the right before the jump panel that leads to the second checkpoint. Alright, so let's go back to the beginning then. Okay, so here's the beginning.
No! Cover fire!
It's by okay, so basically look for the second checkpoint, pretty much. We'll go back to that. I'm just gonna start from here, because they say there's one that... Yeah, whatever, we're key hunting. We have something more important. Alright, so we have a fourth mission, technically, when it comes to this game. Not technically. Okay, so it says here, right before the jump panel, there's a case here, there's a key. If I... Oh, that's it. I don't think I've ever been over here, so actually, I think this is it. Alright, there we go. Oh, there's a life, actually. Yeah, I never knew that was over here. Okay. Or over there. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I never went that way either. So, alright, you have to use that run. There we go, got it. Now, you have to wait the stage after you get the key. Alright, we'll do that.
Yes! Awesome, fine.
Yeah, not an easy find, but when you get that, you have it for good. So also, what I'm going to do is going to go here. We'll complete the level. Let's go to this checkpoint. It's right by the goal ring. Got it. Okay, so we'll come back in, and we'll see where the vault is. I don't know where the vault is.
Once I find all of the emeralds, then I'll find the truth.
Cool. Alright, we'll do that again at some point. Alright, so where is the vault? It is here, somewhere. I mean, then again, I think it's on the path. It's the first level, so either way. We did get it, so alright, thank you so much as far as that idea. So in that case, you get it all, and then when you do get that, you do have for good. So you can do it across multiple plays.
Promise time, huh? Now then, time to go and fulfill this promise.
And also open up the vault, because I don't know what's in. In this case, I'm not looking what's in the vault, just because I want to see... I guess I'll want to be surprised this way. And we may as well, because it is an interesting case. I don't know, we'll go into this. True Gamer Super, do you ever, get all the keys in this game? I haven't done that, as it is. But it might be worth doing at some point. I mean, we can come back to this again, as far as I do that. This is a second chance show. That's the reason we're doing it again. It's where the truck is. Oh, okay. I know exactly where it is. Thank you so much. At this case, I now know. Like, wait, okay, now I understand. Like, I now understand these levels so much because I've played Westopolis. The way we've done this so many times for the show, and then also for off-screen when it came to running this before I did tonight's program, and also the one I completed. But in this case, we're coming back to it for the anniversary perspective, and also because. Yeah, I want to get more going on in this. And have more stuff going on the, I guess, the tech, which has been improved over the years, because I've been doing this for a while. So, in that case, we can come back to a game we did before, do it better, and do it a different way. Because you're showing that extra hard mode, or these extra hard. I mean, I couldn't beat it, but still, ouch. I'm totally throwing caution out the window on this one.
Come on, let's do it.
Yeah, we'll go, well, yeah, Sonic, you join me. Let's, go open the ball. Ow. I'm getting myself hit like crazy. Yeah, okay, there you go. Hate to take off gun. I mean, After what they did to you in Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic, do you really care? I mean, okay, I guess he's okay with it. He basically, I guess he's gotten over it over the years, saying, alright, they were, I guess, just being careful, I guess. That was crazy. Never collected all the keys, but I do know where some of them are. So there you go. That idea of, this is also what we do as far as this, which is the idea of kind of going into memory of game. What do we do with it? What is basically we're kind of, yeah, you said the truck. That is...
They're too strong for us.
Yes. Somewhere around here. Oh, wait. Oh, I know what you're saying, the truck. Okay. Yeah, they'll cleanse the city. Okay, good. Oh, yeah, right. Here we go. We're getting close. Alright, here's this, okay, it's not the truck. Yeah, it's the Jeep, and, yeah, okay, look at this. Yeah, this is janky as hell. Oh, right, I think that's where it is. At least we'll have our drive around. Okay, yeah, I guess, yeah, the controls of this are not that great. Oh, whoa, that looked weird on the video. It looked like, yeah, the graphics are kind of, you know, going crazy.
Most of the citizens have been evacuated. I feel so sorry.
Okay, I must have missed it. I did, okay. Okay, so I guess it is the Grand Theft Auto case. I'm, getting over the checkpoint, and we're gonna go back. Let's see, go back here. Okay, so this is not the vault. That's where one of the keys was. Okay, let me just see where I'm going.
Wipe these pathetic soldiers out.
No, I have a key I gotta get. Or not, I already got it. I need to... Yeah, that's the truck. You said right. Oh, that's a bus.
Grab hold of the bottom and then lift it up.
Let's see.
This'll just take 3 seconds.
Yeah, what are you doing? Oh, right, it's... Oh.
Putting out that fire will increase your hero gauge a bit.
Oh yeah, I didn't even mention the idea that that's what happened. Hold on. You know, I'm not gonna waste this perspective as far as where it is. I feel like I'm missing it. As far as where it's located. You said it's by truck. I just want to see this.
Whoa! Not even Eggman is capable of something like this.
I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Chad, do you agree with that? Do you think Eggman is capable of this thing? They did blow up half the moon. Alright, let's see. Hang on.
Whoa! Not even Eggman is capable of something like this.
Yeah, Sonic, I don't know if I agree with that. That seems kind of strange as far as, I mean, he blew up half the moon in Sonic Adventure 2. We'll get to that eventually. Oh, here we go. It's, by the, 4th save point. Okay, so there we go. Oh, where's the last save point I got to? That was not the 4th one, so I just want to make sure I'm going the right way. You have full chaos blast, you control, you have infinite ammo. That is true, and I did actually find good use out of that. Alright, so you go. Still checkpoint. I do like the idea you can also travel between checkpoints as far as this. That's cool. Okay, so, right at the 4th save point. Oh, right there. Okay, found it.
You need 5 keys to open that door. Better go find them.
No, okay, so what we get is we get this, I guess, SMG, whatever it is, and we get something I've never seen before. We get a tank, I guess, or I get the Humvee. Oh! That was weird. And the case for its ability, yeah, you're right. Okay, so I guess this thing is armored. Okay, so I see, it's right there. Oh, no, I don't want to do that.
Death to all who oppose me.
I don't remember, what's reverse? Oh, reverse is... oh, right, down on the left analog stick, right. It's like, yeah, using left and right trigger on this console, it's like, yeah, pshaw, what are you thinking? Okay, this is kind of funny, honestly, thinking the idea of what would happen if Shadow's gonna be driving a Humvee around town. They're totally throwing caution to the wind. Look, this is hilarious. Yeah, like, yeah, I never knew this thing existed either. No, we're gonna go back in. I'm not gonna... Oh, it does have the gun insignia. Oh, no. Sorry, Sonic. Yeah, be careful. Get out of the way. Also, I don't think you have a horn button.
Come on, let's
Oh no, I'm hitting D-pad.
Still more to go. Don't get cocky.
Okay.
These guys are monsters.
Okay, it does have a lot of health, I'm noticing that, which honestly is something I was noticing when we were playing earlier.
We're done for.
Yeah, we are almost done for, but alright, we are gonna make the most of this. This is actually really fun. I've also been recently playing Super Mario 3D Land for 3DS. Yeah, that's a good one as well. Had you played it before? Or is it a case you're kind of going back to it? As far as stuff on 3DS in the show. No, we got a much better case that, yeah, out of the way. As far as 3DS in the show, we could show it. It's just a case that I kind of want to show stuff usually when it comes native from the console, because I'm showing this with my Xbox copy that's on my original Xbox, which is connected with component cables. Which is why it's looking as nice as it is. Drive off the edge. You got it. Absolutely. There you go. I like that way of thinking. Yeah, I'll tell you, we're going to go over here where the goal ring is, and then we're going to drive off the edge. Why not? Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun with this. Great suggestion. There you go. That's also what we call the best challenge Twitch, and you're part of it now. So, thankful for having you, True Game Super. That is a super constant, you're right. We're going to drive off the side. Oh, but it's... Okay, you're right. We have to get a better case of driving off the side. I'll just go. Oh, and I had energy on that. Oh, that was hilarious. Oh my god, that's amazing. Actually, I'm curious about something.
Hey, Shadow, there are still some black creatures left to take
There
out.
are, but I want to check something before we go. I want to see if I go back to the checkpoint. Is it still here? Oh yeah, it is still here.
5 keys to open that door. Better go find them.
Okay, let's see. Where else can I go? I guess I'm just gonna go that way. I wish I could take this over the loop. That would be hilarious. And you can also shoot from the car if you have that. Yeah, that's a side piece. Sorry, Sonic. I love the idea that it kind of just goes down that way.
Damn, not here.
Okay, we're wasting so much of their money.
There are still some black creatures left to take out.
I'm trying to think. All right, I'm gonna do one more case of this, and then we'll listen to music. As far as that, and I think that'll be the show for the night. But all right, this is amazing.
Just what are these?
That's the idea about that. I'll tell you this, just to let you know. Again, welcome. I'm so glad we're so glad to have you as far as this, but also just the idea. This is why I love the chat discussion, because it's a case of saying, let's just do this. Like, I'm one of those people who's like, yeah, you're right. Why not? Maybe other people's like, oh, I don't want to do this. Like, no, let's do it. Let's make a case of it. Let's have a fun time with the game. Find something new, or just see like what's it gonna look like if you go off the side. It's kind of amazing. Well, actually, I'll try one other thing, I guess, which is okay. It is a case where it doesn't necessarily break that much. Okay, I can't necessarily drive over the Jeep. Yeah, I wish I could put Sonic in the car. I wish he'd come with me. He's like, yeah. He's like, I don't know. I don't drive cars. Like, yeah, you do. For the racing games, you do. For some of those, at least. Was it Sonic R? All the other racing games, just, I'll get in a car because I believe that it's a fair fight going that way. I don't know. I just love that. The idea that I just go over there and the tree falls down. You know what? I'll tell you what we're going to do. Actually, you know, I'll say this. I'm kind of surprised that how much of this game's physics go when it comes to being on the edge. Actually, it feels like... Okay, look at that. Okay, look at that. I'll tell you this. Along with driving off the edge, the fact that I'm as far off the edge before we start tilting, that's pretty impressive. I should fall off completely from that. But in this game, the way the car physics work, which are not great, I mean, that's being nice. As I said, it makes Tony Hawk's Underground look like Gran Turismo. But having said that, it does make for something very entertaining of saying I could take the... Yeah, I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to get as far to the edge as we can on this. Actually, you know what? I don't know. What happens if I jump out? It's either that or I... When do I fall?
Oh, not here.
Okay, that's great. Okay, I'm going to try one more thing. The last thing I'm going to try is I'm going to do what I just did when I'm trying to jump out of the car after you do that. Okay. I don't know if I've actually ever necessarily done that before as far as saying I'm going to play around or finding this thing. But even with the other vehicles, I was Yeah, look at this. Even as far as the way this game is going, with the frame rate, oh, it's holding fine as far as the explosions. I'll say that too. In a way, it's a good incentive as far as even though he's can't go that far.
I feel so sorry.
Yeah, they'll be fine. Don't worry, and he'll be fine. And yeah, they don't die. They just are getting a case of that. Your pros being too edgy. Yes. Well, okay. Fine. Me just running around. It is like the Grand Theft Auto perspective, but also I'm gonna get off on the edge. I'm gonna have it tilt a little. Okay, it's not gonna fall. And Sonic's just having the time of his life, going. Oh, but he's back. Don't worry.
This is a massacre.
Yes, he's right. Oh my God, that's absolutely right. You're right. Oh my God. See, even Shadow's kind of being the moral one here, saying like, yeah, that was a massacre there, and then Sonic just fell off. But he came back. He'll be fine. Oh my God, this is. Oh, it just disappears?
Not here.
I don't know. I don't know. True Gamer Super, do you know it just disappears? Okay, we're learning everything about this. Also, how many lives? I have 2 lives.
You need 5 keys to open that
Here's my other question. What's this? So I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. Okay, it's not doing damage.
Better go find them.
Okay, so first my thought was that it's. Okay, so my first thought was that I don't know. It's one of the. Oh, I thought it was one of those games where the health of the vehicle maybe I don't know goes down over time.
I've gotta find
even though I'm not driving it. I don't think so. I actually didn't know it disappeared. Neither did I. Oh, so I didn't walk off, by the way. Fine, let me go on back on that. Oh, just walking off on my own. Okay, so I guess it treats it like a hill. Okay, it just disappears. Actually, it does disappear. Oh, it's just gone. So, actually, that makes me want one other thing, which is, I'll try one other thing. So, okay, here's the Jeep. Not as much fun as the Humvee, but let's do something. No, let's do the same thing. But does this disappear? Also, it's always a good place to get this all going. Oh, to be fair, this is also maybe taking his. Okay, I was gonna say it takes as much damage as the Humvee would. No. Okay, let's try the same thing. I want to see that. Okay, same case as far as well, maybe a little less. Okay, let's get out. Sonic, what's going on? Okay, so I'm curious then. The car's like, okay, fuck this game, I'm out. Yeah, you're right.
I've got to find out the truth.
And we got to find out what's going on as far as this. If that applies then to, I guess this applies to the secret vehicles, or is this anything? So yeah, we have our nice Jeep here. Yeah, you're right. The game, it didn't want to be involved anymore, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe it just didn't like that we're telling us to get off into the wilderness. I don't know. Okay. Oh, so. Alright, so I guess then...
What are these black creatures?
Okay, so I guess that must mean that the vehicles are on a timer when you get into them, or when you get out of them, I guess. It must be that then. Never knew that in all my years of playing this game. I also don't know if that's actually documented necessarily. That's the other thing we'll sometimes do. We'll sometimes just try this weird stuff. What happens if we do this? Maybe sometimes getting a case of saying there might be an answer on a game that maybe you don't expect. Yeah, the truck did the same thing. I don't know why it did. You know what? I'll tell you, there's one other mission I want to try. There's one other vehicle. We're going the whole way on this. Now I'll put this to the test with. I want to go to, what is it? Not Lost Highway. That's the David Lynch movie from 1997. It's something else. And I still got C for that. Okay. So C for can you believe this actually happened? I can't either. Okay, the mission I'm looking for, it's Lethal Highway. Because on Lethal Highway, thank you, that was it. Okay, perfect. We were thinking simpatico. As soon as it's like, oh, it's Lethal Highway. Perfect. There you go. Great minds think alike. Okay, I want to find the bike here. Because remember, in the intro of the game, there's a scene we didn't see, which is the mission, which is... I already have the Chaos Emerald, go get it. So go get the Chaos Emerald. I'm waiting until I get the path, or the pass going on here for...
Smash their tank.
Yeah, either smash the tape or escape from the city, so I'm thinking then Sonic Adventure 2. So can you imagine the Black Tomb Sean Chamel cover of Escape from the City?
Trust in me.
No.
Follow me. Trust in me.
Oh, why am I blanking on the lyrics? No.
This'll just take 3.
Follow me. Trust in me.
City. That's not right, but I'm trying to. But that's the idea of what the cover that would be. Basically, what you'd be singing it. All right, we're gonna find the motorcycle.
Destroy.
Yeah.
The humans are powerless to stop us.
Yeah, but I do need to go semi-far in this. Well, not massive. Just keep rolling. Okay, let's see if I can find one. It is on the path, so it's not something I can miss it. But if nothing else, I guess it's gonna answer.
Get him! This'll just take 3 seconds.
I'm fine with that. I don't care about you. I want my motorcycle.
Shadow,
I saw.
Where have you been, Slowpoke? Looks like
Yeah, I don't know.
creatures have turned tail and ran. Let's follow their vehicle and finish what we started.
Yeah, because the hero mission here, by the way, in case you're not aware, is destroy that. Oh, let's get another weapon. Let's get.
When you pick up a special weapon, you'll be able to.
Yeah, let's get the Omochao gun. I do love the Omochao gun for the fact it bounces around. It does not shoot out hints, but either way, we got that. Okay, so I'm gonna find the bike, and then what we're gonna do is probably for the end of the show.
Grabbing onto that horizontal bar.
No, I don't need it. I need bike. Okay, okay. Okay, well, I forgot there's this. There's the. I guess there's the Porsche. So I guess the Porsche is gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna try it with that way, but I'll take this on the way. It's also weird as far as the way the physics are going to. Woohoo! You think Omochao isn't in this game? I mean, I don't necessarily find Omochao that annoying, but it would be hilarious. It's weird though. In case of, wait, Omochao's and you're saying.
Don't let them. Stay back.
Oh, you know what? I don't want this thing to be destroyed. I want to jump out of it. Let's see if this thing gets set up here. We're gonna see if it disappears, and then we'll see about the bike. Yeah, can you imagine Omochao being in this game, though, saying, press B button to pick up a gun. Be sure to shoot all the...
Are you tired?
No, we're fine. Sonic will be alright, don't worry. That would be amazing, the idea of him saying, like, shoot all... yeah, press B button to pick up the gun. Okay, so, the not prevent goes away. So I guess the vehicles all go away, but I do want to get the thing on the bike. Actually, wait. Wait, I got the thing on the book. Wait, hold on. I must have passed the bike.
No, stop!
No, we want our bike. I want to ride my bicycle, like Queen once said. All right. Oh, this further in the level. I just saw the Porsche. I don't think I saw that. Or it's a Porsche or whatever it is. I don't think I saw that when we did the expert look as far as this. Like, come on, bike. Oh, there it is. Okay, so the bike was there. I just said, well, let's take the Porsche. Okay, here we go. There we go. Go down the road as far as this. There you go. Because it does go to the idea, the intro of the game.
Yeah, smash.
Which, of course, those cutscenes, they were directed by Jeff Fowler, who would go on to make the Sonic the Hedgehog movies, all 3 of them. And probably the next one. Oh, wait, he'd do that like animation? So it's like, woohoo! I know, it's Sonic's case. Yeah, Sonic doesn't ever want to get on the bike. He's like, yeah, Sonic, we do have room for 2? I don't know. I mean, it is a nice bike. There you go, I guess the Omochao bike, as far as how that is. Actually, oh, I see the fact that my Shadow, as far as my character, I'm standing on nothing. Look at that. I guess because it's not set for the purpose of me standing on the seats. I'm going to assume it's like the other ones was going to disappear unless it was a special. Yeah, okay, it does. Sorry, there you go. That's your answer as far as how that is. It basically is a case that the vehicles in this game disappear. I had no idea that that was the case. Okay. So, last thing we're going to do, as far as the case of the show that we didn't show, is I'm going to go back to the options menu. We'll take a listen to some of the music as far as, particularly the stuff that is, that's the vocalized songs. I'm gonna start from the top, and then we get to, yeah, fine, we did hear this as far as the intro. We'll hear it again. This is I Am, or fine, I Am All of Me, which was done by Crush 40, and also, they did Never Turn Back. This is what you hear in the opening as far as the game. You also hear it if you get the invincibility. You get a sense of that. I'll also be able to play the other ones. I will definitely be able to play this one. I thought I was going to get a content strike on this because it's Power Man 5000. You know, the people who did When Worlds Collide, which everybody I talked to was like, if they knew that song, like, oh, it's because it was in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. It's like, yeah, you're right. You know,
this is what is like a Worlds Collide.
Like, yeah, that's not this one. All that going on, and I think then, in that case, that'll be the end of the show for this week of our 2 shows. We did have a show last night, and had a great time as far as that. I had a great time as far as looking at Shadow the Hedgehog again. I guess we'll go in final thoughts on this game. As I say, when it came out, I had problems with it. I do still have some problems with it as far as its attempts to go adult that feel misguided at best and tawdry and offensive at worst. And a case of maybe not thinking it through, but the thought that I think there was a potential there that sometimes they get to. And I'll give the voice performances credit for the case of kind of pointing the way towards that. And even the expert mode, as hard as it gets, particularly at the end, the idea of maybe streamlining the game a little bit to give it maybe more of that focus. And the thought that, as I said, you're never getting a re-release of this game because of the racial connotations that go with Shadow, as far as it, which were brought up when the game came out. I know a lot of reviewers pointed that out. I know the Exploit program brought that out and said, yeah, this game could absolutely be construed as racist, and we'd argue it is. But the case that they won't re-release that because Sega's never going to take a firestorm as far as that, when it comes to that. But I think maybe the thought of this would be, I think this game could be remade. Wait, am I done? Wait, we done with that? Okay, I guess we are. Alright, let's listen to Almost Dead. Let me turn the music up on this because it feels like maybe it's a little low. Yeah, but that being said, I think the idea of maybe a potential remake of this, and honestly, as we saw last year with Sonic X Shadow Generations, it's something that, I think there's a case where the idea of Shadow kind of being redeemed as a character, people kind of see where, you know, the interest of his character and also of his story arc really goes, and the movie as well as for Sonic 3. I just remember 100%ing Sonic Colors. Actually, I don't think I've even done that. We have not played Sonic Colors yet for the show. When we do, we're going to play the Wii version. We're not playing the Ultimate version. I have the Ultimate version. I showed it off as a case of showing how much of a mess it is. And I got the Xbox One version as far as how it was, but even as far as that, yeah, it's a mess. We could do that as far as it. I don't know. Could that be the next Sonic game we do? And by the way, just to quickly go on Almost Dead, this, by the way, is the music you hear when you get the true villain. Or if you go the neutral dark way, so in that case, that's the idea. I don't know, because I was going to say, usually what we do on the show is when we get to the end of the game, when you talk final thoughts as far as what it is. I do think this game is better maybe in the rearview mirror than maybe I gave it credit for, though I would not probably pick to play this over the 3D Sonic games at the time, like the Sonic Adventure games, Welcome, or Sonic Heroes. But there are some interesting things to this that maybe it's easy to kind of take nowadays, particularly the idea of what Shadow's at as far as character. But then we also were talking the idea of, you know, going into other games as far as this franchise. So I guess the next time we come back to Sonic as far as franchise, I don't know, do you want to see Sonic Colors? Yeah, we do take viewer requests as far as how that is. And how that works is we will run that. And we'll scope it that way and go the whole way as far as it as you want. There's a version, by the way, of Sonic Colors Ultimate that's much better, that being Sonic Colors Rainbow. Right, because that is... It's a mod of the PC version, I'm going to assume, correct? Where they basically... That's a weird one, because I know that Sonic Colors Ultimate, it's built on a different engine than Sonic Colors itself. And I guess, I don't know, maybe they did fixes as far as what it was, because I know some of the problems that I had when it came to Sonic Colors Ultimate that I have on Xbox One is the case that there's a lot of pop-up. There's cases where on Xbox One X when you're playing it, not on Series X and run on that, the game just stops like every so often. It stutters to the point of basically the frame rate, and it just stops nothing for like a brief period. It's very noticeable. Cases of glitches in the animation as far as when he's running down like rainbow paths, or I guess the Starlight Carnival paths and things like that. And as far as other stuff, I don't know if there's other stuff as far as glitches that I really noticed, but I guess I would think that version, they definitely fixed it. I guess because that's been the case we sometimes mentioned, which is that when Sega drops the ball, the fans will pick it back up, which we saw with, well, as you mentioned, with Sonic, with something like, Shadow the Hedgehog Reloaded, and then also with Sonic Colors Re-Rainbow, and also with, with Sonic the Hedgehog Project 06, which is an amazing thing they did as far as the case of that. And next up on the line is Waking Up. This is by Julian Kay, who did the song of This Machine from Sonic Heroes. You go the neutral way, you hear this. We did hear it when we played it before. Also, Shadow would be a perfect case as far as putting in Fortnite. Yeah, I mean, I haven't played Fortnite that much, but question, have they mined that franchise yet for Sonic? I know a lot of characters are being put into it. I mean, there's that new, what was it? And also, don't forget about Unleashed, Sonic Unleashed Recompiled. Yeah, I did mention that earlier, just on the concept that, hey, I was questioning, like, hey, what was the thing about the Shadow the Hedgehog thing we did? That's a case where they basically recompiled Sonic Unleashed. And even though it's a case where you can run it really well as far as modern context, but taking the 360 version and putting it into the Xbox Series X and running it at 60 frames per second, they said, okay, we're able to basically kind of recompile this source code for this, I believe is the idea, and then make it so that it's something that it runs on the PC, because it never got a PC version as far as Unleashed was concerned, but a case where people were doing some pretty amazing stuff to it. Basically, the idea that the fan community, again, is picking it back up as far as certain things, and getting senses of, hey, they got a lot of interesting ideas of things they can do to either make the game better, or maybe enhance on something, or maybe take a game that maybe was made years ago and say, well, we can do another twist on it. In fact, there's a project I'm seeing now. It's called Sonic the Hedgehog 2 Gear Shift. It is a 16-bit remake of sorts of the 8-bit Sonic the Hedgehog game, one from Sega Master System and Game Gear, where they're basically saying, okay, let's take that concept, let's make it so that we have a lot of the same components or ideas of those games put into like a 16-bit shell, but also maybe ease over some of the weird cases of that one, including the fact that in the third act of those games on the 8-bit systems, you don't get rings, so you have to go through the entire level without dying, and you have to go through the bosses without dying, without making a single mistake. That new version fixes that, which is interesting to think that, as far as them kind of going around, and then also the idea of where Sonic's come, Shadow being a character and other things, as far as well. Honestly, also, I'd like to play through the GameCube version of Luigi's Mansion, because we recently played the 3DS version. Yeah, we did play that game for the show years ago. Although it does also be a case where it's been years since we played it. That was like 2021. We could do that again. That's another case as far as potential on second chance, because as I mentioned, the idea is that we've been around for 5 years as far as doing just independent game streaming, pretty much. Driven by what all of you have to say in our best chat on Twitch, for sure, and also our great guests. I'm saying that maybe I wasn't there for a certain game, maybe we'd like to see it again, or play through it. And with Luigi's Mansion on GameCube, it is worth pointing out it does have a new version that's available now, or a new release of itself. That is within, it's the Nintendo Classics app for the Nintendo Switch 2. You can play it that way, as far as going through the game. Although it is one weird case, because I mentioned this to Gemini96, is one of the guests on the program. He's a big one on Earthbound, he's a huge one on Pikmin, which we'll be involved with when we get to that point. But the port of that for the Switch 2, it does not have the Pikmin trail. I mentioned that, and he audibly said, what? It's like, yeah, usually he's very soft-spoken. He was that way when we played Earthbound for the show, because it's a game he adored. But the case when he says, like, wait, the trailer for Pikmin from the GameCube version isn't present? It's like, yeah, it's not. Sorry. I mean, I do have it on the GameCube, so we could show it that way again. I did show the trailer when we first looked at it. And also, next up on the list for the music is The Chosen One. Or Chosen. No, it is The Chosen One. This is by A2, also known as Apocalyptic Agency. But they're also now known as Mona Lisa Overdrive. And it's... okay, it's playing. I just want to make sure it is playing. You get this for going through... oh no, this is the neutral hero app. Okay, that's what this is. But as far as like the change of the name of the band, I think of, you've ever seen the movie High Fidelity from 2000, the idea that is one of the breakout roles of Jack Black. In that one, it's a case where he wants to make a band, and he names it Sonic Death Monkey, and he's like, oh no, we changed our name. First, like, no, you can't keep that name. Like, no, keep the name, damn it. And then eventually it's like, alright, fine. And they intro the band when they made their first performance. It's like, here it is, Sonic Death Monk. It's like, no, we changed our name to Kathleen Turner Overdrive. Like, okay, that's kind of interesting. So yeah, I guess a similar idea. Yeah, I do like the vocal songs in this. It's another one where maybe I didn't give them as much credit as I should have. Oh, there's a couple that I knew. I knew I Am All of Me because the game opens with it. I knew All Hail Shadow because there's a version of that in Sonic 06, but the original is here and I play that. And I do like Never Turn Back, which is the ending, or the music you get for going through the last story. I know some people said it's one of their favorite songs from Crush 40. It's a unique one. I'll say that for sure. I will not get content strike for any of this. I do, since we are an independent program, I do have to be cognizant of that, but when it comes to something like this, it's not going to be an issue. It's a case where I guess we couldn't play, I don't know, Grand Theft Auto Vice City. That music, I'd have to mute it, but we find our way around. Trust me, we find our way around when it comes to this stuff. He was like, I don't know if we can show this kind of thing. We'll find a way, trust me, I promise. Even if it's maybe not ideal, we'll do that, and we'll also make it as close as we can get to. But for Shadow the Hedgehog, not really much of a case of it. So I guess then, for the time being, as we're going through this, I guess we're ending our perspective of our second chance for Shadow the Hedgehog. I had a great time doing this, even though I didn't have success as far as fully with, with the expert mode. It is hard, particularly at the end, but I got pretty far, especially for having not done it before. So I'll give myself that much credit. But hey, it's like, look, we're not going to necessarily, you know, prop ourselves up and say, oh yeah, we can totally do this and be perfect this way. I haven't as far as this idea. I'll always be open. I said, I'm doing this blind. We'll see how it goes. And it went mostly well. But I will take that aspect in stride. And we did still give the whole look as far as the way the levels are. This is like a full look. Because it was unique the way this game could be played for a show, particularly for our show. Because you could say, oh, we go through all the levels as far as going through paths 10 times. Or we did the way we did, which is saying, I did that off screen. Chat, you had a choice of what directions you want to go through on story. Then we went through the last story. And then tonight we did the expert mode, and we went into a bunch of other things. Did some stuff as far as unlocking a vault or a vault. Learned some stuff about the way the game handles despawning of vehicles. Had some clarity going on with that as well. And maybe learning some stuff maybe you never knew before, but also I never knew before as well. Sometimes driven by all of you. And next up we got All Hail Shadow. This is the original version by Magnify. Because Crush 40 did a version for Sonic 06. This is a pretty good one. This is the true hero ending, you hear that. Yeah, it's cool stuff as far as it... I mean, I do like the Crush 40 version as well. I guess it's interesting to think the idea that, okay, it's not a Crush 40 song, although it is worth pointing out... I think even in Sonic X Shadow Generations, I think it is the Crush 40 song they're pulling. I think. Which, given some of the disputes that go on with Crush 40 and Sega nowadays, I think it was like right after that game came out that started. I don't know if we necessarily see much of that going on as far as them with that or not, or if they patch it up eventually, because I know that was the case with certain things. I know that was the case with Hall & Oates, going back to them. As far as cases of a band I know that with, where it's like, yeah, John Hall and Daryl Oates, they had a bit of a falling out as far as how it was. It was for a while. They kind of figure things out as far as how it was. Who knows, say if Crush 40 and Sega are going to do that. Just that idea. So I don't know, maybe they use this one again as far as it going forward. And I guess what do they do next with Sonic? For like the next big game after Sonic Racing Crossroads we had coming out a couple months ago. And next month as far as the Switch 2 release. I'm definitely looking forward to what it is, and I guess to give an idea of like one last final thing on Shadow the Hedgehog. If you are curious about this game, I don't know, maybe it's something that I would have said years ago. I'd say, fuck this game, avoid it, don't play it. Nowadays, I don't know, I mean, I would maybe lean more towards that, yeah, you might want to give a look at this if you're curious. It might be better than you think. For some of the things it does, it is interesting. And I mean, it's one of those cases where nowadays in my life, like, I take games, whether good or bad, maybe in stride. And sometimes the case that I'll play a game like this maybe because there's something interesting it does. And there's some interesting stuff this does. Some interesting things I can kind of see where they were going with this. Even if it kind of, in some ways, was misguided or some ways didn't hit the mark. And so it definitely has big problems. It has problems with frame rate, where it slows down a lot, especially on the PS2. So if you're going to avoid this on anything, avoid it on the PS2. It has cases with the camera being off, some stuff with controls that's weird. The level design is not very good in terms of the fact that it's a lot of copy-pasted elements. So it does have a lot going against it, and I would say I would not recommend this over other 3D Sonic games, but if you play through all those and you want to get a sense of this, this would be an interesting one to take a look at, I guess. Although if you're going to do it, I think get it on the GameCube or get it on the Xbox, I would say. And the Xbox version does play on the Xbox 360. It does have some weird quirks when you run it on that, in the sense that the CG cutscenes run at a lower frame rate, but for some reason they sync the audio correctly despite that. I don't know how that happens. You usually think like, oh, it's going to be really awful with Sonic Heroes as we run down on the 360. But with this one, not too bad. There's also some stuff sort of with some texture things and some stuff because it's software emulation the way Xbox 360 ran old Xbox games, and it had to like a compatibility patch for that. But compared to other stuff, as far as it where it's mutilated on the new system or on that system, like Marvel vs. Capcom 2, as we're going to hear, Never Turn Back. Which I do really like this. It's not as bad as something like Marvel vs. Capcom 2, where the Xbox disc is mutilated when you run at 360. Crash to Insanity is another one where if you run that on 360, the game is like 10 FPS the whole time, like 60 on the original Xbox. Scooby-Doo Not Have 100 Frights, which we're currently playing for the show on the PS2. You run that on Xbox 360, the game crashes on the final boss, and it's completely unbeatable. And Shenmue 2, my beloved Shenmue 2, that's a case where there's a lot of problems where some of the classic games don't load, the game crashes when you try to play Hang On. There's a case where the frame rate is off in certain areas, especially in the Golden Quarter, and a case where the music pops out in and out. As far as that, it's not a pretty sight. But as far as the back compat, honestly, Shadow the Hedgehog is a better case of it than I thought it would be. As far as it, so that's an option. As far as cost on these, because as I said, you're not going to re-release this game because of some of the racial connotations to go with this. I don't think Sega's going to want to go into that. And also because the emphasis on this game or the reputation of it is like edgy 2000s case of itself. It seems like maybe it was potentially embarrassing in case where it was not well reviewed and necessarily liked. The cases where the fans kind of picked some stuff up as far as what it was, but maybe the thought of making this might be a better idea. But as far as getting the original game, it is cheapest on the PS2 because it's sold best on the PS2. You know, I've seen copies of like $30, $40, maybe $50 as far as it online. But on the PS2, I'd say that's a last resort case. If you have anything else, get it on anything else. Because the frame rate's cut in half, it's 30 FPS. The multiplayer, which is a tacked-on thing, also something like, yeah, not really worth it as far as this game. We did show it earlier. The multiplayer runs at like 15 FPS. It's awful. Even Nocturne has on the PS2. No one doesn't care about frame rate. Said, yeah, this is awful. I never played this, and the multiplayer for this, and I think there's a reason for it. It runs way better as far as on this console and on the GameCube. It's a bit more on those consoles. I've seen it for like $60, $70, depending on some classic game stores I've gone to. Sometimes the price has been jacked up a little bit. I've seen about 100 for certain cases. And the Xbox version, I guess, would be a case of that because this is the one that sold the worst by a substantial margin. But if you ask me what's the best way to go, I'd probably say this, but if not that, get on the GameCube, I would say. But also, you do have to worry about the fact that another thing against this game, it is buggy. The game does crash during certain cutscenes or in between loading on certain cutscenes. It crashed on us tonight, so that's proof of the concept of that. I don't think it's my disc because everything else was fine. It just completely crashed as far as how that was. So that's that idea. So is it not a perfect game by any stretch of the imagination? You might not like it. But if you are curious and you haven't played it, and you played through the other 3D Sonic games and you want more and you want to see maybe looking at it in a different light, I would say, yeah. I mean, I don't regret picking it up, even though if you asked me 20 years ago, like, no way I would have picked this up, and I didn't for years. But, yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm kind of glad to have it, to kind of get a sense of what it is. And there's elements of a good game in here, no question. But it's a case where would they be able to figure that out? And unfortunately, they didn't. With Sonic 06, the game that came out after this, but more for the case of his technical problems and other things. But with Shadow in a better case now, honestly, as far as character, the way the story goes, and also with Sonic as far as 3D stuff, I think, yeah, maybe an idea of taking a look at this again or enhancing on what we saw in Sonic and Shadow Generations with him, Shadow's idea of saying, all right, we can do something new with him. There's a lot of potential in this character. I liked him a lot in Sonic Adventure 2 when we first saw him, which I guess was sort of the impetus of bringing him back for Sonic Heroes and also for this game. And I'd also say that, also, if you haven't played Sonic Heroes, I'd say probably play that one first. And in fact, you probably might want to play at least Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic Heroes first to maybe get the most out of this one, I would think. But that being said, I don't maybe hate this as much as I did. I'm going to also put on music for something else. We're going to end on Prison Island. This is one of my favorite pieces of music in this game, as it is. Yeah, I think that's going to do it as far as our look at Shadow the Hedgehog and the close of our Second Chance initiative for this year. But there's going to be a little more on that I do want to talk about now. But I'm going to do a mic pull before we go into that. And again, I do that just to make sure that the audio doesn't go bad. If it does at some point, because sometimes it happens when I do a live show and I don't know when I'm doing it because I have everything muted on my end. I'm not hearing the audio coming out as far as my voice or stuff on anything. I want to at least fix it. But anyway, as far as Second Chance, since this is the last one we have, we did our second to last one last night for Cast Evolution. It's still on our Twitch site and it'll be edited, of course, within next week, along with this. Yeah, when it comes to Second Chance, because this was a 5-year celebration, I had a great time coming back to a bunch of games and doing them better and giving more to them. Learning a lot about it myself, and also because of all of you in our great chat. Thank you so much for joining us, particularly to Tails the Ultimate Hunter and, of course, True Gamers Super. Thank you so much for all your contributions and for joining our show and joining the Super Ultimate Saturday family. Really appreciate it. But going forward, just to give a sense, we will still do Second Chance shows. But unlike this year where we did one every month, we're not going to do that. We're going to come back every so often, and one of those impetuses is going to be cases where we did shows and we had audio problems. I want to do Outrun again for that very reason, and Daytona USA. But other cases where other people might not have been on the show as far as our guest pool, and saying, I wish I was either there to be there within it, as far as like being in on the show, or watching the show, or playing. In fact, one of those cases is going to be with Edwack when he gets to Donkey Kong Country 2 Diddy's Conquest. It is celebrating 30 years of itself on December 5th. I didn't forget that, but I know that I played it for its... I played it for its 25th anniversary 5 years ago. So I said, alright, I was going to do it for this year, but then Edwack was mentioning, he said, that's my favorite of the Donkey Kong Country games. I said, would you like to do this one? You want to call dibs on us returning? He said, absolutely, I'd love to. So I said, I'm going to hold that one off. So every so often we'll come back to games we've done for the show before under different contexts. I'll let you know when those happen as far as, I don't know when our next one of those is going to be, but I know there's some stuff I want to do for that. I mentioned Outrun, I mentioned Daytona USA, Donkey Kong Country 2, that's going to be one as well. And also McDonald's Treasure Island Adventure for the Sega Genesis, that's one where Edwack and Nikki agreed to be in on that one. And I have a reason as far as why I want them on that. But we'll have that going as far as it, and I had a great time as far as it, and every time we do those shows, they will still go into the playlist we have on our YouTube site for Super Bowl Game Saturday Second Chance. But for this, we got the 12 to cover for the year, and because of the way schedule's going, I had to do both of them this week as far as it. So we're not going to have one in December, but we had December's last night, and in this case, that's the end of it, as we're hearing the great music on Prison Island. So with that, and with that explained, we're going to go in the last thing we do in the show every week, and that is, we're talking schedule, and I'm talking full schedule this time, because we did show last night, so well, we can talk fully tonight as far as this for that. Because that's going to be the end of the show for tonight, but we will be back next week. We do this show every week usually. And if we don't have a show going live, we usually will have something going up on our YouTube site as a bit of an extra cover for ourselves and also give you more content. Because I love doing the show. I know the people who come on the show, they love doing it as well. Let's give you all this stuff. And also, when you jump in, we come live. It's a great case. You kind of drive where the show goes. To give you an idea as far as this True Gamers Super. Again, so happy to have had you. Thank you for joining us. And coming to the show, it's like, hey, I just want to see, hey, someone playing Shadow the Hedgehog. Man, I missed this game. But saying, hey, that a case of saying, let's find some stuff out of the keys. Like, you know what? I love doing that. I love getting a sense of maybe doing some stuff, figuring that out, finding stuff about the Humvee as far as what was hidden behind in Westopolis, and finding out some stuff that didn't expect. So there you go. You're driving the show, literally saying, hey, here's something to that. And we always aim to please that way, but also it's very enriching for myself. And I thank you so much for that. And so in that case, we can keep going as far as how that is. So, all right, let's talk schedule. This case where we usually do this at Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but there's cases we sometimes have to adjust. And so we don't always have Saturday. Next week is actually one of those. So, instead, we're going to have a Friday show. And it's going to be for our annual pre-Thanksgiving weekend Disney show. Here's what we do is we take a Disney game of some sort, and the weekend before Thanksgiving, we play it, or we start playing it. And in this case, it is going to be a one-time case. We only need one part for this. This is also going to be our viewer request for this month. As in the request of Dolly Finn, she wanted to see Pinocchio. We were playing it for the Super Nintendo. It's also on the Sega Genesis, it's on the Game Boy, and it was also going to be out on the 32X. They actually completed this game, and a couple years ago, the prototype was dumped online, which I'll go into that next week as far as that idea. The Super Nintendo version is the best way to go of the game versions of the game that got released, and it was her request as far as seeing it. It is the last 16-bit Disney game as far as the Genesis Super Nintendo era. It's one that passed me by when I was growing up, but it is really interesting, and it follows the movie very closely. And it is something that has a lot of great animation, and I was kind of impressed by this when I was asked for it, saying, okay, we always take our viewer requests or our guest requests as far as how it is, and we always want to bring the games to you right, as we do. But also a case of thinking, well, sometimes I find something neat here. Like, yeah, this is kind of cool. I maybe wish I played this earlier, but got to it as far as it, and we'll have it on record as far as our program. So we're playing that on Friday next week. That's going to be November 21st at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. In that case, we're not going to have a show on Saturday because I have stuff going on Saturday, so we're not missing the week. We'll have it on Friday instead. And in case of this, we have 2 shows this week. But then the week after that, time to be determined. I'm going to guess we do this starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll confirm that on next week's show. We have another annual custom we do 2 days after Thanksgiving. We have our annual showcase program. We look at a bunch of games in a row that are usually in a theme of some sort, usually on genre. For the past year or so, last year at least, we did look at a bunch of games that were delisted from the Xbox Live Arcade. Remember, last year was the turnoff of the Xbox 360. So I said, let's take a look at a bunch of games you can't buy anymore from that. Maybe you can buy it other places, maybe you can't. But it was a popular idea as far as how it was, and we got more for you coming up as far as a bunch of games that are cases they're covering every genre imaginable. It's something in particular that was spearheaded this time by AJ42, a guest of ours and also a regular in our chat, indicating that he wanted to see Penny Arcade and the Reigns of Precipice of Darkness, which I have the demo from 360 and it is available on the PC. We'll get into that as far as like where these things are available. So let's take a look at that as far as our next volume 2, I should say, of our delisted Xbox Live showcase. Got a bunch of games coming up. We got some stuff with Sonic. We have Sonic CD we're going to be showing off as far as that, with the listed version of that, which is wonderful. At Jet Set Radio, I'm going to be able to show that. I'm very happy to get to show that one. We got other stuff that's not Sega. We got a lot from Sega, as it is this year, as it turns out. But other stuff like Sega Rally Auto Arcade, yeah, Sega game, but also the Fancy Pants Adventures. We have Bastion. We have, not Braid. It's not delisted. We have Limbo. We have Fez. We have, trying to think of some other stuff either that I've announced or haven't announced. We have Black Knight Sword. We've got a lot of different things that cover the gamut, and it's going to be an interesting one. And you're not going to want to miss this big show, this big gaming feast we put on every year. I love doing it, and you're going to want to definitely stay tuned for that show. But all our shows, but of course, if you do miss a show, which we'll point out, it will go to our YouTube site to get edited over there, so yeah, you will not miss a thing, and we'll have all the content there for your viewing pleasure. We've got tons and tons and tons of content over there for you. And then the week after that, that's going to be on December 6th, we are going to be playing, or starting our play of a game that's going to be a gift to myself. Every December, that was the month of my birth, so in that case, I pull a game out that I want to play or want to start. I technically did that starting last year when we did Shenmue, but this year, my choice is going to be another game I'm not missing 30 years of as far as the anniversary. That is Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island for Super Nintendo. We're going to start playing that game. We're going to be running that over parts, which means that we are going to be playing probably 5 or so hours of the first part, and every month we'll come back to it until we finish. And then the week after that, we're going to be playing Magical Tetris Challenge for Nintendo 64. That's also starting a new annual show. that we had going for most of the show's life. And that is annual Tetris game in December. And also, it's the first Nintendo 64 game we played for this program in 2 years. I know that's been too long, I'm going to fix it. With this underrated puzzle game from Capcom, one of only a couple of games that are on the Nintendo 64 from them. It's a mixture of Tetris with some unique mechanics, and also Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, Minnie Mouse, Goofy, and other Disney characters for a deeply underrated game that we're going to also sort of treat as a spiritual tie to the Magical Quest franchise of Capcom's, even though it isn't, because it does have some things that are sort of similar. And it's a really cool game. I cannot wait to show that. And then on December 20th, at a time to be determined, our last live show of the year, that's going to be with Dolly Finn, who's going to be joining me in the Super Bowl Game Saturday studio here. We're going to be completing a game we started back in August. And that is Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights. We had to put it off for a couple of months. I know also Dolly Finn was a case that we needed her here because she wanted to see that game. We're going to have a great time playing that 3D platforming Metroidvania case for the PlayStation 2, which we're playing it. We're going to complete it as far as completing the main story, and also off-screen, I'm going to be getting all of the Scooby snacks and all the monster tokens to show off all of the concept art and all the monster information in the gallery. So show those off. That's going to be our last live show of the year. But the week after that, we are going to still have content for you. Because we finished Shadow Hearts Covenant. That is a big game we played this year. We ran through a lot. We ran that entire game to 100%. As far as myself, as well as the two guests on that show, that being Crusader64 and Chasm22. I got them back in last week because there was one part when we did the last part of the game, the finale. We ran 11.5 hours for our live show. But there's one thing that we had to show off that we didn't, and we couldn't. We were drained. That was the bestiary. We recorded the lookover of the bestiary and final thoughts on the game, and also more on the ending, or endings as it was. We do want to kind of go into that. But we had that, and we did record footage for that. That is going to be going up on December 27th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to not be here for that one. It's going to be 2 days after Christmas, so I'm taking a little bit of a break. But that show will go up, and that will be something for your viewing goodness as far as that carry it through the end of the year. And also on December 31st, we have our annual compilation video, where it's kind of a clip show of stuff we put together of something in a theme. This year we're doing singing. We're cutting an album. And so basically any time that we've had singing on this show, which actually had a couple cases of it on tonight's program, they'll be stitched in here as far as giving a sense of all these experiences we had with a bunch of different people who've been on our show, cases where we have song in our hearts and we let it out as far as how it goes. And they'll be put in a lot for Shadow Hearts Covenant, but other stuff and some unique things as well. Stuff that gave me content questions on YouTube when I upload it. It's going on the YouTube site as our last video of the year, for cases where you will be able to see it. And for some of those things I have set, including some unique things that I've never actually aired live on the show before. Stuff I've actually recorded on my own time. You're not going to miss it. So there's going to be some new stuff there. And then we get into January for the new year. We're going to hit the ground running with our first live show on January 3rd at a time to be determined. It's going to be the return of Ed Wackman, as I mentioned. And we're gonna get a sense of his next game for the show. It's not the game I expected that would be his next game, because he got some stuff on his docket. It's also a case where I'm kind of surprised they're doing a Saturday show. They usually do Fridays. But for the case of this one, they said, okay, we want to do this. We want this to be the first show of the year. They haven't been on the show for a while, but they're coming back with a vengeance. And at that point, we're going to be playing, a unique game as far as starting the year. I mean, sometimes we've started with certain things that make sense, maybe like Mega Man X2 or Sonic Heroes, or this year we had the Gamecube preview disc, as far as the overview of that. But our first game for January, for 2026, is going to be Beethoven, the Ultimate Canine Caper for the Super Nintendo. This is a game posted by High Tech Expressions, and it was developed by a company that would eventually become Running with Scissors. People made the Postal games, believe it or not. It's also an adaptation of Beethoven's Second, given a particularly unsavory scene in that movie. Kind of tracks that it ended up being made by the Postal team. Or people would go on to make that. But it is a platforming game where you have Beethoven, the famous St. Bernard from the movie franchise, having to go around and save the puppies of his love. and Edwack grew up with this game. He knows it. He actually bought it twice. He bought that thing in box, complete. There were too many games a couple of months ago. He said, I want that to be a case, but he also said, well, that's going to be really short, so he's going to have something else up his sleeve as an extra. So we'll have more than one game plan as far as how it goes. But that's going to be our headline as far as our first show of 2026. I almost said 5. So we're coming to the end of that. As far as other stuff we got, we have Yoshi's Island, which will be continuing. I got to figure some stuff as far as the case of Sonic. I mentioned Sonic Colors as far as the case that I'm going to want to prep that one at some point. I'm thinking maybe pulling off the viewer request pile Sonic Labyrinth for the Game Gear, because I haven't played a game from Game Gear in a while, maybe, and I know I can do that pretty quick. But of course, it's also to indicate one thing, which is that, hey, if Chad, you're saying you want to see Sonic Colors, we'll take the request, but the idea is that I also want to prep that, because we're going to go the whole way. We're going to go deep into we made it, we're going to go deep into the game, we're going to go 100%, get a sense of if it needs multiple parts, how many parts do we need, how's that going to go, where are we playing it, which in that case is going to be Wii, no question. We'll definitely play the Wii version. We'll figure that out, but it's a case where I can kind of get stuff going on quicker, I will, but also depends also on maybe my familiarity, but it's a case where I want to get to the games right as far as how it goes with your requests for certain stuff. We got a lot of cases of that coming up next year, and honestly, right now, it's a little bit of a question on what we got for the rest of the month, but I will say this. We do have a new initiative going next year. That's going to be for our Super Bowl Game Saturday scoping sessions. I believe that's going to be the final game. I might know in a couple weeks if it changes, because Nikki was tasked with kind of coming with something better if she could think of something. Because she named the show Super Bowl Game Saturday. Can thank her for that. If that's the case, we'll get that name, but otherwise it's going to be scoping sessions. Means take a game that's really, 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 really long. We do one show of it to start. Get a sense of how do you think we should cover this? And there's a lot of games on there I know I've been asked for, but in cases where I said, I want to get a sense of what am I going to do with this. We're talking games like Persona 3 FES. We're talking games like BlazBlue Calamity Trigger. We're talking games like Kingdom Hearts Rechain of Memories. And some stuff I've wanted to show, including Okami for the PlayStation 2. Nothing as far as Sonic, as far as that I need to really get a sense of how we scope this, that I'm thinking of. Skies of Arcadia for the Dreamcast. I think that's going to be our first one in December, or in January. I'll have one of those a month, by the way. Also, we're going to have eventually later on a blind look by myself of Final Fantasy XIV. We are playing a massively multiplayer online RPG on this program. That's going to be later in the year. We got a lot of prep to do on that one. Got a lot of people going to be helping me for that one. But a lot of stuff to get a sense and also give coverage to some games. Think like, wait, is it too long? Can we do this? And yes, we can do this. We're going to make it happen somehow. And some of these games I don't know well enough myself. Even the ones I do, like Okami, it's a case of thinking, well, either I want to show them because they're coming up to an anniversary. A case of thinking, maybe all of you have great suggestions as far as the chat. We got that tonight. We'll get that on every show as far as how it is. So you might have an idea when you look at it. Okay, maybe this is how a good way to handle it. Especially if people have asked for the game. I'm going to say, all right, let's do it. Let's take a look. Let's give you what you want to see and figure it out. Get those names out there. Even show something like Final Fantasy XIV, which is a case where if we're going to 100% that game, I'd have to do that for the rest of my life. But in case I'm not going to ignore it. I don't think we should ignore it because we've had guests who love it. I'm not going to take that away. I was like, let's represent it. Let's look at it. Let's go deep. I don't care what it is. It could be anything. It could even be a horrible game. You're like, hey, this game's horrible, but I want to see it. Let's peel the layers back. Get those plumbers don't wear ties, for God's sake, this year. And I loved every minute of that. So we can do that with really anything. And then we also have other things going on next year as well. We also have an April Fool's Day show we do around beginning of April. Play a game that's either really bad or a case where maybe it's worth a laugh on. Maybe it's a question of, is it bad or not? We're in the is it bad or not case as far as this, because one of the games we're going to be doing, or the game we're doing for next year for that way, is going to be Digimon Racing for Game Boy Advance. That was on the request of Reese the Worthing Doge. And I'm curious to see what it's like. I have it. It seemed pretty fun from what I played. But maybe when I dig into it deeper, it's a case of maybe a case of thinking that name. It's like, is this possibly good? Maybe it is. Maybe something is an underrated gem. And give a representation on Digimon, which I think we need to do. And in May, I do know that we have our annual compilation show. We basically take a classic game compilation, look it over. Next year, we're going to be looking at Midway Echo Treasures 3 for the Gamecube. And since it doesn't have a whole lot of games in it, I also get to buttress that by having a bunch of Nintendo 64 Midway arcade ports that I'm going to toss in as a bonus. I'll also give a bit of a preview, so I'll have a full showcase going on. It's a midpoint between our Thanksgiving one, as it is. And other stuff I got percolating, other stuff as far as guests that are going to be involved in. I know Gemini 96 is coming back for Super Mario 64. We're celebrating 30 years of that game. He's the one running it, and he has to be the one running it, as you're going to indicate, or you'll notice when you get there. Kazan22 is also going to be celebrating 30 years of Suikoden for the PlayStation. We're going to play that, although we're going to use the new HD version. It's a great version, and it's a fantastic game. And I got to play in that game because of him. And I know Shadow he has Kodelka for PlayStation coming up at some point next year. We'll figure as far as that. And other cases as well of certain things. And we're definitely looking forward to that, and we're going to keep going as far as what this is. I'm having a great time, loving the ride, and also loving bringing all this stuff to you, but also in a way maybe bringing stuff to myself of understanding more about gaming. So look, I love gaming. That's the idea. That's what this show is all about. And if you're here, you clearly must love gaming as well, and that means you're in the right place. I'm going to treat you right for sure on this, because you've all treated me right, and I appreciate that so much. All right. So with that's going to be the end of the show for tonight. All right, I've definitely been talking a lot. It also shows the idea, like, hey, I can run almost 6.5-hour program as far as this. With that being said, thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday, everybody. Thank you for joining us for our second chances. We'll see you at the next one, whenever that is. We'll let you know as far as how it is. We go to the schedule at the end of the show all the time, and we update the Twitch site so you get to see after the end of the show when's our next show, and it'll be up there probably pretty soon, either before I go to sleep tonight or tomorrow. But either way, you'll get a sense of what's coming up. And then mid next week is when the edit for both shows will be going up. The time might vary, but we'll get it to you, no question. Thank you so much for watching the program. Hope you have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, and a great week coming forward. I will see you next Friday on November 21st at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Pinocchio for the Super Nintendo. Until then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Thank you so much. Take care, everybody.